Hello everyone and welcome to my first Anno 117 Extreme Edition. Now after my latest playthrough, of course we are starting again, and this time though on the highest difficulty possible that this game offers. That means hardest AI opponents, that means hardest game settings, smallest islands, smallest incomes. We're not allowed to relocate buildings, we're not allowed to pause buildings, and so forth. I hope this should be interesting. This is a pure survival series. So the goal here is to build up a tier 4 and tier 3 city respectively in Albion and in Latium, and also to build the monument, of course the amphitheater. Beyond that, we'll just see how it goes. There's definitely going to be some conquests, there's definitely going to be some defenses, I hope so. And yeah, let's just go right into the difficulty settings, because of course we want to start with this. Let's go. Alrighty, onwards to the difficulty settings. Of course, we're playing as a sandbox mode. We're going with our juicy Emperor Lucius here that, well, was deceased in a campaign. If you're interested in that, have a look at my campaign let's play. We're choosing some banner and, yeah, fitting theme for this one here. Governor Novarine, one of my supporters, thank you very much for this. And you have the honor of, well, probably being my downfall. I don't know. For the difficulty settings, we're going into the veteran setting, but veteran is not going to be enough for this one. Because in order to unlock the legendary level, we need to, first of all, turn everything off that would help us in any kind of way, and every cost is at the maximum. That is high for this one here. For the inactive upkeep, we even have to pay the full price here. There's nothing else that we can, go for. Construction cost refund, we need to pay a fee. There is, well, no moving around or anything like that. We need to pay a fee for everything. Building relocation is off. This goes now into the legendary setting here. So this is really the highest difficulty that you can unlock this way. Just the veteran setting is not enough. City incidents are on hard. City protection or incident protection, there is nothing here, right? So incidents always occur, but reduce in size and frequency in proportion to better attribute values. The city status impact on this incidents is hard. This will be especially difficult than in medium to end game cities. We're only starting with a flagship. There is no starting island. The starting goods are little. The starting capital is as little as possible with only 10,000 denarii. The workforce is little, and of course we're playing on a covered map. On top of that, the island size is small. The fertilities are sparse. The forest size is sparse, and the building slots are sparse as well. Beside all of that, of course, we got Kaizo and Wada. Both of them are active and both of them are going to be on the hardest difficulty possible. On top of that, their war threats are being on the hardest difficulty here. That means paying them off or something like that is not going to be really easy. The Emperor, of course, is a Calidus for all I care about. He's the hardest opponent here as well. One more thing that we need to do is, of course, the governors up here. We're playing with the hardest governors available. That is Saranito and Neferineru. I haven't played with him yet, so I'm really curious how aggressive he's going to be with the 4 of the legendary star difficulty here. I'm still going to add another governor, and I'm not going to get the old one here, Concordia, right? Because I think it gets a bit too crowded then in Latium. So I want to have here Athra. He's the other advanced AI opponent that is in Albion primarily, right? So he's going to be starting in Albion. Now that I think about it, let's go with the old hack here. I haven't played with a Miss Hunt type character here, so perhaps that's Miss Hunt. Just a bit aged there as well. Let's go with her. I think there should be quite a nice setting here, right? So this is legendary difficulty, no exception to the difficulty whatsoever. We're playing with Novarim, as my governor, and we're playing with the 3 hardest AI opponents that can settle in both regions. That's also the important one. For my starting region, we're gonna go with Latium. I hope you're gonna enjoy this one. We'll just see how far we get, because I really have no idea how absolutely difficult this game is. Surviving and building up a big city, 2 big cities is my primary goal here, and then we'll just see how it goes. By the way, thanks for supporting my channel. You can also support me directly by becoming a channel member or also supporting me on Patreon. The link are in the video description. And without further ado, let's jump into this one. Go, 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 go. Alrighty, and so it begins. Here we are now in the middle of the ocean together with the other 4 opponents. That is now Zara, Concordia, and Neferineru, and they're already pushing away. And yeah, well, we should probably do the same thing. While we have the opportunity, snagging us a decent, if not the best islands that we can find on this map. Now, we are in the middle of it. We're playing with the archipelago map type, so I know that the main islands will be somewhere in the center, right? So this should be one of them. And while that happens, we also have the rival encounters now with our AI opponents, and of course, we will just extend some greetings here, a reverent greeting even, and a polite greeting. We're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna try and flabbergast them right away. This looks like a really cool island with a waterfall up there, so we'll just see what that is. And there it is, the first island coming up. Mackerel and Sandrock. Let's actually move to the north right away while we start. We got lots of building space here. This is fantastic, really. And lots of river slots, right? But the downside of this island is that the fertilities are really bad. So there's not even iron on this one. Ooh, that could be really problematic for the weapon production. Next is a much more interesting island. This one has lavenders. We can have a soap production here. It also has iron and mineral deposits on it, which is really nice. However, we only have 6 mountain slots, but iron is probably gonna be one of the most important things that I want to push for. We got lots of river slots. We got lots of space. Yeah, I think before someone else takes it, we're gonna settle here. And there it is. Don't forget that we cannot relocate. That the moment I place this one down, it's fixed forever now. I cannot relocate this. I cannot delete it anymore. Otherwise, we lose the island. So that's now our fixed spot for, yeah, our capital that we have now over there. The first thing we should do is, of course, rename our city. And it's going to be Capua as a great city. Hopefully a city that will survive. Now, of course, we need to get going with the city itself, and I think based on what I see right now, this will be the villa area here, because we have the river to easily defend it, but also close to the city, so we get the prestige bonus. And then we're gonna move all the way over here, because here we have some forest tiles that I would like to use for an industry zone, my very first one. So this is where we can start with that. By the way, don't forget, we are starting with only 10,000 denarii, so I need to be super quick about my industry, because we really don't have a lot of money. And as you can see, we're playing now the woodcutters right here in the forest. I can, of course, also do it out here. Thanks to the Hall of Fame, we have upgraded the woodcutter already, but this takes quite some time, and I want to get immediate wood in, so we will need to yeah, get this going ASAP. So I'm gonna go with the forest areas for now. Together with that, we have then the sawmills. We're also gonna make it so the sawmills are relatively close to the woodcutter then, so they can profit from that right away. And with that, we got ourselves the very first industry that we can lay out all the way out here. Now, we do not have any workforce right now, which is of course the next mission that we have to do right away. Let's go ahead and get me this road there. Very good. All the way up here. And this is also where we can start with our very first residences. I'm gonna play this a bit safe, and we're probably gonna go with some higher density blocks that I would like to add. And boom, there we have it, our very first blueprints that we can now plaster full. I want to stay as close as possible here to the harbor area, because don't forget, we are going to have some tech that is going to help me out here. And yeah, with that, let's have the first houses being built in Capua. And with that, our very first inhabitants are coming in. Let's finish that road. And also ASAP get us the first fishery going. Production number 1 right over here and placed. And isn't that exciting? Well, with all of that, a great destiny awaits us, hopefully. While the first inhabitants are moving in now, the first fish is being fished, and the first wood is being cut down. I'm gonna take my flagship here, and we're gonna start exploring. And in that case, the capital is over here, so the north corner that we have now decided. By the way, the other island has already been settled now by Nivarias. And over here now, I would like to start my exploration, because most likely there will be then an island for a potential expansion early on that we're gonna need to snag for us. Next in line, we do have then to find the NPC traders, right? Because they give me quite interesting missions that I want to fulfill. Now, with the first workforce also coming in, I think it's safe to add me the third woodcutter now and a sawmill. And just look at that. We are running out of money already. So we halved our starting capital from 10,000 denarii to 5,000 now. And my balance is right now 260 denarii negative per minute. So So we need to hurry up in getting us something done over here. Let's have these blocks here finished. The more people move in, the more taxpayers. The most important thing will be to get, well, a lot of money in quickly. So I'm not going to go with any porridge production for now. That just gives me a bit of a population boost. But I think workforce is not going to be the biggest issue that we have. I'd rather work on the tunics then as my next production. And yeah, as we can see, the first peeps are now moving in. Also, my flagship is finding us the first islands here in the back. Here we do have lavender again, but we have grapes as well. Oh, no iron, no marble, no gold, nothing of value for us. So I'm gonna quickly move up here further to the north. Ah, wait a second, there's another island. And we have it already discovered. Once again, what is this? There's no mountain. Okay. We have no iron here, nothing of the likes. We do have, once again, lavender. Once again, grapes. I don't need that. I see. The game doesn't want to make it easy here for us. Hopefully we find something proper up here in the northern corner. Another island comes up in the north corner here, and this looks a bit more interesting now. We got olive on this one. That's gonna be great. And we have also some sturgeon, marble, and gold, but only 3 mountain slots. Alright. It'll have to do. We get the first event that would be giving me timber. So we can now decide, do we want to seize the goods or do we buy his supplies? Seizing the goods is my go-to here because buying the supplies is another 400 denarii that I really don't want to spend. So we're just going to seize it, and Kapur gets a happiness penalty for an hour, but it's early in the game, so I'm not expecting this to really do anything for us. And that's 22 tons of timber that we can use right away to get the next buildings started right here in the center. Beautiful warm day. Hopefully a day to remember. We can also finish now here the road that I have. Of course, I would like to go with a triple road setup again. I just love how it structures the city. As my flagship continues now its journey. And let's hope that we're not running into the pirate with this one, because I cannot afford to lose my flagship. I would have nothing to scout then. The next island comes up. It has olive again. It has iron. It has only 2 mountain slots. And flax would be great for later, but this is once again, let's call it a B-tier island. For the lack of a better word. Population goes up to 25 people now. And this gives me the opportunity of getting me my next service buildings going, or my first service buildings in fact, which is the market. And the market and the pub will get, of course, a central location. The pub has a very low radius, so I'm gonna get this one over here somewhere to get me that happiness and population boost out of it right away. More important though is the market that I would like to have somewhere here, and the market gives me an income boost.
Scouts have sighted new land.
Alright, also, we continue with the exploration. Over here, beautiful island we have. This has marble and resin. Resin would be great for tier 2. But it's once again a very small one. And there's not even a river. Next, we want to continue building more Libertus residences, and we want to keep them close to the market and the pub to maximize the bonuses that we get out of that. Of course, also, we need to monitor our sardines here closely, and we can see that we do need to get the next fishing hut going right away on the other side of my trading post. And with the next houses, Kapur reaches its first 100 population. The great games of Kapur would be fantastic on this island, in the amphitheater. At this point we have found Valeria, the first NPC. She's all the way down here on this beautiful island. And there's also the lighthouse with the contracts coming in 3 minutes. That's the most important thing for us. Getting these contracts in as soon as possible to make some coin. As we continue with the exploration, this is really neat. There's the pirate, right? Because it's much easier to read the pirate in this game than it was before, because he has the lighthouse over there, right? In the middle of all of that. So we can quickly go ahead and take my ship here that is still sailing and try to not get too close to this. So probably this here is the closest, and then we're moving up to the north. with waypoints, of course. And then I also want to find the rest of my opponents. So we should be safe as long as the pirate is not sending out any ships. Next we get the timber. I would like to continue with a bunch more buildings, and we should also look at my first new production now, since we have a bit of workforce. And of course it is in the fashion tab, and it's gonna be the tunics, because the tunic give me an insane income boost that I would like to use in 2 ways, but we're gonna explore this quickly. First, we need to decide where do we want to have my tunic production started. We already have a road going over here for these river slots that we're also gonna need soon. Building a bridge over the river is too expensive for me right now, so I don't want to do this. So instead, we can use this tiny farmland that we have for our very first production in this case. Let's get me my warehouse. I'm gonna have the warehouse somewhere over here so that we can use the slots here as well, right? Also, the mountain slot would be close enough for this one still. And then we can start with our hemp farms now. And I'm gonna start with the first over here. So let's build the very first hemp farm right away. And what this does now is it's starting to produce me then 1 ton of hemp per minute that we can use. It's also consuming 6 denarii per minute, and also 4 workforce for the Bertus workforce that we have. With that out of the way, we can get the spinner going. And the spinner, of course, has this very good bonus of the surrounding area. So it makes sense to have the spinner now somewhere here. And we still need to make sure that it has access though to the warehouse there, right? Which it has. You can see this on the green ground texture. And the radius around it provides the bonus of +1. Once this starts to work, in addition, we do get the +2 income from the tunics then. So this is a very powerful early boost that I would like to use right away in my, artisan block, we could call it. While this production is now starting, I'm gonna have more residences close by, so that we can maximize the yield coming out of that. At this point, we are coming close to the last 1000 denarii that we have. Crazy stuff. Where's my contracts? They're still on cooldown. I will at this point need to get back with my flagship, because I have a feeling we're gonna need some resources soon. There's the first ton of hemp. It's so important that this comes in, please. Alright, it's in, and at this point the spinner, there it is on its way now, getting this 1 ton of hemp. The first 2 tons, 3 tons take a while, right, just because it's that far. And there are the first contracts. This one here is interesting. We need to collect 2 crates, and this one here we need to deliver 23 tons of sardines, which is way out of my league. So let's collect this one and just see where it is. It's over here, so this is where I need to get with my ship now. Finding those crates in the ocean. Very good. The next one, the next opponent, Concordia, has settled over here. And we also have Sarah Nito in this area, on this island here, already building up a town of herself. They even decorate their towns. And then we have Nefer, and he's probably going to be the toughest out of them, building up his settlement over here. At this point, I would really probably... we have 300 denarii left. What to do with that amount of money? I have no idea. We need to get to that Flotsam. That is really far away, unfortunately. And the next interesting thing is that the opponents also have their own contracts, right? They offer this. She would have a destruction contract though. I can't do that at this point. Sarah, she would also like to get some crates going. 1 crate for 1.3 or 2 crates for 1.5 or sheep. Sheep is out of the way, so we might also start the collection of the crates here to get her stuff going. And oh yeah, it's close to the pirate as was expected. There's the first crate that we need for Valeria, and the second crate will be somewhere down here. And we're at the very last minute of money at this point, but the spinner is now starting to work. So we should be seeing this. There you go. Look at that. This has a very sensible effect, right? With the money coming in. So we just saved a bit of time again there. Using the last of my timber for more houses, and we're not producing enough anymore. So I'm also going to have another hemp farm now. And this brings us negative, but you can live off a bit of negative coin there for a while. And we're gonna go ahead and get the next spinner going. And it's probably gonna be then over here. Could even have it down here. I'm inclined to go with this because it's closer and thus faster to my trading post. Empty coffers, he tells me that. Nothing I can do about it at this point. Flagship continues, finding us some more islands. This would be not a bad island, but it's far away from us, which would be hard if it comes to a war declaration at some point. And the pirate is sending out his ships now, as was expected. There he is. And we can extend a polite greeting for now. That is Syracuse. Okay, we should be closing in on that next crate, please. There it is. And Zara, of course, also has the crates. One of them could be close by. The other crate is on the other side of the map, but Valeria is in the path. So we are able to combine this nicely. And yeah, we're still far away from the island there. Great stuff. And we're also being caught by the pirate. Unfortunately, so we're gonna take some damage here now. And I'm trying to take this one down. It might have some loot for us. Oh, there's the island. Do we dare to get so close? My money is running out. There you go, the first ship down has some loot for us. That we cannot take. What is that loot? Nah, okay, it's just some sails. So let's pick up the crate and get now over there. The next pirate ship already, hopefully we can kind of like avoid it for now because I really don't want to take more damage on the flagship. Another thing I would like to do is I would like to start the Peleus Felter production because this is also a nice income boost. And let's just have my first sheepies. It's gonna be tight here with the space really, but let's have it here. One sheep shop farm should be fine, right? So this is producing 2 tons per minute here. And this brings me the Peleus Felter. And the Peleus Felter also gives you a +1 income boost. So I would like to use this once again in this district here. We can have 2 of them for 1 sheep farm. And we do need 2 tons of hats right now. So the second one we can already implement as well. And once again, I would like to have this one right here where we already have the spinner. And yeah, this is an investment. It's going to cost me a bit for now. But once the wool is in, there should be a nice another influx of money coming in from my population once they have been satisfied with that. We're closing in on the lighthouse at this point to get me hopefully my first 1,000 denarii. There it is. Thank you very much. So we do have a bit of coin again. And we continue now to that next crate. At this point, the other opponents should also have some contracts for us. Nefer, he wants 2 tons of weapons. As far as I know, we are starting with some weapons. We have 15 tons of weapons. 2 tons is not a lot. I'm inclined to go ahead with this contract. Out of my population, we are positive. At least that is something. And we can finally upgrade. Of course, we would like to do this right away to reach tier 2 residences. There we have them now, the plebs. And Kapur is rising, at least for the moment. Let's upgrade a few more, as long as we have some workforce. And of course, once again, close to my service buildings here to maximize any kind of potential bonuses. And of course, the first order of business is to get the tiles production up as soon as possible. That is my tier 2 construction material. For this, we're gonna need a clay collector. You can have this on any river slot, and it is independent of any kind of fertility. And we need a charcoal burner to get the coal in. We do have a nice forest tile up here, close to the warehouse again, that I would like to use for this. And between the two, we can have our first tilers now. And let's have number 1 here, and number 2 here. Consuming me some workforce for the plebs. More importantly, also, it increases now the fire risk, fire hazard on my island. People request my decision and declare the value that will guide your leadership, faith, knowledge, honest labor. Out of these, the coolest one actually is the honest labor because it gives a 30% upkeep reduction for all production buildings on the island. So this is financially really good. The other one is the pursuit of knowledge that gives you the knowledge boost right away. I'm gonna go with this because this immediately unlocks me now the research tab and we can start researching a bit earlier. And of course, the first ones that we want to go for here is the trading post improvement. 26 minutes. Next, we have then the sewing circles that unlocks knowledge production out of spinners that we already have, right? And then we have also the fish market that gives me an income area effect for the fishing huts that we have. And that's quite a few buildings as well that we boost with that. And the fourth one would be down here, the market forces to increase the range of my market. Let's have some more upgrades here and also some more new buildings over here. And of course, we're gonna need yet another fishing hut.
There is a shortage of workforce.
And I will also need to get my next hemp farm going over here, together with my next spinners. And at this point, we have more spinners than what we need in the city. So we can also start with a smaller artisan district out here somewhere. This warehouse is already quite overloaded. I'm considering making a smaller artisan district down here by this beach area that we're also gonna need at some point. I'm just gonna get my road down here, like so. Keep a bit of a distance there to the beach, get my next warehouse going, and here we can start now with a spinner block right away. And this should bring me some positive production here now for the fish and for the spinners. But we do also like some workforce. So it is up to us to get some more residences going. We're negative again, by the way. At this point, also my flagship has arrived, so we can load the 2 tons of weapons in. And get this one down here to Neff. And from here we can then go back to Zara for the crates. We got 27 minutes on this still running. The delivery of weapons has no time limit. And with the wood that we have, let's have the next blocks of houses right over here. Still mostly affected. Of course, once the research finishes for the market, the range will be extended over here. At this point, Capo has reached over 200 people in population, and it's generating already some 600 coin for us, which leads to a surplus of 130 coin. That means we do actually pay back our debt at the moment. The flagship comes into Neff for the delivery of weapons. Thank you very much. And now we can also move over here to Zara to turn on those those crates as well, which should lead to a bit more money again. And don't forget, we are also, I think, at least boosting our diplomatic relationships with them a bit if we finish contracts, which is more likely that they give us money at some point or even try to trade with us, which would be the best case scenario. The next important step now is to advance to the other side of the island, because we are about to start the bread production, which is gonna take a lot of space. And for this, I would like to go into this area. We do have a road here that we can now use. And I'm probably gonna move up here, and then we should be able to use it. And this is also something that you need to consider, and that is that those sandbanks that you have there are cheaper for your bridges, right? So here the bridge costs me 8 tons, and here the bridge costs me 10 tons and also a bit more coin. So I want to use these sandbanks to minimize the cost that those bridges cost. Let's go ahead. And now we are on the other side of the island. And here we can now start with some proper farming. Let's move around these forests there a bit, because this might be another potential charcoal burner site. And have another warehouse somewhere here. By the way, let's turn in the crates to get me also more money. And with that, we do have 2,700 denarii at the moment. And it is also here that I would like to start with my first fields now. Keeping a bit of a road there to that mountainside that we definitely will need at some point. We can also use that river slot up here for our grain mill. And all we need to do now is getting the bakeries going. Now the first bakery will be here, and it's gonna increase my fire hazard by quite a bit. However, the income boost is just very nice coming out of this. So let's get the first bakery going here. And this one is gonna take a minute to process the flour that we have over there. Need to finish now the warehouse and our first grain farms. All of this, of course, has an effect again on my balance and, of course, also on my workforce. So we are a bit negative there. So we can continue with the city expansion now into this area that I would like to do. For that purpose, I'm probably gonna have another main road going over here now in a straight line all the way here. And we're gonna need to make sure that we do not have too much overlap with the marketplace. There will be some overlap, can't be avoided. It's also not the worst thing. And this, I think, is a good location for it, because here we now get to this point, and here we do have some overlapping, but it's not too bad considering all things. Another marketplace might be then great over here to also snag us some more people there. But don't forget, we can upgrade the roads at some point, and this should bring in then also a nice amount of range. Road building, in fact, is the most expensive thing right now, considering that we're running out of coin there quickly. Let's build the marketplace and also these new blocks right over here. And of course, that will also lead once again to some consumption increase. We need to check this out as the sardines are overloaded now, basically. So I'm gonna once again add me another fisher. And I'm also gonna copy now all these ham farms, and we're just gonna get them down here somewhere. Let's just try and squeeze them in like this. I think this one here needs some more fields there for props. And let's have another warehouse now in this area, because all of them already overload this warehouse there a bit, right? The next one is handy, and then we can have some more farming there. I would like to keep the farms as far away as possible, though, because, of course, they take up a lot of space. Oh, this is also nice that we have there. That is a residential quest. Sometimes they can be nice. Let's just see what they have. Enters a praetorium with his fists clenched. With all the pelf he can muster, he reports that his freed cousins were captured. Oh no, pirate ships. We cannot do this. This, of course, destroy 2 Queen Kareems. That's a tier 3 warship from the pirate with our flagship. Sure thing, buddy. We should also upgrade a few more peeps right here in the center to the next tier, so that we have a bit of a positive plebeian workforce. And also a bunch more houses over here now, as we continue with the expansion of Papua. So I expand with more hemp plantations, and with that also we can now go for the first spinner up here. And look at that! I was kind of like hoping that we would get close to this warehouse there, but that's not the case. So for this whole city district here, I will need to build my own warehouse. I'm inclined to have it right here by the market, since there's a nice spot that we can already reserve for both of them. Warehouse and market belong together, and then we can have our spinner, yeah, probably somewhere here, getting all of these guys in. And that's probably gonna be another smaller artisan district here for us, and then we can have some more houses just here. One more thing, a tavern is definitely needed in this area. That's something I would like to have in here to get me that population and happiness boost. At this point, we now need to wait for the next contracts, right? So they have a cooldown, unfortunately, for this easy piece of money. She refreshes in 3 minutes, Concordia. Perhaps she's got some better contracts then available for us. They already settled on other islands, which is once again plain cheatery, because that costs a lot of money. We cannot afford to settle on another island just yet. The first research has been finished, and that was our trading post upgrade that we can potentially do now. Doubling our island storage then. We do need a bit more timber for that and 500 denarii. I'm not gonna spend this just yet though. Okay, we also will need, that's for sure, another charcoal burner at this point. And I'm considering having it up here. Very good. And I think we're also gonna need, yeah, another spinner to make this work. And we could also work on more fish, on more sheep area farms. Have this one, and then I'm gonna have another spinner here. My industry zone that we're building up in that area. I could continue now with the exploration with my flagship. This area here is still hidden, but We should also be very careful about these quest ships that are roaming around now. Can I kind of like abandon this quest? The thing is, I don't think I can. No, we cannot abandon quests like this. So these two Queen Kareems here will now roam the map. This is really bad, honestly. What a horrible quest that we got there. Because now we got 2 tier 3 warships roaming the map. And I need to totally avoid them because they could wreck my flagship in seconds. At this point, yeah, with 400 people in Kapur, we've reached the next city level, major colonia that is now. And from now on, we are going to lose fire safety and health every time we level up. And quite severely too on this difficulty level, with negative 400 on the fire safety already. So it makes sense to me to start now building my first Vigilis. Unfortunately, this cost me 750 denarii. Well, that's all we have left. Seeing that the next fire could happen in 44 minutes, I'm gonna wait a bit longer though. All the way up here on the other side of the island, I would like to get a warehouse going, because this is a great location to have some animal farms. Because animal farms can be squeezed in like this quite nicely, especially the sheep farms. Of course, farms will probably also work out nicely here, but I like to have my sheep farms here. Now let's start with the first one, just here. And then we can have the second one, just here. And the third one here. And then even another one in this area. Very good. Gonna need them for also some sail making, of course. Let's build another one because I need to have more Pileus Felchers. We have 2 already roaming. The next one we can then squeeze in just nicely over here for this district. And we'll also need to start adding some of them now here in this smaller industry zone that we have. Also, the fish is running low again. This time around, we will need to build the fishing huts, though, down here. Can't be avoided. The only thing I could try... Wait a second. We cannot build them on the water yet, so I'm going to keep a bit of a distance there, so that we can add then a road here, right, to add more of them. One thing I totally forgot is that, of course, we're also starting with some specialists, thanks to the Hall of Fame. And we do have Mary Path here, and she increases the hit points and movement speed of my ship by quite a bit, by 25%, and the discovery radius of 100%. I could have used this a bit earlier, but that's how it is. Let's use her for the remainder of the exploration here. And with those increased hit points, we can survive a bit longer. Concordia has refreshed, and she has 2 interesting ones. Let's collect the crates. The 2 crates. Where are they? Okay, they're really far away. The first one is all the way up here. But that's, once again, a bit of money to get. Next, we have the next service buildings. That is the Sanctuary. And let's have the Sanctuary over here. It has a nice radius, and as you can see, we can get the whole city in with that. With a happiness and belief boost. That's important. And also the Grammaticus right down here, with the learning boost that we get through, yeah, the majority of my town, boosting my research by quite a bit. Both of them are super important. Let's start with the Sanctuary, because the Sanctuary has, beside the happiness boost, now the ability for us to start religion. And I would like to go ahead with this immediately. 2 are very cool for me. The one is Epona, that we can also go ahead with right away, boosting my sheep production and my pig production. And also production buildings provide additional population. So this is really nice. The other one would be Ceres once again, because she is boosting my bread production, porridge production, olive production that we're going to have here. And she's giving me additional population out of residences. So once again, I'm going to choose her as my go-to to get me that additional workforce in. And Concordia also gives me a bit of money now. That's because we finished a contract for her, and we're working on the next one. If you have good relationships with the AI opponents, they also give you money from time to time. And I do need that money. Urgent. Let's also move to the other side of the map, where the next crate is waiting for us. At this point, I would like to continue with, once again, some more expansion of my districts. So let's have a block like this here. Oh, we cannot even build it in full. So let's build it like this for now. And then we're out of wood again. This is the workforce that we urgently need. And I'm considering using that forest area now for another woodcutter ASAP. Because we are constantly running out of it.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
And once again, workforce low reduces my income, which is not looking so bad right now. We will also now need to think about an expansion to another island, so we'll need to analyze them again. Let's also finish my Grammaticus that we can finally do right over here, tremendously boosting my knowledge generation in Capua. And with that, we can finish now the next research in 5 minutes instead of 20. And that would be the knowledge generation boost out of the spinners. A festival is happening, boosting my income by quite a bit. And a specialist comes out of it. A physician, yeah, boosting my residences and range health generation. And there we have the procession on the roads of Capua. It's at this point that I would like to start my next smaller production area. And this time it's the pig farms. And the good thing about the pig farms is that they are very fast with what they're doing. So you don't really need that many of them. Let's try to use fields here again. Pig farms. There you go. That's already 4 tons of pig production, right, that we can have. And of course, we're working on the sandals now, which is the next demand that we have. This one also needs salt. And salt needs a beach area. So on the other side of the map, down here, we can have my first salt production. And let's have this one, yeah, closer to that warehouse now. Here, we definitely want to keep a bit of a distance up into the ocean. And here I can have now my salt ponds. They're also rather fast with 2 tons that they produce per minute. And those together lead to the tannery now that we have. And we can build 2 tanneries for 1 pig farm and 1 salt pond, right? 2 of them. And let's just see where we can use them. By the way, I will also need to start adding some city watches now, like this one here, right? And then we can start with the tannery. Probably gonna have them here now, 2 of them. And those 2 will be able to provide 4 sandal makers. Now think about that. And 4 sandal makers only produce 2 tons of sandals per minute though. So we start with 2. And once again, they have a nice income boost that I would like to use without any penalty whatsoever. So I definitely want to use both of them. One I'm going to use here by the warehouse right away. And for one, I've miscalculated this area here a bit. I was hoping that we could squeeze it in, but nope. So I'm gonna actually add some more workforce here and delete this block again for some additional artisan buildings that we can have here, right? Trying to make this one work like so and like so. That should work out nicely. Let's build this one and this one. And this already leads now to at least 1 ton of sandals coming out of these production buildings. And of course, we need to finish this by building that pig farm. Sewing circles, boosting my research generation once again significantly. And it only takes 11 minutes now to finish the fish market instead of the 1 hour that it originally was. So with that, we're getting a nice boost of income there out of the fishery soon. And now the pig farm is working. With the pig farm in place, we now have the sandal production finished. And look at that. Once the sandals are coming in, we're going to get another nice income and population boost out of the sandals and finish the fashion tree right away. Which only leads me then to the last category, the households that we're going to need. For the households, unfortunately, I need to expand to another island. Can't be avoided. We either need olive or we need resin. And yeah, we need to find a suitable location for this. Too early now, I would like to go ahead and upgrade my next houses right here in the town center. They are all affected by my bigger service buildings. And this now opens up the last production chain that we're going to need here. I will also need to get some fire safety in. And the first one can be added here, leading to 200 additional fire safety, which is fine for now. As long as it's not red, I'm not too concerned. Very good. The next contract can be finished, pushing us now to 19,400 denarii. This is probably enough now to settle another island, which will cost me around 20,000. And beside that, we can now upgrade our trading post, doubling my island storage to 75 ton by 75 tons, and gives me catapults as a defense. There you go. Looking much better now.
Has started in your city.
And we're gonna get the first fire. It's all the way out here, outside of the reach of my first Vigiles, so we'll need to add a second one ASAP into this area here. And as we can see, that fire is spreading rather quickly on the highest difficulty setting. The sandals are coming in, so we are pushing our balance further to almost 700 now. Denarii per minute, 700 on the population. And I think Capua is off to a nice start. Next, we need to find another island, settle on it, and start probably with our first defenses down the road. And let's just see what that fire is doing to us. Now, to conclude this episode, let's have a quick look at my opponents. We can see Nefer here. He's probably going to be the most difficult one. And he's already got the villa now situated. A nice fortification around him. I wonder where he got all that wood from. And also, he's got more city districts, right? He's got another smaller village up here. He's got one over there. So he's expanding just nicely and finished himself a shipyard. We also got Concordia over there. She's definitely way further behind. She also has, though, her villa already and some tier 2 buildings here as well. With Sarah, also once again gonna be the more difficult one. She already has a full fortification running, together with a nice looking city so far, or cities you might call them. This is the Anno Extreme Challenge, Anno 117 on the highest difficulty setting. Hope you enjoyed this one. We continue onwards then in the next episode, seeing how that fire goes, expanding to another island, and probably starting with our first fortifications. Stay tuned. Capua needs to prevail. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to 117 Extreme Edition, playing this game on the hardest difficulty possible, no exceptions allowed. I hope you enjoyed this one, thanks for watching again, and we continue, well, with the great city of Capua. Well, the flames, at least, are great in the city at the moment, and so is the destruction, as we already lose the first buildings here in this district over there, despite having also my firefighters desperately trying to douse the flames. The problem though is, that these are tier 1 houses and they crumble rather quickly. Higher tiers do not have the same consequences, fortunately for us. Well, of course, a few flames, well, they just belong to this game, and I don't worry about them one bit. I worry about, though, exploration and getting us a second island in now. That's my goal. And I've decided where we want to settle on the next island. And it's going to be the northernmost island. So I'm going to send my flagship over here. This island is interesting for a couple of reasons. First of all, it has the most mountain and river slots out of all of the islands surrounding us. And as you notice, these are all small islands, right? Because you're playing on the smallest preset. Islands just don't get bigger than this, unfortunately. And in that case here, this one has the olive. This will boost us to tier 3 right away. It has the marble that we're gonna need as a construction material, and it has gold. That's gonna be pretty nifty for some jewelry production down the road. The sturgeon also comes in handy, and beside that, well, it has a lot of space to build up a second city. That's the major goal for this one. Flagship on its way. We continue in the meantime with, well, repairing what has been lost to the flames, and also having more buildings over here, of course, as we need the workforce and the taxpayers. And I'm just glad that we don't have to worry about building roads for now, as we do have a bit of money in at the very moment. They are all being affected by my market right away, and we should, there it is, I finished the municipal research, pushing my market reach even further now. And the fish market was discovered. So the fish market, look at that. That's 200 more denarii coming in per minute now as we breach 1000 coin. We also reach the major imperial city status right away, which is, yeah, decreasing my city parameters once more. So this is getting more severe the further we progress now. Beside all of that, as we can see, we're getting now +3 coin for a fishing hut out of all of these houses here. It doesn't overlap, right? So you cannot stack this bonus, but it's quite a few buildings already that we have here as well. And we should probably also having a bunch of them upgraded, so the bonus just gets bigger and bigger for us. Over here is the next sandbank. I would like to have then another bridge here, like so, that we can add. So for now, I'm not going to do this, but down the road we can. And that means that I do have a bit more space here for some more houses. Though, I would like to keep a bit of a distance there to the river there, or a road, right? Like this. And then probably also here. Can we make this cleaner looking? Like so. Right, that we have a bit of space there as well. There is another city block then that we can have here. And more houses here. Despite everything, we're still constantly running out of logs. So I'm considering adding a fifth sawmill now to my production. We already have one here. So let's have another sawmill here and another woodcutter. And this is the first one that we're probably going to use some reforestation with. Even though, yeah, this is still fine. Let's make a connection here. So both of them now feed my sawmills here and then my warehouse. Ah, the eagle has landed. That is over here in this beach area. And look at that. 25,000 denarii we need to pay for this island. That's more than we have. So we do have a good income. This is also, I think, the best beach we can work with for this city. It's the closest to my capital. This one's too tiny. And this one's too far away to make this one usable for me. Alright, let's get going and expand. And this will push me negative again. But it should be fine.
Your confidence knows no bounds.
Here, we're probably... Yeah, I'm probably going to use the boost that we're getting out of the fishing again. As we move now over here. This is where we have the olive. And this is where I'm also once again starting with some basic production. I could probably have my warehouse. Let's just... A bit further over here, I would like to have it. There you go. So that we start with 1 and 2. We want to have our own wood production here, right? And then also here. Next, we can start with some basic houses once again. How is it called, by the way? Sanctum is not such a bad name. And let's start with the first houses then here. And we definitely will still also need a fishing hut. There you go. And then the first people here. And thus, the city of Sanctum was founded. Gonna take a while for this to make it work. Now, Sanctum also still needs a god. And Sanctum is gonna be a farming island. So once again, I'm gonna go with Ceres. She's just too powerful for that. She's gonna boost my olive production that we have then on this island. And is giving me also the population boost. That means we need not that many residences. Market forces. Now we have that market range increase. So we can check it out again. Yes, very good. Going now all the way into this area for the market. I think we need more research now. It's probably the warehouse upgrade. So we can start doing this down the road. And we started with the first military researchers. That would be the repair crane. And also the encampment. And it's feasible to have the lowest tiers researched first, because as you can see, the further we move down the tree, the longer it takes to research something. So here we do have then already 57 minutes on research, whereas the first tiers here only cost me 4 minutes each, right? So I'm gonna go with the basics, of course, as a priority. Okay, here we do have then the road. Probably gonna be the main road here again. Very good. And then can we kind of like copy this one in somewhere? Oh, not really. I'm trying now to find the second NPC. Like, we only found Valeria right now, but there's still another one, and she's probably in this area then. Because this is the biggest foggy area that we still have. It might be here. But once again, let's try to avoid the Queen Kareems that are roaming around here. They're of course in this area where I need to go now. It's important also because we need more contracts. So all of these cooldowns are too long right now. While the ship is on its way, we continue with some expansion. That is another sheep farm and another hemp farm, so that we can continue producing now more hats. Next artisan district than over there. Close enough to the warehouse. All of this here is covered, really. Probably, yeah, there's another spot here ready for taking. And we continue with a bit more city development. So let's continue expanding that main road into this area, right? And then we have a bit more space now here. I would like to reserve this, of course, for some bigger service buildings that we can add. And this one we have here. And as you can see, we're now moving closer in then to that sawmill there. So we need to make sure that we're not cutting too much into that forest for now. Diana, we have found her. Very good. The second NPC all the way down here with contracts, hopefully, that are good for us. Finally, some crates. Go ahead and do this. Let's hope that these crates are not too far away. There's one. Already discovered it. Perfect. At this point, the pirate is starting to become active more and more as there's more ships now flooding onto the map. Like number 1, there's number 2, number 3. So in this case, it's probably not going to take that much longer for us to, yeah, needing to expand the fleet. Meanwhile, we continue once again with some, well, city expansion in this area here. So we do have the marketplace here still and the pub, right? And both of them are fantastic, but we need to now move them also over there. And there's going to be some overlap. That's unfortunately unavoidable here because of the river that we have, right? So you will have some overlapping there. And we can continue here then with the road, as I would like to do it, to have another bridge then crossing that one. And yeah, also this one I've decided is the villa slot for several reasons. The first one is we can easily defend this one here. Even with a double road, there's enough double wall, right? There's enough space for all of this. And together we can easily defend it here. This beach area is gonna get defended. So in this case here, that should be a nice location. And on top of that, we can already utilize some of that prestige that we need from these houses here that we have then also close to it, right? So I'm trying to find a balance here between making this easily fortifiable, but we need the prestige bonus to advance quickly and also get us a nice reputation in. So let's have this one here at the edge of this small area here. We have a mountain slot here. This might be an aqueduct then, or this could also be an iron mine already, right? So we can decide on that then later. Don't forget, if once I place the villa, we cannot remove it anymore. We cannot relocate it and we cannot destroy it, because if I destroy it, the island is gone and relocation is disabled. I could also have the villa a bit more further in the center, but that would be way harder to defend as there would be several beaches then that can be accessed to the villa. This one here just is very nice defendable for me. Also, since I'm living in here, we have a nice view there to the ocean. That is something I consider as well. Let's build the villa all the way here. Can't be reversed anymore. That's it, right? Cannot remove it or anything like that. And we do get the prestige now. And with that, the prestige is opening and we immediately unlock us the first step here, which is the Ophikia that we need, right? And then we move here further down the road with also specialist slot that we can go for. More important also is that prestige makes it easier for us to keep a good relationship with the AI opponents. So the higher my prestige, the more they respect us, right? And that's also very important to consider for it. Now let's build as many Libertus houses then close to it to maximize that yield.
I dare say the beginning of a mighty legion.
A mighty legion. I'm not that far yet, but there we have them now. Also my first soldiers, the garrison auxilia forces that we can use. On top of that, we can now use the first specialist here. We can always just, you know, relocate them. But for now, I would like to get me my first one in. So the sanctuary, there it is. Liberty and Waiter residences have 30% workforce increase. And this is helping me out quite a bit for all of these houses that we have there then. And then we have also that health boost. Comes in handy as well for all of them. More importantly though are then these officiums. We already have the first one. So we can go ahead with having one then, for example, here in the town center. To once again establish then some specialists. I don't even know where to put one right now. We'll just see. Yeah, unfortunately, timber is still the limiting factor that we have. The more I have here, the better it is, of course. And also the Emperor now introduces himself. And we can, of course, hail him. And this gives me a +1 on the reputation with him. But that's about it. And we get also the first riots, it seems, all the way down here. So the next thing of action would be to implement a Custodia now. And of course the Custodia is something that we can add then right beside my fire station. over there, getting me a massive happiness boost, but also now tending to my rioteers. Finally, after so much time, we can turn in that quest. Get me some more money out of it. Thank you very much. Another contract at Valeria. She has money for us in store, but also a specialist that we can use. A captain, in fact, for ships. So I'm definitely going to get me this one as my next contract. And lo and behold, the first crate is right where my ship is already. Regarding ships, we should start with that production ourselves. So I'm going to have another sheep farm out here. And we need to now start with more hemp plantations. So we have the blocks of hemp already here. And yeah, it's getting a bit nasty now space-wise. I'm going to have me another block of hemps probably here. Or we are using it custom, right? Making one slot here should do the trick. We can even afford 2 of them here connected with that road. There you go. And this already brings in 2 more hemp plantations. And with that also the production of ropes. And bear in mind, 1 hemp plantation is enough for 2 rope makers. So that's already all that I need. And I'm going to have them also once again here. Let's keep a bit of a distance there to be able to add some more roads then. 2 of them. And that's already all we need. And then we also need the sail maker. And since we build a sheep farm, 1 sheep farm can supply 3 sail makers. I'm not going that far. 2 of them should be plenty. And I'm going to have them... Wait a second. I definitely want to have another spinner here. Block spinners. And then we can have those 2 here. And as you can see, there's the city. So we're already moving in here now too. Connecting it with the city. That warehouse should still be fine. The only thing that's now left is, of course, a shipyard. And yeah, I'm gonna have the first shipyard probably here. Before we place it, though, let's make sure that we can still add some harbor defenses then. We are out of research now. We have finished the encampment. So let's just check it out. Let's boost my flagship with more speed. And also more patrols. This is just so that we unlock more tech here, right? And then we could go for the well as the next one. They're easy and quick. And over here, I would like to go with my next unit, the Slinger unit, that leads me down to an increased morale boost and armor smithing. Let's not forget Sanctum. We continue developing this one here. Workforce is now getting more stabilized. We can also start with our first market. And I would probably like to have the market then somewhere here. There you go. Getting me a nice population boost once more. That shipyard is massive, but it's fine to have it here. So let's go ahead and do it. And with that, we are now able to start our own ship production once we have enough sails and ropes coming in. And we can even work on the first warships then. All of this requires a tremendous amount of timber. So I'm considering getting my 7th sawmill going at this point. Yeah, let's have the bridge. Right here. Yeah, like so. And then we're going over to the other side here. Please. Go. 8 tons of timber that cost me again, but that's okay. An investment into this mountainous region, right? And here we have lots of forests that we can use to get the next production going of planks. And I think with that we have now 7 sawmills on the island of Capua. Water Mastery, research with that, the flagship has now 4 full slots. And we can also turn in that quest here. Gives me now another captain that we could also sell. Or we use it for one of my next ships to get 20% more hit points. One thing I could dare doing now is activating passive trade. And we could speed things up a bit by starting to import some olives. Just in case, you know, if a passive trader comes around, we could purchase some olives and speed things up a bit. The same applies for timber, as we always need that. And we could say make at least 100 timber coming in. That city block, or that city district here, comes along now with that market that we finished. And now we can just add more buildings than here. And I would like to have a bit of a higher density here, as this is city center at some point. Finally, in Sanctum, I would like now to start with my olive production. So we're going to use that sand bank here to get to the other side for the 8 tons. And here we can have some proper fields of olive now, and with a central warehouse, of course. And then we should be able now to squeeze us in a few of them. Each one of them takes 2 minutes to process 1 ton. So that's quite a bit if you think about it. And we'll just see how many we can squeeze in for now. 160 fields is also just a bit ridiculous. Very good. The first fields though we have. And each one of them also cost me 3 tiles. And of course we're starting with the first 2. Olive production over here. This leads now to a total production of 1 ton of olives. And right now we do need 1 ton in Capua, so I might even consider doubling this right away.
There is a shortage of...
For research, there's quite a lot of important ones that we have. The wall upkeep I don't care about at the moment. More important already is then the placement of towers in the water. So we can queue this kind of like in here. We need the scorpions first that we need anyway. And down here we got the trireme as my next warship that I would like to queue in. That's the tier 2 warship then. And in order to get to this very important tree here in the economy tab, we need to also start establishing a first trade route then. We still have a bit of time for this though. At this point, we can start building our first civilian ship. And of course, we're going to do this right away. As expensive as it is, we're going to need this for the first trade route. Zara offers me a trade route here with 9 tiles delivery for 2,000. I could do this, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. In Sanctum, we finalize the olive production. The workforce shortage we can solve with building a tavern. And this leads now to enough workforce for full 4 olive plantations. We could even add 2 more than down the road. And now I just need to wait for my ship. In the meantime, though, Valeria has finished passive trade, gets me the olive in, so we can speed things up here a bit. And with that, immediately start now the olive press. Once again, a service building that we should build in the city thanks to its massive health boost. The first one we can already have here right away. And since I'm gonna need 2 anyway, the second one I can then squeeze in happily up here to get me in a lot of people there as well. This leads now to not quite 2 tons, I think. It's actually 3 minutes that we have in processing time, so 1.5. It's not quite 2 tons that we have. And a third one I could still get in over here. So we're cutting into the woodcutter there now a bit. Quite literally. Let's do this. And yeah, I cannot relocate this one. We're looking at still 100% efficiency though. I didn't even notice that my hemp farms were burning down. All the way over there. So I will also need to get me now a Vigilus up here running, otherwise these buildings are burning down. This is quite severe. I was not expecting such a fast burn down. But yeah, my fire risk is extremely high at this point, so I need to get more of them going. On this difficulty, it's quite devastating quickly. And I think we should also have one here, just to play it safe. My trade ship is out, so we can also now start the establishment of my first trade route between Sanctum and Capua. And it's gonna be the olives that are already in. And with that, we also get a trade treaty. Very interesting. We should be doing this with Zara immediately. On top of that, we now have the inspiration finished for this tree, and we can now move into that. Like, for example, we get additional workforce out of the villa. More important though is the safe havens research, allows the placement of coastal production buildings on water. And of course, we want to do this ASAP to get more fish out, basically, because we're running out of shores. Quite costly will be the rebuilding of this area here, because we lost most of it to the fire. I should also work on doubling my tile production. We only have 2 tileries at the moment. So for this, we need to get going here to the other side now for that next water river slot, together with another warehouse that we have in this area, together with 2 tiles. Yep. Also, once again, of course, reducing the fire safety of the island. Neff is increasingly more likely to declare war on you. Oh, thank you very much for giving me at least some hint here. Can we prolong this somehow? Offer him a gift. 10,000. Yeah, we do have the money. Let's give him some money. He likes it, and we push our relationship with him to +6. It's at this point that we can also finally upgrade to tier 3. And of course, we want to do this right away here. With our very first Equests, as they're called. Giving me now, yeah, way too many needs that we need to fulfill. Also quest. And on top of that, we can now go for Albion. The pirate also wants now ransom. We're not gonna do this. But we should prepare probably for some fighting there soon.
You can now travel between.
This is though a nice milestone, because with that we can now go for a lot of different systems. And also the tax income out of them is just very nice overall. Though of course we should upgrade a few more, especially here in the town center and also here, so we get more plebeian workforce. And let's have these guys here also upgrade. Finish that block. There you go. That's already enough, right? Because with that we can also start now the concrete production. A request from the Emperor. 58 tons of rope. What is that? We could try. Let's go ahead and do this. I will need to double my rope production though, at least. So I'm gonna have me all the way out here. We can start with another smaller industry zone. Let's have a warehouse here. And then I'm just basically going ahead and building me more tileries here. 2 of them. I probably will need more hemp production. Don't know, we still have enough hemp. Perfect. There we have the 9 tines of tile. Getting a bit more money out. Very much appreciated. And on top of that, should we gonna go for Albion? Of course we should. And have a look what's awaiting us over there. Before we've seen this, we're starting with a ship here once again, and now we need to get settled ASAP. My opponents at the same time also start right now. So in that case, it's the archipelago again, so we need to make sure that we take an island in the center that is a main island. What is happening up here now? The pirate is getting now closer. Yeah, the pirate is entering our territory. I might try and take it down with my flagship. It's just 1 ship at this point. And there's some fighting. We do have the specialist though in that gives me a hit point boost as well. So this should be easy.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
And down it is. Yeah, 30 tons of sales. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Speaking about that, we should be starting now with the first military ship. This costs me the ropes again. How many ropes do we have right now? 15. Oh, that's all my ropes. Emperor missive or shipbuilding? What's more important? Both are very important. When it comes to Garum, I would really like to fulfill this as well, as it gives me an income and happiness boost. We need mackerel, so I would like to start a passive trade route for mackerel now. It shouldn't be too expensive. Passive trade is a great way of getting resources in that you otherwise cannot get. Let's start with 30, right? The salt production we already have over here. So I'm just gonna boost my salt production here. I'm gonna keep a bit of space to add more buildings down the road there. And then we can get the garum works going, right? Once we have the mackerel in. Now, regarding settling in Albion, I'm probably gonna not wait too long because we got 3 opponents here roaming around. And we need to get one ASAP. This one looks the most promising one. Why is that? First of all, we have the dye plant. This is super important. So I said we are going with the natural alderman population as my goal here. So dye is needed for the trousers. Got some herbs here too. Lots of mountain slots and marshland. But that's not so important. It's also important that we have close by a smaller island that has copper and tin with 6 mountain slots. So this is pretty much S tier small island because you just have a lot of great fertility of a copper and tin. So both of them combined lead to a very good synergy here with those 2 islands. Plus we can leave Albion here with a little arc perfectly fine, right? So this is going to be my selling point. Even if there is a better island closer, I don't care because the location here is great. Yeah, speaking about Better Island, look at that. It's not a lot of flat terrain that we have here, right? So we get this area here for the city, right? We got some marshland here to develop, but it's stretched a lot. So this will be a huge cost for us to expand. And it has this slope going up here, which is looking epic, by the way. No doubt about that. But once again, you cannot really use this for farming that greatly or anything like that. But still, it looks epic. Let's say it like that. So this is going to be my island. Let's settle there immediately before someone else has this idea. We just got to be very careful with the location of the trade post as usual. Do we want to have it here? I think we go. And there you go. We got ourselves the Albion region. I'm super happy about this. We can have our first road then here. With a road going all the way here to the marshes then. By the way, this is just a beautiful island. I have to say this. It's gorgeous. You can make a nice city here for sure. Right? The marsh here, we're going to drain it at some point. So I'm going to try and get as far away from this area here as possible. And then we have then the marsh slot available for draining this here. Right? So this just makes total sense to me. And then we can enter it. Oh yeah, Papua seems to have quite a few problems. But I also need to start here. Let's start with a trading warehouse somewhere here, a bit further away, so that we can start with some logging production. And yeah, let's just reforest this area. I don't care, as we're not gonna develop this here too quickly, right? But of course, we want to develop it as well. Then we have this area here. We need to keep a bit of a space there for some fortifications. Right, so this looks right, and then we can have our city more or less developed here. There's the main road and our first houses. Now, bear in mind, I do not have that much experience with the aldermen, so they have some very major buildings down the road, where we just will need to reserve some space here, I guess, right, to make this work. Then we're gonna have some high up density blocks then, so that I can start with my first service buildings then here. Right, let's get the first ones going. Ladies and gents, with that, Albion comes to life. Beautiful Albion. I'm still torn to decide what is more beautiful. And with that, we get the waiters. And of course, immediately we want to start with the cockle pickers. And as you can see, that bonus that we got out of the research applies here too. Right, so we're getting a nice, juicy income boost out of the cockle picker here. Leads to an immediate boost in income for this island here. Service buildings come in later, right? Together with the swamp buildings. Now people need to move in. Production needs to start. And we will return here shortly. My trireme that we got for free. Let's use this here to quickly scout the central area. And then also this southern area here. Because this is where most of the action will happen for my game. I immediately return to Capua because we need to continue developing this city here as well. And I probably would like to continue with a few more upgrades. But we'll also need to think about the next city district. For this I will probably, I need to reinforce basically every production we have so far. Water placement is not finished yet. So, yeah. Let's have the next fishing huts here. 2 of them. make the connection. The problem is... No, the warehouse. Yeah, the problem is a warehouse, actually. Gonna have me another warehouse here. That's fine. And I'm probably also gonna start now deleting my first timber production. We have enough timber for now, right? And we can use this to easily get us the next block of houses going here, which we're gonna need. There we have the olive press. I'm gonna keep a bit of space there again for more service buildings. Yeah, Custodia there would be great. Vigilis would also work out. And then we have a bunch more. Just as the main road comes together there again. I'm happy that money is no longer an issue for now, right? So we don't need to, well, do the contracts all the time. Now it's all about shipbuilding and defenses. I was focusing more on economy, but we are nicely set up for this. Now we really need to work on our first weapon production, defenses, develop Albion, and this one here with, yeah, the next construction materials and so on. Because I have a feeling that a war declaration is imminent, and Neff, this old pal, he's building up the fleet. I'm so curious how he behaves then going forward. I hope you enjoyed this one as we progress in Anno Pax Romana on the highest difficulty. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to, yeah, Pax Romana on extreme settings, on the highest difficulty settings. We're looking at the harbor of Capua, and a bit of trade is going on. One of my ships is leaving port right now, another trader is buying and selling goods with us, and so far so good. We're alive, at least that's what matters the most. Of course, in this episode, I would like to focus a bit more on the weapon production overall. And for this, we do need to have a look at my iron deposit that we have here. So that's quite a bit, because we got 6 mountain slots available in Capua. We do have not that much workforce for the production though. So this is one of the things that I would like to get started immediately, upgrading a few more of my buildings here to get me the plebeian workforce in. And then we can actually check it out now all the way here. The weapon production that we're gonna need. And coal we already have. That's great, right? Now we just need an iron mine. I would like to have the iron mine all the way up here, where, yeah, it doesn't bother us that much, at least for now. And the iron mine is producing 2 tons of iron ore every minute. That means we can feed 2 furnaces with that. Where should we have those furnaces? We are gonna have them over here. There is another beach area here, and I would like to use this here to get me some more polluted industry in, right? We could even say this one, honestly, now that I think about it. I might actually be inclined to go with this one, because we also have another river as a defense here once the enemy comes in. So I would like to start developing this beach here a bit faster, in fact. So we can go ahead and start with a bit of a road connection here. And then, of course, as always, a warehouse. And then we can already have our furnaces. Now, 2, let's go ahead and push this to 4. Let's also get us an officium in here that we can use to boost these items or these buildings in here with items. And then I would also like to go ahead and have me a firefighter here for sure and a custodia as well, right? So we want to get the services here going right away. Beside that, we need one more thing, and that's the weaponsmith. And of this one here, I'm probably also going to start with 2 of them right away, right next to my furnaces. Bear in mind, 2 furnaces can supply 3 weaponsmiths. The problem here will be the fire risk, the workforce, and the coal consumption. So we need to keep track of all of this. Let's get started though with this one right away. And of course also my firefighter and my police station, so that we have that out of the way. And with this, ladies and gents, yeah, the weapon production in all its glory, giving me the stuff that we need. Another stuff that I need and that I really should get going is the amphora. The amphora reduces the fire risk of every building in the game. Oh my god, tier 2 and tier 3 are on fire now. We got the police, the firefighters though right beside that, and they're already working this. But the fire risk is really getting out of control, right? Like in the first game that I've played, even 2000 fire land safety did not do that much. But here, with that difficulty setting, close to 1000 and the city catches fire regularly. So we need to do something about that. And the amphora it is. The amphora requires resin. We don't have resin, right? Nor can I afford to settle somewhere else, or we do. I could also, and that's what I'm actually gonna do, because I'm not gonna stretch myself too thin here. I'm gonna buy resin, right? It's not that expensive. When we hover over it, we can see it. It's only 16 coin per ton. That is really not a lot. And that's all we need, right? Because the amphora needs clay that we have, and then the potter. The potter, well, that's something that reduces fire safety. So I'm gonna have the potter a bit further outside here. And probably then here, right? So, and I will need to get rid of this road though. Or, since I know we're gonna need a lot of them at some point, let's just have those 6 potters here. They're also getting, once again, boosted them. So now I just need to wait for the resin to come in. Another thing we need to start right away is the concrete production. For this, I need to once again consume a mountain slot. It's gonna be this one, all the way out here, for my limestone, right? So that's this one. And the limestone is producing 2 per minute. There's the warehouse for it. And then we just need the sand refinery. This one's having a bit of an odd number, honestly. It's 45. So I'm gonna need 2 of them right over here to my warehouse. And then we can have the concrete mixer. And with what we have, we can afford, well, in fact, only 2 of them. 3 of them, sorry. Let's go ahead and start with those 3 here. I'm gonna have 4 total here, most likely. We can also then, once again, boost. I think this is gonna be fine. Let's start with the 2 here, the 3 here, and also the limestone is already working there. Yeah, as we can see, this is putting a bit of a hazard there on my workforce. So that's the thing that I will need to do again. We need to expand to another district. Unfortunately, because this once again means that we need to get our production up. In fact, I would like to move into this area now that we haven't touched yet. And we do have 2 ways of getting over there. That's this one. And I'm probably going to use this road here right away. But we can also move up from this area. And I'm going to use both of them right away so that we can use some influences, right? So here we do have the artisan district. Oh, okay. Over the bridge. They don't go that far. And we have the warehouse here, so this river slot can be still accessed towards that. I would like to use this right away for my next clay pit. And as we can see, it can deliver the resources over the bridge then. What a scenic location that is. Beautiful. Alright, can't be helped. We need to settle the next island, and that's here in Albion. I would like to go ahead and do this right away. Arbora Mortis, it's called. And that's the island right next to us, so that we can use the tin and the copper that we have then here. And while we are in Albion, let's also continue with the city development. That's especially here, a bunch more. As long as we have some timber rolling in, I will need to have a second cockle picker. All of this. This road over there. And then we can also start with the first service buildings here now. And that is, of course, the market. And also a bardic hearth. That I would also like to have, yeah, somewhere over there. Beautiful houses in a really epic looking location. And with that, we unlock a few more goods, get over 50 now. And continue with some expansion here. But I probably would like to leave this area here once again for some services. And then we need to wait quite some time anyway for timber to roll in again. With the basic workforce in Arbora, we can start actually. So this is something that is pretty interesting. You can really start with 0 of everything, right? Because you're starting with a bit of workforce. And I can go ahead and take my woodcutter here, right? My sawmill. And with that, we already have now a functioning logging industry. And with that, I can start then pushing some residences here, right? And with that, I can start up a whole town from nothing. Probably gonna have a bunch more here. And then also another cockle picker again. Alright, very cool. We have actually the ropes and the wood for the Emperor. I was not expecting to honestly have them, right? But there you go. And 60 tons of wood. And we need to deliver that to an Emperor representative. I think it's Valeria down here. I continue with my next blocks of houses then. So we can start already with here. And as you can see, we really do need the workforce. And then just some normal houses in this area. Oh no, really? How come? I didn't even do anything. We already leveled up to vast imperial city now. Greatly increasing the risk of fires. It's not gonna get easier here. Let's just have a bunch of blocks then again. There you go. Looks fine to me. Let's build the marketplace. And then also, I think we could build all of them at once. Let's do this. Together with, of course, some fire safety once again over there. And unfortunately, we really need to take a lot of money in our hand right now for building all these city services everywhere, because things are looking a bit worrisome right now when it comes to my parameters. And also, this is something that doesn't really help, as the riots are spreading throughout the whole town right now. Despite having police forces close to it, cannot really do that much. They're just going bonkers right now. It's just also very tight. I need to get the rope makers down again. We had 4 of them, remember, for the Emperor's request. So I'm halving that active force again. To also save me the hemp that we need for more spinners. Without that, we are running out of clothing again. The trireme was discovered. How very nice. The problem is I can't afford it. I will not build one for the moment. This area up here, let's have us a spinner somewhere here. There's the warehouse. So, have it here. So there continues in the city, right? Over there, here we can make the connection now with the hemp plantations. And here we could have potential bridges then over there again. My sandal and my olive production are pretty high, so I could say sell until we have at least 50, right? To make some money again. And the same goes with the sandals, so that we can continue selling them, so we can purchase other things that we need. That district is continuing to collapse. We lose more and more buildings here. Nothing I can do about that, just watch. Probably build me another one. And hope that they work together somehow. We have arrived with the items for the Emperor. Do I need to click on that a second time? Okay. Oh, you're serious? Okay. We need to deliver the wood to the Albion representative. It's not just in Latium, alright. For this, I will need to push my wood production. Damn, this wasn't actually in the quest description, right? You cannot go to the trader to the same trader, it seems, right? Doesn't do anything for me. I just realized that wood is meant by that, not timber. There you go. Also, I've started passive trading now with resin, since none of my islands provides that, and I really would like to get the resin started. So that's now the amphora. For this, we have now everything ready. And in that case, I can now go ahead and build me those potters. We do need 2 tons at the moment in production, which, yeah, is basically 2 of them here, right? And with that already in mind, we have now a amphora production up and running. Should reduce the fire risk. I can also start building my first warships now, the Legio 2, for example. And of course, I would like to do this immediately, as it's a very powerful ship that can help us and my flagship. Next, we have the wood. Let's finish the wall and start protecting our villa, together with also the first watchtowers here. In addition, we can start with the first troop training if we want to. And for that, all we really need is the barracks. That's my very first military building that we have. And I would like to spread them through the city, right? So that if the enemy lands here and destroys my barracks, we can still train troops somewhere else as well. So I'm going to have the barracks all the way here for now, right? And it's a very cheap building, so I'm probably just going to have several of them. And this is an easily defendable area that we have. And Neff doesn't like it so much. And in here we can now start training archers. But as you can see, that's 44 farmer workforce we need for the archers and 44 for the auxiliary. So this is pretty hefty. I do not have the workforce for that at the moment. I do not want to get another farm area going here. So I'm also starting now to buy oats as much as possible, really, because oats are super cheap and we can make porridge out of that. And if I have porridge, well then, I mean, I could just, actually, you know what? I could just try and get porridge in. Why not? It shouldn't be so expensive. Because this gives me an immediate workforce boost. Speaking about workforce, we could also get an officium, like over here, for example. And equip items on it. And we do have someone. We get Brutus over here. And he increases the workforce in residences by 20%. Which is okay. That was 25 Libertus workforce. We can also say, for example, in range, there's the next one, Liberty workforce, another 30% boost. Very good. That was a lot. And in that case, all of them are getting impacted by this. There's also now Ceres with her shrines. We do have some concrete, and she's boosting the health and population of the surrounding area. So this is another easy way to make a bit more workforce coming out. So here we have some districts, right? So with that we're at 48 now, and having one here probably here. Oh, that's not a lot of it though. Right here between them gives me also, oh no, it needs to have a road connection. Would have been too easy. I can take this one and have the shrine in here, getting me another boost. And with that we're looking now at a population of almost 100 liberty, and I would like to use them now in here to build me my first auxiliary infantry and my first archer infantry. And while we're at it, let's also have the encampment. There it is, researched already, perfect, so we can encamp them. Next we have the safe havens, finally, and with this we can have production buildings in the water. On top of that we have now access to the Governor Villa workforce boost of 25 Libertus, and we can also boost my units right away with morale and toughness. The well has been researched. It's an extremely cheap building we can plaster our city with, and it gives me an immediate fire safety in the surrounding area. So whenever we have a bit of space, I would like starting implementing them to further reduce the chances of infernos again. Of course, we should not forget to also upgrade a bunch of my people, because this unlocks me more buildings. Let's have more aqueducts right over here, tier 3. This gives me then soon access to the aqueduct, and to, that's important, the theater. And with that we have it. Ah, Emperor's request. There you go. He loves it. We're not even getting any money out of it. That's the shame of it. I'm just gonna sell the remaining resources. Finally, thanks to passive trading, the porridge is coming in. And this gives me an immediate massive population boost. And with that, workforce. The other problem though is that my city status continues to climb as well. And the next level will just introduce more infernos once more. In fact, the porridge alone brings me up to 260 positive workforce now. That's incredible, and that means that we could upgrade more. But I rather use this for some more shipbuilding, as those ships also require workforce, getting me another trader out there. And there it is, the mighty legion. Well, at least the auxiliary. Coming out of my barracks, and with that our first real military units that we can use to protect ourselves. And of course, we immediately will encamp them right over here somewhere, so we don't have to pay all that upkeep. And yeah, there they are now, halving their maintenance costs for us. Archers on the way already, and since we have the workforce, I'm inclined to go with another unit again as well. Let's face it, my city is not very happy, so I'm gonna go ahead and get me my theater going. This is an extremely expensive building. It cost me 15,000 denarii, and also all the concrete that we have, but it's gonna be worth it because it's pushing the whole city by +3 happiness. And where should we get this one though? I would like to get this as centrally as possible. Of course, I'm gonna remodel that city center here a bit, but I think this is fine because with that we get this whole area in. That leaves me room for another theater here down the road for this whole area then, and these guys here down the road. Here though, we have now the maximum, and in this case we do have, well, space left for the truly massive buildings that we're also gonna see. So I think this is a safe location. Of course, we should be very careful. Once I place it, once I build it, it can't be undone. The cool thing is it even goes to the other side here and will even affect this area here. Don't forget that with paved roads we can massively extend its reach again. So I think it's happy, and let's have a look what effect it has. It also gives me learning and prestige, by the way, so it's gonna boost my research and it's gonna boost my prestige rating, but the +3 happiness is just very nice, and it increases the island happiness by 700. Concordia doesn't like that, it seems. Nice building right here in the center, looking then to this great building over there. And in this case, another thing, while we're at it, I would like to start now implementing my next strategy. Oh, look at that. Thanks to having a new prestige level, we are also getting new treaties. So she requests a trade treaty, and we are gonna do this. Stable economy. And the positives outweighs the bad, so we can go ahead and have our first trade treaty with Zara. And I think Concordia was the same. No, she would not like to do this just yet. And he's basically hostile towards us at this point. Yeah, with that, we have a new party that trades with us. Also, we got the trireme. Our first warship beside the flagship. And with those two ships, I feel a bit safer. And I'm now waiting for the next one. Though every trireme cost me 5,000 denarii. We don't have a lot of money right now, so it's time for some contracts once more. My next archers, or actually my first archers, are coming out. My next unit, that is. Ready to wait here for action. Also, by the way, the amphora is coming in. And with that, a fire safety +1 for every building that uses amphora, which already amasses to +50 fire safety right now. Tendency is climbing. Let's get some contracts with 11 tons of ropes for 3,000 denarii. We should have the ropes, even though I should have probably checked before I accept it, but 11 tons of ropes is easy. We just need to wait a couple of minutes. And there's 4 crates that we can collect for 5,000 denarii. Alright, what's the catch? No, actually there is no catch to this. I'm gonna take both of my ships here, group them up, and then we just go ahead and jolly collect these crates. You can actually shift click through all of them. Right. And then send them to the lighthouse. Running out of bread, so once again we need to push another production, and the problem with bread is that it consumes a river slot. I do have another river slot available here that I'm gonna use now for this. Not entirely sure we have a warehouse close by. We don't. I would like to have a warehouse though somewhere here. That's too far away. Ah, this could be a great location for it, because we have a mountainside here too that might need a warehouse as well. And I will probably... Oh, okay. Have it here. There you go. This works out. This needs the bakeries. Now, I'm not keen on the coin because the bakery also reduces the fire risk. Once again, the fire safety. And that means I need to have it a bit further away. Let's have the bakeries a bit further over here. Like 4 we can squeeze in. We have the warehouse. And we can build 2 more bakeries. Alright, there's not that much more I can do here, so let's jump back to Albion and continue developing our city here. Back to Linda's farm, and here we do have now lots of juicy timber that I would like to use. And we can already now enter the swampland that I would like to do then here. And let's not forget that we are going to drain it, right? So I'm gonna get as far away there as possible to the other side already. And here we could have our first swamp industries, which is, of course, the eel gatherer. And I'm gonna have 1 and 2. Should be fine. Yes, it is. For my current consumption rates. The next one is then the reed shoes. This one requires the reed gatherer. And the reed gatherer is something that needs a lot of space. Trying. Okay. Probably will make it like this. So that I can keep this area available, right? Because we're gonna need this. And once again, I'm starting with 2. For this one, right here in the middle. So that we can have actually 4 2 weavers. And they increase the happiness of the surrounding area. I'm gonna have 1 down here, the harp area. And then we're probably gonna have a bunch here by the warehouse. Just here by the swamp. Arbora Mortis also has its timber in. Don't forget. We had this one here developing from nothing, right? And there's the next research finished. And we probably should also give them a nice marketplace here. To use my workforce or something. Don't forget, we're gonna need this one here for the mining. And as far as I remember, the mining requires your 2 workforce. This is as far as we need to go. And it doesn't take long for us to be able to upgrade here. And yeah, we are going to get these guys right here in the city center. And now we can decide where do we want to go. And I said I want to go with the natural Celts this time around. So the traditional Celts. And in this case here, they also have the cheese production that I'm looking forward to. Immediately, we do get also a bit of a quest. Iron and Fire Festival. And we're getting these beautiful houses here.
Governor. Me and some of the other lassies
On
were
top of
planning
that.
a week.
Perfect. Myth request, what do you have?
Edge.
Deliver 30 tons of iron ore. Yeah, she's planning long term. Now the cheese is something I would like to get immediately going. For this we still need the wattle and daub, tier 2 construction material. For this I'm gonna need more reed gatherers again. So let's have the next one somewhere here. Right, that's 1 ton. Then we have the mud dryer. This one here requires 90 seconds. Oh no, sorry. I think I'm gonna have another warehouse over here now. There's also my mountainside, so I'm gonna combine these 2 things. And then we have here our first mud dryers that I would like to. Let's start with 2. And with this we can have now the laborer's yard, and that is my production for the wetland daub. And wait a second, there we have our marshes, and then we have here our mine. Still squeeze in something there. Let's just see how many I can have here. Probably 3, and the 4th one up there. That is fine for this production. Not gonna be more than that. Start with those 2. And the city service, like a fire station, then in here. Once we have unlocked it. The reason why I'm doing this is because cheese is extremely valuable when you look at tier 3 residences, population, income, and prestige boost. And not just a little. So I really want to get this one finished ASAP. We can turn in our contracts for a bit of money. Next research is actually really powerful, and that is the available patrol increase for the fire station and for the police station, meaning you can have additional patrols going out fighting fires and riots, which speeds the whole thing up again. I would like to prepare my armor smithing, and with that we can also get the legionaries on the way. Of course, I want to continue with my city expansion as well, so I just love that we have now double bridges. And we can now have the main road continuing all the way in here into my farmland already. We do have some of those buildings now affecting this one, so I would really like to make use of that. And adding me a bunch more buildings here. And probably more. Let's build all of them. get them going right away. And of course,
Has started
we also want to have then a marketplace and a pub. And I'm probably going to have my firefighter and custodian in here as well right away for this new district, together with some artisans then over here. And don't forget, these farms will not stay here forever. So, you know, right now we are coming together with this farm. But of course, that's only a temporary thing. Wait a second, my mistake. Lost me some timber there. But there we have the banks. For this reason, I would like... I mean, we're gonna have a bridge here. Like so. So this is another main road. And I think this is not entirely possible here, is it? Nope, it's not. But I still want to have this connection. There you go. And then we can add more buildings now here. Night's Watch, very good. This is all just important to stabilize the city. And then we have also this one here. The health area of effect of the Medici is increased by another +1. Considering that we have Medici in the whole city now, this is a very powerful upgrade. Another important thing, let's fortify the harbor area. We got the first wooden archer tower over here now. And unfortunately, they have a pretty big radius where they exclude each other. So I think I can only really fit in 2 in total here. And then another one probably here. Right, and each one of them costs me workforce again and income. But it's important. Now this is very unrealistic. Why do we level up? We haven't reached the milestone. In fact, we're losing population right now. Why am I a minor megalopolis right now? I was not leveling up the population there, right? Okay, for me, I need to understand right now why I jumped 400 in Libertus workforce. When in fact nothing happened. We are not even having the porridge in right now. Is it because... Oh, wait a second. We reached a milestone. Yes, we reached the Conferatio milestone. This gives me a +2 population per building. Oh my. Alright, thank you, Ceres, for this boost. That pushes a Capua right away to 3,300 people. Unfortunately, makes everything worse again for my city statuses. I can't get this stable. Well, anyway, so far so good. I didn't expect this to be easy. Hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Anno 117 Pax Romana on the hardest things possible. Well, the hardest part right now is my own city, is fighting my own city with, well, their fire safety, with their health problems, and also with my finances. Because despite the fact that we got 25,000 denarii, we don't have enough money right now to settle on another island, which is something I should consider. I mean, look at the opponents. They have multiple islands at this point, and I'm just sitting at 2. And this will definitely limit me in the nearby future. So settling on another island is one of my goals. The other goal is increasing the size of my fleet. For this, let's push out the third warship that I would like to get going now. And every one of them, yeah, costs me 35 farmers, which is just a lot. And workforce, it's the biggest problem really that we have. So I would like to continue expanding my city to its limits, right? So yeah, we have clear limits where I can settle, and then that's it. I think for this city center or for this city district, we're already well equipped. I can increase the range a bit by having then some paved roads later down the road. But yeah, that's pretty much all I can do right now. I'm probably gonna keep a bit of a distance here for another service area. And that's about it, right? And then we might have something bigger over there as well. I can turn in the next contract again to get me some more money. And as we can see, there's Kaizo, and he was trying to attack me here. But with a bunch more ships, it's getting harder for him now to achieve that. Let's get them back home, because I still have few specialists that we can also equip. The Legion has been researched. That's pretty great. So I would like to continue now with my soldiering, and that means that we are starting now to have the armory. So we already have the furnaces rocking. Also coal I can see is going down. I still have another slot up here where I can have the next charcoal burner for the 83% efficiency we can squeeze out of this. And then we basically need, well, reinforcing my salt production that we have here. We should be able... like this. It's possible, right? To get this one going. Then I need to have another pig farm. We still have one more lined up down here, ready for building. There is a bit of a bug here that if you blueprint the pigs, the farms disappear once you actually build the building. So I need to build them again. Not a big deal when you know it, but it was a bit distracting at first. The same applies to mountainsides, by the way. So if I place this one here now as a blueprint, and then I'm trying to build it, it's not possible, right? So I always need to build the farm outside of a blueprint. Then it's working. The same appears for the farms. Funny bug, that is. That's my salt. And now we can go ahead with the tanneries. We already have 2 here. The tanneries do have, though, the penalty for the surrounding area. So I'm also going to move any future tannery now over into this area, because I really don't want to mess around with my population. And then, last but not least, we already have the armory. Once again, something I could have in the city for the income boost, but I'm not doing this, because this was just increase my fire possibilities again tenfold. Let's have one for now, and another one in blueprint here. Because I'm not entirely sure how many of them I'm gonna need. I just know that I'm gonna need a few of them. Alright, my first trading ship is going down. Yeah, pirate gets more active now. I will not be able to save this one here, so we're probably gonna lose that. Not the biggest issue. It's a bit annoying though, so I will also need to build me another civilian ship. We already have one more waiting. Probably will need to do some patrolling out here. Get things done. Alright, once again we upgraded our city status. This is a bit confusing right now. It's because of religion. So we pushed again beyond what's possible with... we push to the next tier with the religion, and sometimes we drop again. Right, that's because of my belief penalties that we get right now. And outside of sickness. But workforce is now golden. Let's build me one. And with that, we have now, yeah, an armory production up and running. Since we do get a bit of surplus leather out of this one now, so it should be twice as what we need. So we got the 3 and the 2 are being used. I could actually get some sandals in, right? We are producing 1 ton of sandals right now. So let's use that to get me another sandal production up. And this is something we definitely should have then in the city, thanks to its population boost. Income boost. I think here in my smaller artisan district, this looks nice. And with that, we get the next sandals coming out of this. Let's have the first Medici here. I didn't even had one yet, so I'm gonna have this one here in my service area with the fire station and the police station to also give me a nice health boost there. And make sure that we can fight off diseases. I got one here, one here. We could have another one up here, but that's not the block for it. This is the one. And does this one have one? Already have one here. Perfect. We have lots of farmer workforce, so I would like to use this to upgrade a few more people. Especially here. And then also over here. And... oh yeah. And there my ship sank. Where are my warships though? Because... okay, I told them actually to attack. And now he's... actually, he's attacking my warehouse. How dare you? And we are under attack for the first time. I do not have any other warships right now available. They take quite some time to build. Okay, there we're coming in. This might be pretty dangerous for us, since those ships are doing a lot of damage. They can continue shooting while they're on the move, right? Okay. Look at that damage. That's taking me by surprise there a bit. Okay. You should be able to shoot though, please. This is also strange, right? when you tell them to attack and the pirate ship stops, my own ship also stops. When it just should keep up. Okay, let's get the loot. Hopefully there's something nice here and repair my ships. So I'm just glad that we also finished now the research on repairing, right? So I can have my repair station. I'm probably gonna have one here. Because I don't have space there anymore. So I'm gonna have the first one here. And I still cannot build on the ocean, right? So I will need to have this one there. What did we get out of it? Please tell me something nice. 5 tons of sails is not something I can live with. And more sails. Let's keep the ships here to repair, lick my wounds. We continue in Lindisfarne because we have developments here. And that is the Wettle and Daub. And look at that. What is going on with him? Neff. He's got now 1, 2, 3, 4 islands that I can see at least. He's probably got more than that. This island is not great that he took it. Because getting out of this region will be a bit more difficult then. The first one is that we can upgrade more people again, which is something we should absolutely do to get more smiths that we're gonna need here. And second one is now that we can start with the cheese production. That is something I would like to absolutely do. And we can also have the service buildings now. That is the Phantom for the knowledge boost, but also the recreation ground. And I think I'm gonna go with this one as my primary, service building right here in the center. Make a good connection here, boosting my city statuses for this one. The Phantom can be also built a bit further away over here, but for this we need tiles that I don't have at the moment. Now let's move a bit further, into the marshlands again, because we are about now to build my cheese production. I think we can enter here again. There you go. Yeah, with that weather it's hard to read. And move all the way here for another warehouse now. And then we can start with that. And the ox farm is something you need to build in the marshes. And it has a ratio of 1 ox farm to 2 cheese makers or dairies. And let's just check out how much we need in Capua. Because right now my cheese demand is not even a ton, right? So we can calculate with 2 tons. And Lindisfarne also should get its cheese. So I would say, yeah, with 3 tons I would be way too much already. But I would be safe. So let's try that. That means I need 3 ox farms. So that's actually not that much when you consider all things. Number 1. Number 2, right in here. At this edge, and then we could have a third one right across it. Right over there. And that's the whole cheese production we're gonna need for now. That's a lot of workforce that we're using. So I will probably need to continue my expansions. I'm just gonna have me another block over here. Let's build them. We'll need to keep expanding a bit further over here then. Right. Where we have then the road. And somewhere along the line, so let's just have them here being blueprinted. Probably a bigger block like this. With some ornaments in between. That's this area here, the major colonia. And then we can have a nice marketplace over here again to boost my population. Sanitary measures has been researched. That's great stuff, really. Nice booster. Getting this health boost for all of that. By the way, the Vigiles have something similar, so I'm considering going for this. We need another Officium permit, 12 minutes, and then we got the fire safety increase, 18 minutes. That's gonna be pretty nice. And the same we have here with the day watch. So let's also go ahead and get this one in. Now for the dairies, they have a very good bonus to happiness. So I would like to have me a warehouse somewhere here probably, right? So that we can supply all of these dairies. And we're gonna need a lot of them because they don't produce that much. So 6 would be my minimum that we can have. Though I'm not gonna build 6 right away. I'm gonna build me 1 here. And I'm gonna build me another one here. And the third one probably somewhere down here in the harbor area. Right, so that's half of that. And then we can have a bunch of them once again here in my artisan area that we have. And let's just squeeze some 3 in here as well, just along the marshes. That should do fine. The production will be now at 2 tons, right? So as you can see, Lindisfarne is satisfied with that, which is also now their next demand. Population and income boost, and also food is then finished with them already. Let's also go into this beach area there a bit in Lindisfarne. I'm probably going to use this area, this road, because we're going to need more cockle pickers. That's something I can have then here. Can we build them already here in the ocean? No, we can't. Cannot do this. And another eel grabber here. And this one's actually getting touched by this warehouse. Perfect. That means we can have a bunch more houses over here as well, because we need the workforce. Now, the dairy is only with the smiths, so I can build at least 2 more. Right? With the oxen, it's still absolutely fine. And we now have a production of probably close to 4 tons now. And now we can establish our first inter-regional trade route. And the shrew might be my go-to here. Could be quite a dangerous trade route. We're gonna need this one not only for the cheese though, but also for the discovery in the research tree, so that we may continue with more tech. And let's just see if we have the entry point here. We are between Neff and Stara, and if we are up here, we take our island and Sara. I'm not expecting to go with Sara just yet. Neff might be a problem, but Sara is certainly not a problem. So in this case, the shrew, you can start on this. And the shrew is now going to take the cheese 2 times, because the volume will go up. But he's also going to take me some tiles that we bring back, because I do need them. And I might also consider getting some weapons over to Lindisfarne to start my own army over there. Let's establish this. And there's the discovery, the Albionic researches, and with that, the production is running. What we need to do though is also setting a minimum of stock, right? So I'm gonna say 10 tons minimum here in Lindisfarne, so that we don't deplete anything. By the way, in Albion, it's gonna be way more problematic keeping this trade route safe. So the exit point will be in the far south. As you can see, that's quite a distance to cover though, and we got this Neff Island here in between. So I'm really worried about that. And that means we will need to also start the ship building in Albion. I didn't do this last time I played this game, but it's absolutely necessary at this point. So I'm gonna get me a shipyard over here as well. And for this we need to start our own production. Yeah, probably right here. I mean, why not at the edge of town? It's really not a big production that we need for that, right? So 1 hemp farm can actually supply 2 rope makers, which should be fine already. I'm gonna have me that one here. Yeah, I could even have a second one in here, no props. And for the sail maker, I need exactly 1 sheep farm, right? And this can already supply now 3 sail makers, in fact. In my new beach area on the other side of Lindisfarne, we can have then the production. So up to 3 would be the case for this, right? We will definitely need to have... Oh, I still don't have the vigilantes. Alright. Let's have the police in here. And then we have the sail makers, and now I need the rope makers again. And there are once again these very long buildings. Let's have 3 right here. And that's the maximum that I'm gonna need if I build another hemp farm perhaps, but yeah. That's the maximum. Means also, up to this point, we can probably expand the city, because I'm not intending to make this bigger than it needs to be. Right? And up to this point, we could add some more buildings. Main problem is that for all of that, we need tiles, right? So I need to wait for that ship to arrive. Back in Capua, my ships have been repaired. My third warship is out, so we got a jolly good band here now. Of an attack force, a striker force that we can use. And I will also need to, yeah, get my olive trading back online. And for this we have finished another Pentaconta, and off it goes. And there are no pirates here at the moment, but there will be there again. So of course I need to continue building more warships. We can and should afford 2 more. Very good. These 2 I will use as patrols then. Next is something that I absolutely should start now, and that's finally the aqueduct, right? And we do have the materials for that. And we can start with having the first aqueduct source over here. This makes the most sense to me because it's pretty high elevated, and aqueducts need elevation. And I can take 1, 2, and 3 districts in with that. So this is a very powerful aqueduct source. The only thing is I thought I had another tile available here, but I don't. So I need to delete this road here. And probably this one here too. They still have the road on the other side though. Like so. And here we're pushing now through the aqueduct then. The biggest challenge really is the aqueduct construction. So we're gonna have this one going then down over here. And then hopefully we can do it like so and like so. Yeah. Okay, so I can have one here. And this continues, and unfortunately this has not been fixed yet. I would love to have a solution for this, so that it makes it easier to build me my aqueduct over roads, right? And let's just find out. So this one spreads then to that side. That's possible, perfect. But for now, more important to me is the city center here. Looks like a great location for my first aqueduct cistern, with the health and fire boost we're getting out of this. And the second one, I would like to then move over here. Let's try also to keep it clean somehow. And now we can move it all the way in here, right to the cistern, right? And then we have the second one. This could be a bit more nasty. We'll just angle this to keep. There's gonna be the next cistern down here. So we can take all of this in here. Very good. And also, very important, these blocks here, right? Because those buildings might need then something from us. All right. That's a problem. I could make it like so. You should still have a great radius. There you go. And of course, don't forget, this is only the basic range. We can increase the range then with upgrading roads, for example, greatly. So that's just the basic stuff. And then let's have this one. Yeah, probably here. Please work. Water cannot flow uphill. Yep, I was expecting this error again. That's happening when you make that in the water, right? There it is. This one works now. Though it's not entirely clean to me. There you go. The cool thing is, actually we can continue then here with the aqueduct into this direction to have another cistern here, right? So this is entirely possible. I might just need to delete a building there. But overall, I think I'm happy with how this is turning out. And we can start now. This area we could also use then right away, but let's just see how expensive that's going to be, because the aqueduct is just ridiculously expensive. And here once again we do have that bark that I cannot build it blueprinted, right? So there it is. And let's go ahead and make this into a jolly good aqueduct. And just look at those costs. Might be running out of timber rather than concrete. Is it connected? Not yet. Now we have the connection. There it is. Barely, you can barely feel it, right? But we can see that it adds now 300 fire safety and 300 health safety to this area. I can also finish this really short route here, down there, right? We'll get this district in. And don't forget, once again, with a bit of a street upgrade, we will easily get over there. So that's something. Thinking about the street upgrades, we could queue them in now. The paved roads. And we do have armor in, by the way. So let's start with the legionaries and get me my first legion out. This will take me 44 plebs. So that's the next tier of soldiers, and they're gonna be quite powerful. For this, however, let's upgrade a few more. And then I would like to continue with my aqueduct into this direction. Poof. And with that, this area is also now satisfied with that. And despite its huge bonuses, right, we're still having huge problems as well. But we're getting there. It's also quite paramount that we continue upgrading to tier 3, because this unlocks us more important buildings that we're gonna need. So especially here in the town center, I would like to continue with that right away. This unlocks me now the toga and the silver brooch. Or brush. And guys, around the theater, looks nice. And then we can have more Libertus upgrades over here and over here. So the inner city, as usual, gets priority here. Yep, there it is, toga, and also the tablet or the fine glass, depending on what we want to go for. The problem is now, just as I expected, we are out of islands. This one here was my next goal now. The Sandorag was very important to us, and unfortunately Concordia took it over, right? This is a major problem. I do not have any islands anymore. The AI settled islands way faster than I anticipated. And now we would have the money, but it's too late. I should have focused more on that. With that, we have no Sandorags, no Murex, and no grapes, which that's gonna hurt us real bad. I might need to declare war for this island. The Mighty Legion is ready, and this time for real. We got the legions, the legionnaires, and yeah, the backbone of my army. This is gonna be. And also quite expensive. 280 they cost in upkeep, and 140 when you sell them down. Cannot afford too many of them at this point. We should really also add more service buildings to my districts, like my sanctuary. That is not really giving me the biggest bonuses, but the belief and happiness boost are important. So I'm considering adding them to my city wherever possible. Back in Albion again, I would like to continue with some additional productions that we can add. So the first one is the trousers. That is something we have easily available on this island. And the other one would be then the drinking horns. They will unlock over time once we, first of all, upgrade a few more. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade here in the city, especially a few. There you go. And with that, the drinking horn has been established now. It also needs the ox. That's a great coincidence, right? But it'll also then need my secondary island here with the tin farming or the tin production. And as you can see, now we do need the smiths here and the wetland daub. We do have that. Luckily, we already started with a village over here to get the basics done. And yeah, besides, of course, adding a few more to be able to upgrade more, we need to provide at least something else, and that's the rechoose or the tunics. And since we have a good amount of marshland here available as well, I would like to, of course, have the rechoose as my production for this, as that is more valuable. And by the way, don't forget, we can also have a bread production in Albion without any fertility. So this is what I would like to reserve any surplus green area that we have. Right? That's one reed gatherer. We probably will need not even a ton of rechoose. So I can have me one down here and one up here to get this production finalized. And with that, we'll be able to upgrade shortly. Now let's move up here. All the way up. And have this one there. And I think a bardic heart might also be something. Also a nice population boost coming out of this. So very important that we have this one rolling in. I like how steep it goes up there suddenly. This looks very tilted. Jumping around a bit right now, but that's unfortunately necessary. We got the first two or the next two warships finished. And we can now get them over here and start a nice patrol. Probably starting here, right? starting here, and then we're going all the way up here this channel to probably this point. And we'll just see if those two are fine for that. This is a very important channel for us in the future because, first of all, we do have the connection now with Sanctum, but it's also the trade channel here to Albion for us, right? So there should be, there it is, my ship on its way right back to Albion with the weapons and the tiles on board. And 50 tons of weapons is fine for the first one, but for the second one, I'm gonna say a minimum stock here once again of weapons in Papua of, let's say, 70 tons, that we have always something available for towers and soldiers and stuff like that. And for the tiles, I'm also gonna say a minimum at least of 60. To have always room for construction. Otherwise, that trade route to Albion would deplete me of my storages, which is not the goal. Next, researches after the paved road. Since I might need to go to war against Concordia, I would like to prepare my troops for this, and that is with an archer upgrade. So archers have 50 more morale, and we can also do an increased torching speed out of my infantry, so that we can speed up taking down defenses, because I will not be able to get catapults in for the foreseeable future. By the way, now that we have a bunch of warships, it might be worth it taking down those Queen Kareems that are roaming around. So let's try this one with the 3 that we have. Perhaps we can do it. And I would also like to continue now my expansion all the way down here to this beach area. Now with every beach area, it's super important that we have a warehouse situated there that we can use then for potential beach productions, right? And next we can have this main road going all the way down and then continuing happily and jollily with my area. This is a Medici house, so I'm considering getting this into a service area once again, right? That we can use. And then we can just, yeah, add more buildings like this one. And close this then off. This goes off into my farm area here. And then we have this. By the way, there is gonna be the next aqueduct source coming into this district then. And we might also try and pushing some of my farms with the tech that we have. So that's something we can absolutely think about. Let's close this one. Might actually... No. As this one continues down in a straight line. Then we can have more workforce. Boy, I need so much more workforce. Gonna have me a big block here. So we can add. Let's actually get rid of that, because this is a nice area for something smaller. I haven't really focused on decorations so far, because the clock is always ticking. Let's have the marketplace. We have one there already, so I will probably just need one more here, and that's it, right? For this whole area. And the same goes with the tavern. Let's have one here too. The Harbor Tavern. The local one. This one I can block off once again for some services. And then I would like to have another... Can we make it like so? By a whisker. It's not working. I can make it like so though. There you go. Getting into a nice new district. And yeah, we will need some space here, because with so many buildings you definitely need some services that we provide over there. We'll just... There we got here. Another row, and I think here we just make another block. Should be fine. Very good. We'll just see what we add here. There's still a lot of things. A sanctuary, for example, I can definitely think about. Even over here, we will need room for cistern, stuff like that. And with that, the city continues to grow nicely over into this area now. Right, and I think in the next episode, yeah, it's gonna be a bit more conflict oriented. Because what needs to be done for the glory of Capua. We probably will need to take an island by force. Hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Ah, what a fine day it is in Capua. The sun is shining. These stones are warm, I guess. The fish is tasty and it's so calm. The calm before the storm, you might call it, as yeah, someone is not gonna have a good time right now somewhere else on this map. And of course, I'm talking about Concordia, because her island right next to me has juicy fertilities that we need. And on top of that, she's got no defenses so far. It's one of the few islands, in fact, that has no defenses, as the AI usually builds up defenses rather quickly, making it harder for me to conquer it. She didn't do this just yet, so let's go ahead and go for Concordia and go for her island here. We can enter the war declaration menu right away. It's gonna be, well, we can actually say a limited war, or we can say an all-out war. Of course, for ours, a limited war is absolutely fine, so this is what I'm gonna do. This also makes it less like, or actually more likely, that she will come to terms again with us, right? And let's also march in right away. The goal is to destroy the trading post and get my troops over there. In a limited war, you cannot attack civilian buildings. The trading post, though, is not a civilian building, right? It's a defensive building, in fact, because it also can fire. It has a catapult there. And you need to destroy it. So either you win this island by taking down the villa, or if there's no villa, then it needs to be the trading post. And that's about it. The Emperor, look at that. Do it to increase reputation, we reach a better reputation status. He loves it when I go to war with someone, and he actually gives me a supporter reputation now. Thank you very much for this, Your Highness. Now, we are going in here, and of course, this will be easy peasy. And as we are in a limited war, nothing else should really happen. Let's just hope that she's not attacking though. So, of course, I'm going to keep a close eye here on the ocean, right in front of us. That's the important thing. The island siege is basically over at this point. We have taken it down. We haven't lost a ship as far as I can see. And my troops though need to be now in reach for the trading post to conquer it. And now we can start with the conquering. The ships do not count as far as I know. Right? The ships are just there to support, but that's it. Alright, and once this is over, we have this island here. Now, legatic research has also been finished. The torching speed has been finished. There it is. So we can now torch buildings faster. And the paved roads have been researched. We are now working on the happiness boost for my Custodia. After a brief time, we can take over this island here. Now we have an option what we want to do. Do we want to spend money here and take it over for good? Do we want to spend reputation and take it over this way? Or do we want to raise the island so that it can be settled again? Or do we want to put it into a vassalage? That means this island will remain under its current owner, that is Concordia, but she will have to pay me a fee. I'm of course going to take this one over, and we're going to clear the island as well, because the few structures she's got there are worthless to me. And that's it. We have this island under control now. It has the Sandrex, it has the Murex snail, and it has the Sanderac fertility. So that's going to be quite nice for us. Also, it has 2 mountain slots over here. Not that it has any special ore. As we can see, there's no iron ore or anything like that. But a limestone deposit always works out. The first thing, of course, that I can do in Aquae Sirius is starting a bit of a timber production once again. Make this as independent as possible. And also then, let's actually just go with 1. And then we can already start with some production here and some city building. Very good. In the meantime, my troops return home. My other ships will now continue taking down these Queen Kareems. So that's another thing. Been going on for quite some time now. And I really want to make sure that we finish this quest. And with 4 ships, this should be possible. Next, let's head back to Kapua, because we have a lot of things to do here right now. I am implementing a flax trade route. A flax automatic trading. So we're gonna buy 100 flax, right? Whenever there is something. By the way, you can also say for all goods, always sell when you're above, for example, let's say 130 goods, right? We can even say 120. That also includes though my construction materials. Can we already upgrade the trading post? We cannot do this. Ah, there it is. It's pretty far away still. So the next upgrade is not gonna happen for now. But to get my storages higher, we could also work on our first depot now. There it is. That's a quick research, and building 1 will be great for us. Now, there's a trade already happening. Oh yeah, you can see there was lots of trading now. And it's kind of like working like the Docklands now, right? What we have here. And I'm just gonna say now, all goods are being sold whenever they're above 130. So that we have always like, yeah, enough construction materials available. For the single goods, we are now importing the flags whenever up to 100. Because the problem remains that we are missing it, right? So none of the islands that we have now has the flags. So it's really, really important that we get this one in for my next constructions. For the tablet, we have now the Sandrag Nursery. So let's get some building materials already over to my, so let's say 50 and also some tiles. And get this over here to start this new production. By the way, I might also take some concrete, right? Just so we get this going. Probably should have raised the island for good and built the trading post here. Would have been more likely, but if I do it now, we need to pay the money again, so I'm not gonna do this. Okay, there's the depot. That's a really important innovation that we have. And this jolly good thing, yeah, let's just squeeze it in over here. Gives me 100 tons extra island storage. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much for this. There is the attack on the Queen Kareem, and it is taking a lot of damage. In fact, it will destroy one of my ships. I could flee with this one now. The problem remains that... Actually, we should flee over there. The problem is that it cannot fire then so much. So we'll just try to get in from behind. But holy cow, it's doing a lot of damage. That's just one of them. Right, there it is down. And let's just see what it has in store for us. Probably just the proof that we took it. Yeah, that's it. So there's still another one now, somewhere out there, that we need to take down. And let's also go ahead and get me my ship going. 22,000? Was it really that expensive? This seems... No, something is wrong here. It's probably because there's an unrest. So this is all much increased in cost. Yeah, because it wasn't that expensive. Now, with the upgrade of the paved roads, it might be worth it now starting to selectively upgrade some roads to extend the reach of my service buildings, right? It's especially also here by the theater. So every tile that we have gives me an additional reach for the theater, so that we can, for example, have this one now reaching all the way over here. Great stuff. And I'm pretty sure that when I upgrade it all the way over there, we get even more in. These guys here are also now affected by the theater. This is just massive. The happiness boost, and it's really something you should focus on as well the moment you have that. And I'm also gonna have this one then here, so the inner center, right? But as you can see, it's quickly depleting my concrete, so I'm not gonna have it too much further. Probably all the way over there, right? To get also these guys in now. That was very powerful. There was 500 additional happiness now coming out of these upgrades. So that's something to take note of. Now, next in line, I do want to get the new production on, but check it quickly. He's not gonna attack anytime soon. Back in Albion, this is where something is really nicely is happening, and that is, of course, so first of all, he's completely dominating Albion at this point, right? There's been no war, so that's great, but you can see where it's going. Concordia, funnily enough, has also several islands. And this one here is pretty neat for the tin deposit, right? And her main island, yeah, that's out of reach, of course, for us for now. As long as we don't have any siege weapons, you cannot really take over these walls. In the meantime, we can now start with the stuff that's really important here. And that is, first of all, my ship production. So let's get the sheep farm going and my farm. So with the sheep farm, once again, we have this bug here that the fields disappear, but it's okay. And the hemp farm, we have that. Let's have the rope makers. I'm considering 2. And the sail makers here. The production is very slow for these. So 2 will be fine. Together with now finally our city services that we can add. Right, so far we cannot do this, and now with the tiles it's possible. Last but not least, the shipyard in Albion. And together with that, we probably should also start adding some defenses here. The defenses are quite expensive, as they cost me farmers, and a lot of them too. But they're super important because they increase your defensive rating, and it's less likely then that the AI goes to war with you the higher your defensive ratings are. I'm still a bit surprised how expensive they are right now. So that's a lot of waiters, in fact. So I should probably I still can have a bath hut here. Yep. Oh yeah, we haven't done this yet. So this gives me a nice bonus there. Again to my population. Right, so we can have it here because we're gonna have a bunch more houses here. And there's then also all my workforce coming in. And tier 2 buildings we have now. That's the Phantom and the Recreation Ground. Both of them are already in place. Next we have now my production that's really mattering. Because we have the wetland daub in as well. And that is of course now the sheep farm. We have one sheep farm here already. So I could just have the second one here as well. I mean, it's the natural Celts, you know, so why not? There you go. It's integrated into, into a residential block, right, for the sheepies. The problem is public unrest also comes in here now. We have a happiness of 300, so I'm really surprised that they're going to ride against me under these conditions. Tech-wise, I would also like to go for another workforce boost out of the villa and this one here, the warehouses. We have a lot of warehouses at this point, so this tech makes a lot of sense since the workforce and the upkeep reduction come in handy. For one warehouse, it's of course, yeah, negligible, but for a lot of warehouses, we have dozens at this point, it adds up. So this is a very powerful discovery here that we can do. And in a longer distance, what I can also see here is this very important one, the aqueduct boost for farms. Gonna take another 13 minutes to complete, and once this comes in, we can tremendously boost all our farms, and that's especially important in this area as I'm running out of space at this point, especially for my hemp and for my grain, and I really cannot afford to just endlessly import stuff all the time, right? So I will need to make sure that we can boost this one, and thanks to the aqueduct, this should be possible shortly. Actually, here we could have a smaller boosted farm area. We'll just see how we can do this. Now, at this point, also, the ride is gone. And look at that. The costs have been reduced again, luckily, because I was partly already expecting these costs were permanent. Let's get another smaller civilian in again, and then another bigger warship once more. And here we also took care of yet another pirate. The pirate is really strong in this game. Because he's doing a lot of damage to me. To all of my ships, just one of his ships. So, yeah. Let's just check it out. We still have one more. Oh no, we took care of both of the ships now. That was the Queen Kareem. I was not expecting this. Did we get a reward out of that? Anything useful? I don't think so. Any specialist that is new? No, not really. Back in my Celtic town with the... I'm really still also struggling a bit with meeting demands all the time, especially with all the workforce we need. Getting quite difficult because look at that. Just a few buildings more totally whacked my consumption rates again. So the eels is something I need to push once more, and the eels just take a lot of space. Of course, also having a reduced workforce right now further adds to the problem. So that's another thing I need to do over here. So let's just add a few more blocks of houses that we need. Right, and we could think about providing... Yeah, the tunics don't really give me anything. So there's really no other way of pushing my population here. I would still like to finish the hosier now, so the trouser production. The demand for trousers is 1 ton now, which is actually really high considering how expensive it is. So I need at least 2 of them. One could be placed right up here. Yeah, somewhere here. We already have some production buildings there. And the other one, once again, down here in my harbor area. That's the one. I don't know why it's so gray. Is that a skin? It looks like there's a color missing on these. It almost looks like it's a blueprinted version, but it's not. But it lacks the color, if you see that, right? So it's gray. Gray. Now, in that case, we still need to provide now the dye. Luckily, we have the dye fertility on this land. The question is, once again, where? I'm gonna need 2 of them for now. So I'm thinking either over here or up here on that hill. Yeah, let's actually move up here on the hill now. So we have the main road here that goes then over like this. All the way up here on this mighty forest and mountain. And let's actually not get any further and have my die somewhere here close to the cliffs. It's 100 field each, so that's manageable for what I can afford. There you go. Got some die fields here now. All the way up there. That's a seriously beautiful scenery here. With all the elevation. It's crazy how good this game looks to me still. Fantastic. And from up here, it really feels like you're above the cloud. Fantastic. The trousers coming in will be another nice income boost and population boost for the smiths. And yeah, that's, I think, about it for now. And next, we could then work on the drinking horns, which is the next one. Yeah, also, it leveled up again to a major imperial city now as well. Fire safety is fine. Happiness is really fine, considering all things. Island health is the only problem. And we do have now the medic house that I would also like to go ahead with. Yeah, as centrally as possible, so I'm just going to delete me some waiters here, as I do want to make sure that we have a high city happiness here. And that was already enough to push us quite a bit. Now the next really important thing is, of course, my production that we want, and that's why we're here in the first place. And in this case here, let's check it out real quick. In Kapur, my total demand of tablets right now is not even a ton. So I can say that, okay, we produce... Oh, it's once again 2. Okay, you need 2 for 1 ton. So we need to calculate with 4. But that still needs only 3 Sandrak nurseries with 4 farmers each. It's probably once again gonna be something that we will have up here somewhere. And another thing that we might consider here is adding a villa. Some over there. I don't care about the prestige, but the workforce you get out of the villa is just really nice. Also, of course, it gives you time to react if there's an invasion. So I could have the villa really all the way up here. This seems like a very well protected area that we can use this for. And here I can have my production chains. 3 of them we need to meet demand. And this one is a farm. It doesn't look like it, but it's a farm. I have the first one here. 120 fields is manageable. And of course we need to kind of like make sure that we get a lot of them in here. Construction is under attack. Is that an attack ship? Is she trying to take it back? Hope not. Yes, she's actually coming for the attack, but she should have no way of actually taking over that trading post there. Holy cow. She's doing it. What a surprise. Can we build the villa quickly? No, we can't. She's trying to conquer it now. And just in time, my fleet is coming in again. So we should be able to destroy her. Her ship already fled the scene.
Construction of a ship has finished.
I'm really surprised by this, honestly. And we'll just see if we can take it. She's still trying to conquer it now. So the island still belongs to us, of course. Okay, this one's down. Perfect. Now it's those guys. Okay, that should be a warning sign, right? That absolutely was devastating to me. Luckily, you have a bit of time to react there, but holy moly. Let's try to destroy this one. Just when I was about to finish my villa, we were under attack, right? So, let's build the villa, in fact. To get me my workforce boost. And also to get me more time to react just in case there is an attack again. Now, that's my Sandrax here. By the way, this one. Get all the way here. And then I have another one here. Poof. There it is. Getting them in. And building those buggers. With that, we get the Sandrak. But you also need the apiary. And I only need 2 of them for now. And let's just hope that we can kind of like use them here somewhere. one. Perfect. And the second one here. And that's my honey production and my sandrock planks that we make out of this. Now we just need a trade route. And we also need some defenses here. Because she is probably not going to give in so easily. Okay. She's sending in another ship now. If it's a boarding party, then I should be worried. That's a warship, and that's just a smaller warship, I think. But she's got some fast ships there. So that's a Pentaconter, that's the Pentaconter, okay. Thought it was the same type. There you go. Quite a bit of money coming in with the trading now too, so that's nice. And we finished the next ship itself, so let's implement the next trade route now. And that's of course now from Aqua Serios to Capua. And we're gonna take now the latest Pentaconter we just finished. And we get now over the... Should be somewhere here, honey, comms. Why can I not select this one? Cannot. There it is. And the Sandrock wood. And both of them we're getting over on this very short trade route. Why do we not have the processing? Because the processing requires tier 3 workforce, and the processing also gives you a bonus, even though it's just a small bonus of a bit of additional knowledge generation. But still, it's something I would like to use. We can have one of them here then, and the other one probably a bit further over here. One more thing we need to add, and that's my next construction material, and that's the marble quarry. We have the marble up here in Sanctum, so we can now use the workforce that we have here to get me some marble production and also adjust the rates accordingly. So we got the ship here with the olive, and we can now add then marble to this one. Uncut marble. And looking at marble itself, it takes a minute to have one, so I'm just gonna go ahead and build me 2 of them right away. The only thing we now need to do as well is then upgrading my people so we get more plebeians out, even though I could also just build a villa and probably save that problem. We'll just see. This is actually a really easily defendable island. I mean, there's one beach down here and then there's another here. And all the way up here you have the villa then, kind of like situated at the cliffs here. And you really need to add this one to a road right away. Looks funny because the building itself auto adjusts to the height difference. Look at that. Usually it's a flat building, but here now pretty steep up there. Next we have the water consumption reduction for the cisterns. So in this case here you can add more of them to one aqueduct. Takes 15 minutes, and more important than is the plebeian workforce coming out of the villa. We don't have that yet, but I wanted to get this one some time ago. The Albionic water construction is something we can add in so that we can also start building houses then on the water, or production buildings that is. Now regarding another thing that we can add here, that's because we have a lot of space on this island here, and olive is the only farming stuff that we're gonna need in Sanctum. That leads me to something that we can add here, and that's charcoal burners. There's really no other way for me to make, well, the coal right now. So in this case, we could do this. However, we do need to do something else in the meantime, or real quick, and that is the charcoal burners need meadows, can use meadows, right? Before that, we cannot actually get it. Let's drag it up here to the top so we can finish it. It's in 1 minute. The progress, if you cancel a research on something, is actually being saved, right? So it doesn't reset, and you can just freely move it around. Yeah, and we can already prepare our charcoal burners here. So the production for one of them is 30 seconds. And we can check how much coal we're gonna need in Capua. Right now my coal demand is 7. That's a lot. Right, so that would be already 4 charcoal burners that we need to have here then in this area. Also, what we need to keep in mind though is that it needs plebeian workforce, so I need to upgrade a few more to that next level. Right, that we have it. And with that we can now add 1, 2, 3 for now to get me additional coal in. And once again I can use my trade rod here that still has space left. It's gonna be the charcoal. And that fully utilizes the ship now. It's a very short trade rod though, so I think it should be fine. If we can see that it gets a bit overloaded, just gonna add another one. And thanks to the research, we can now replant trees. And the charcoal burner is immediately starting its work. The goal here is, of course, to free up space in carport and also to reduce that fire risk that is also being introduced by the charcoal burners. Look at the amount of cheese coming in right now. That's a lot. Do we have cheese already in? Yeah, we have the cheese in now, so I can finally give my people cheese, which is going to be a nice boost to population, income, and prestige. Next, I would like to prepare this area for my boosted farm area. It's a tiny area, but with the boosting, it should be fine. One thing we have here still is my wood production, so I'm going to delete it. Since we cannot move anything, right? And here I will probably also need to delete a few buildings, but let's check it out first with the aqueduct. And don't forget that this is going to be the aqueduct that also provides then this area here with water. So we combine here two things again. And since we only have 6 mountain slots, these are the only 2 mountain aqueducts that I'm going to use. And they still have water left in them, so that's going to be fine. I think for now, let's get rid of this farm here. Gonna add more then. And then I would like to, hopefully we can, add my first one somewhere here. Right? And the second one, oh! Oh, nice! You can actually build the aqueducts over the farm area. That's a pretty cool feature. Okay, that's really nice. That's really neat. I like this. And with that, we can actually go all the way down here into the city then. Super nice. I didn't know this. In fact, let's use it right away and get us the aqueduct over there. Right, and then into the city here. This is enough for the whole district already. And we might even be able to move it then down there into this area too. But yeah, we still haven't upgraded the roads yet. That would be even more bonuses. And I can probably move it over there as well. Yeah, we don't even need that much. And with that, let's get me a cistern going here. That should be enough for this whole area here. Right, let's make a road connection. I'm gonna also delete a bunch more grain farms here, because this will be potential city area then, right? And the grain farms we can then move safely up here, just along the aqueduct really. So I would like to have them here. There's my cistern. Gonna make the connection here. And we just need to make sure that the cistern reaches all of them. And then we could also have a bunch more farms now on that side, right? Delivering it then to that warehouse. All the way up to this point. Perfect. Okay, now that we got the fields, let's check out how much water we can boost them with. By adding now my stone source up here. And then also my aqueduct. I have plenty of resources to finish this now. There it is. And as we can see, it's now adding water to the fields, irrigating them. I think that's the idea behind it. And we are now getting an increased productivity. Yeah, 50%. Ceres also gives me another 50% for the farming, saving me lots of space with that. That also affects my hemp plantations now by another 50%. Exactly how much I wanted this. And this one here is lacking... Oh, actually, a bunch of fields. But now it's, yeah, almost complete. That's fine for me. Right, but that's a lot more. And let's just check it out where we are now. Perfect. 2 tons more in grain. And we are now breaking even again with the hemp. Even though I already had a lot of spinners added. Now, that's nice. And of course, it's not the only reason why we built the aqueduct, but also to get this area here supplied with water now. To get me another health and fire safety boost. Last but not least, we have a lot of workforce. That's because of Ceres, of course. And let's use this additional workforce. We, of course, need to keep a lot of workforce available for shipbuilding and for soldiers, because they really, really need workforce. But I would also like to, of course, get me in more tier 2s. And we can do this. There's another festival here, the Festival of Learning, going on right now through the city center. Over here. Perfect. And over here. Yeah, I like how this city comes together, especially here. Of course, we need to keep this area available. I'm probably gonna keep this area available for something big that we absolutely will need. But outside of that, coming along nicely, water is coming. Water is now flowing everywhere on this island. That's great too. And we continue onwards then in the next episode with our tier 3 productions and a bit of Albionic developments. And hopefully we get a ceasefire again with Concordia, if she can forgive us. Stay tuned.
Clay, an ox
If it weren't for all the green, you probably wouldn't notice that we're in the middle of a city. And we're of course at the very center, at the very heart of Capua. And that's exactly that I want to develop now. This area here, it looks rather wasted. There is the Grand Theater over here, right? And then our beautiful houses, the 3 houses with the massive aqueducts in the background. And yeah, this area, it really looks like a shame. And the thing is, before we can really develop anything here, we need to get the population up further. And that's my aquas. We need to get more of them in to unlock us the forum. And we do need around 150 more of them. So of course, off we go and we upgrade more peeps here right in the center. Workforce is really not the issue here, so we can just happily do this right away. And there it is, the forum and the baths have been unlocked with that. And that's also very important for us, the siege workshop. That's another thing I would like to get going right away. It's gonna be pretty expensive, also when it comes to workforce, right? But we can build it, and we do have our barracks over here. So the siege engines, where should we have them? I'm probably gonna have them right over here at the very edge of everything here. And let's just see how we can do this. There you go, right? Getting us that next workshop going. And it's gonna get a road, and we're gonna make sure that we can have some defenses here down the road. But for now, that's fine. And this is very important, because without those, we cannot take down walls really in a well, proper time. So in this case here, let's get me 2 of them going. That's already really expensive, because each one of them costs me 3,500 denarii, and each one of them also costs me 24 farmers. So that's 50 farmers we just consume out of these 2 here. That's insane when it comes to workforce, because workforce plays such a major role in PAX in comparison to Anno 1800, where you had thousands of people available. Now it's really just, yeah, a bunch of them. Now, next in line to get my workforce growing is those buildings that we just unlocked. That's the forum. The forum will cost me 35,000 denarii, and the bathhouse will cost me 40,000 denarii. The bathhouse gives you a massive population boost for +2 for all of these houses here. So it's a really nice building. The forum on top of that also gives you a very good population boost. So of course we want to use both of these buildings as centrally as possible. With the bathhouse, I'm probably going to have 2 of them. We should be able to get one going here and then another one up here later. So that's going to be fun, getting these buildings in. But getting these buildings in will probably put me into bankruptcy. So I'm going to continue getting more contracts going, right? We want to get more money in at this point. And this was another specialist. Specialists usually sell nicely. Let's just check it out. First of all, we need to unequip her. Can I do this? Not in the trade menu. And then we can see, 750. I probably will just equip her myself. And these specialists are way too expensive. Also, they're not very powerful in my opinion. Like, I'm paying 100,000 denarii here that my horse breeders give me a health boost in the area. It's really not a very good specialist. I also really enjoyed this contract here. 154 tons of timber for 8,000 denarii. That's a good contract. But the thing is, we don't even have that much timber. I would need to take other islands into account here as well. Zara just have some collection. So let's rather do this one here in the meantime. And those contracts, they don't really disappear so quickly. Thank you very much, Zara. This is right at the Pirates' Haven. But I don't see any defenses here. So this should be fine getting this one on the move. So I'm going to use my main fleet, of course. Another massive problem we have right now, you can see we're dropping in workforce again. That's because my main workforce fluctuates with the porridge at the moment. 2 tiers need the porridge. Actually, all tiers need the porridge, but 2 tiers are affected by this the most. The farmers and the tier 2 plebeians. And every time we run out, we lose 2 population per building, which is really massive. So it's one of those things that I want to stabilize. And for that, we have Aquasarius over here where we get the Sandrex going already. So this one I would like to use to get me additional porridge in. 10 ton is the demand right now, which should be possible, but it's not going to be easy, right? Because it's a lot of porridge you need for that, which means you need a lot of oat farms. They only produce 1 ton per farm. Let's just check it out, how many fields we need. That's the total size of it, right? So I should be able to get me some 3 here, 4, 5. And then we say 6, 7, 8. And here we'll need to do this manually. 9, 10. And 11, because don't forget, this town here also needs its own forage consumption to get me the workforce up again. Otherwise, we might be running out of it. Alright, that's nice, but that's only the farms, right? Now you need 10 porridge stands. That's another 30 farmers we need to consume with that. I'm gonna have them on the other side over here. And we can probably make a smaller block here somewhere. At the edge of this. Yeah, where we can have then those 10. That's a lot of porridge in production, but this is the perfect island for it because the only other thing we're getting here is the Sandrek nursery and the apiary, and you don't need a lot of them to supply the city that we are building. Righto. Of course, we're gonna need a bunch more people here now with all of that. So we can use the last of my timber to get me some more out. Don't forget, they're getting a nice boost rather quickly now once the porridge is in. And another thing, of course, will be that we need a bunch more of those fisheries to supply all of this. Last but not least, a trade route. We have the trade route, the Sandrek and the apiary already. It's going to be a high volume, so I'm not entirely sure how much we're going to need. I will just assign a second ship to this route if it comes to that. Of course, I also continue purchasing porridge whenever we are below 200, but passive trading is nice, but it's also very unreliable. I cannot calculate when the next trader is coming in, right? Right now, there's no one coming in. So the docks are empty, and so is my storage, and so is the belly of my population. So passive trading is a nice bonus, but it's certainly not enough to supply a population. All right, we got the marble in now, 36 tons. And this one leads me now to have the honey here. There you go. And we should have the Sandrek. There it is. And this now leads me to having the tabular production ready. The tabular production gives me +1 learning per workshop. And what was it then? Income and knowledge boost in general. Quite a bit so too. So there's the first one of the tabulus. And how many do we need again? The demand is 1 ton right now. So I guess, yeah, we could start with 3 tons. I think I calculated with 3 tons. So let's have another one here. And the third one then here. Alright, and with that, this is rolling now. My next production. Next production, right away, something we should finish also is the toga. The toga is nice because it gives you a massive income boost. And on top of that, when we look down here, it gives you a massive population boost. We both want both of that. What the toga needs? Well, it needs flax. We don't have that anywhere. So flax is a passive trading good for me. We already have the 100 tons in storage. I'm going to ramp this up to 200 tons in storage for the passive trading. And the murex we're getting, yeah, out of Aquasarius, right? This is the important thing here. So we do have some timber in again. Let's have some more. And then we have a nice beach area down here that I would like to utilize to get me the snails. The snails are slow. Literally, the production is very slow. And look at that. This is annoying. I also cannot do it like this. That's a problem. Only 3 is really not a lot. We need 1 ton of togas right now. So the volume once again is never going to be really high. But considering we only have 2 beaches in Aquasarius, I will also use the other one. And what we can do here is I can move those fisheries here to the other side. And get me more snails in. 3 more, that's great. I don't think we're gonna need really more than 6. And instead, we're just gonna have now our fisheries here in this area. Because they're small enough so we can squeeze them in. Right, and also don't take up. Look at my workforce. When the porridge comes in, workforce just looks glorious. And with that, we can actually get them started. One thing I would like to do right away, though, is setting a minimum for the porridge, so that Aquaseries always has some porridge in stock for its own population. Next, I'm gonna build them. And this now leads to a total production of the Murex snail of 2. So that should be enough. But of course, we're gonna play this a bit safe. So I'm gonna add a third one to get me that 3 tons out of that. With that, we have now the next trade route that we need to get going already. And this one's once again Aquaseries now to Capua. And we're gonna use one of my next ships, the Pentaconta here. And we're gonna say now take the Murex snails. And take the porridge. So that we have 2 trade routes now delivering porridge, in fact. There might be something else we can do out of this island here, right? We get the mountain slots. So that would be great for the limestone quarry, for example, to save us a mountain slot in Capua. We'll just see. For now, we still have mountain slots available. Okay, we need to quickly head back to Albion because he's attacking Arbora Mortis, that is, of course, Concordia. And it looks like she's got a good chance there. She's actually also invading Aqua Mortis. I did not expect an attack like this in Albion. We do have the warships here. I already built them, of course. But they don't have time for this. They're too far away. We'll just see if we can save this. Otherwise, I'm going to take it back. In that case, look at her. She is weak in Latium, but she's a real force in Albion. That's her city. So now we know where she put her most focus on. And she's got a lot of soldiers here. This kind of like takes me by surprise, honestly. So I will need to react. We of course do have the wooden archer towers already here. So 3 of them now. A very powerful defense in Lindisfarne. But I do not have them in Arbora Mortis. So she took it down and now she's conquering the island. So we do have still a bit of time to react now. And my ships are on the way. Taking down this unit should solve the problem. There are my ships coming in. Since it's only 1 unit, it really takes a lot of time for these guys here to conquer it. So they really shouldn't have a lot of chance here, right? They also need to stay here if they want to conquer it. So I can see that the trading post, in this case here, only having a trading post actually gives you an advantage. Because your ships can help in defending the island. If there would be a villa now in the inner island, I would have a problem. Because I need to get then troops over here. And off she goes. And with that, we can repair our trading post again. Very good. Of course, I will need to get some weapons over. I built a 3rd warship now in Albion. So I'm not going to neglect this territory for us. Definitely don't want to miss the weather. And I just look it up and I think, yes, we have lots of weapons here. Because we're transporting this over from Capua. And also some tiles. And some wetland daub. Because I would like to get me some towers going here. And speaking about towers, we do have a bunch of tax here. We have the attack speed increase for the Archer Tower. That's only a minute. We do have the upgrade to my Onaga engines, the catapults. And we do have the stone wall upgrade. Let's go ahead and get all of this going here. And a wall upgrade, upkeep reduction. Yeah, it's okay. It's a 1-minute research, so let's just queue this one in. Okay, I need to head back to Capua because we have developments here. The first one is that the writing tables are in now, and with that a nice income and knowledge boost. And now we should have everything in for the toga production as well. So the Murex snails, they're, yeah, coming in at this point here now with the trading route. And that means that I can now go ahead with the dye works. The dye works are pretty nasty, right? They have a huge happiness penalty. So I'm gonna have them somewhere over here in my industry zone. That's my marble works.
But these are fearful times.
Oh wow. The pirate it was. Okay, let's turn in that contract. Get the money, and now we need to take care of the pirate here. That's a bit of a surprise that the pirate now starts. But he just had a ceasefire demand, so I neglected that, and now he's going for the offensive. Nothing to be concerned of, really. It's just a ship, a trade ship. Next, wait a second. This one was also bringing in the coal, right? So I don't need that many charcoal burners anymore. In fact, we're stockpiling coal. Let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of one lumber camp here. We don't need that many. After that, we have a bit of room here now to get the dye works in. And they're producing every 2 minutes though, right? So this is only 1 ton. That's 2 tons. And that's now 3 tons of production. They're unfortunately very slow for what they can do. Get me another warehouse. Yeah, here. For these guys. And then we need the weaver. And that's also, once again, only every 2 minutes. Right, so I need to get
Our troops is under attack.
this one. What is going on? Ah, that's the pirate now. Let's get my catapults away there a bit. He's just passing by though. Passing through. While my fleet is already coming in. Yeah, and there we have them, right? Our onagers. 2 of them now. And I'm gonna also encamp them, of course, so we don't pay all their upkeep. That's just a waste of money. I need 3 more. These crazy bastards here. Super expensive stuff. And then, once we have this one rolling, I can now get the loom weavers going. And of course, this is once again something I want to have in the city. It has a beautiful boost of income. So I'm going to have one over there. Going to have one over here. In the city center, it's getting really difficult pushing things in. There we can have one. And then I would like to have another. Probably here somewhere. We don't need that many of them. It's only 1 minute. Right? And let's just check it out how much my total demand now is for the togers. It's still only 1 minute. So 2 of them we built. I'm gonna build me one here and one here. Of these really beautiful buildings. I just love all of them. They're so detailed. Once they start working. So this one's not working yet. Fantastic. And now we just need to get this one going. And of course we need 4 of them. And 4 of these. And let's also upgrade my warehouse. That was expensive. Also, it lacks me a bit of workforce. So, let's go ahead and upgrade a few more. Probably here in the town center. Where we get the best boosts. And the best booze. There you go. That's a massive contract. All the timber. Lots of money coming in with that. With that money, we could theoretically purchase a trireme there as well for 15,000. That's just very expensive. I'm currently building one. It's finished soon, right? And building one only costs you 4,500, so that's something I take. I'm also continuing with doing tasks like the taxing task over here. Get me the wheat and the ore in. There is no reward for this, so we'll just see.
Come with me, Governor. We shall have to remind him who's in charge.
Okay, now we have an escort quest. I'm not gonna start this one just now. And I still have 30 tons of iron ore that I'm gonna deliver to my population here in Lindisfarne. And we now have 3 warships, by the way. One of them is all the way down here. Very good. So we can also now start fortifying this place here with some proper archer towers. Gonna have me the first one. We could have them a bit further outside, yeah. To have some protection still. And room for some production buildings here still. And yeah, you can see they have a nice radius. So all of them can protect also the trade post now, just in case. Onwards to big developments in Capua. First of all, we have now enough togas in. So let's enable togas for my population. That's a huge one. So this is population and prestige boost. And the second one is that with enough money, we can now go ahead and finally build us that forum. And with that, having a nice, beautiful building in the center gives me a massive income boost, prestige boost, and population boost. Right now, we're sitting at 660 balance. Let's build this one. And now we're sitting at 1000 on the balance. The prestige goes up, which is something that my opponents like a lot. And of course, also the population boost out of that is really sweet. Now, let's have a road here for now. There's going to be a nice plaza here, of course, at some point, you know, where those 2 buildings look at each other. So I'm not planning anything else here except for some ornaments. And last but not least, The bathhouse is another thing, but we're gonna need a bit more money for that.
When, I say, will we put a ban on symptoms of barbarism? These so-called trousers are a stain upon the soul of this city.
Having now this population boost, we can continue with, yeah, a few more upgrades. Especially here in the town center of Kapur. To get me my missing workforce in. And I just realized, yep, we could actually upgrade to tier 4 now. I'm not going to do this just yet, as we do need the workforce. And it doesn't really give me any tangible early bonuses upgrading to tier 4. I'm just going to wait on that. And beside all the upgrades, of course, let's also have some road upgrades here. Expanding the reach of these houses. Of these service buildings that we have. Like here. Going further. And then probably... Oh, yeah, now as an accident, oops, I did it. And there's my first tier 4 house. With all their, yeah, ridiculous demands they have. You know what? Now that we have it, let's have a bunch here. Alright. So that's my first patricians. There's this house there in the center. Lacking... Yeah, it's lacking actually a service building. So upgrading some roads should do the trick for this. And I think we don't have a sanctuary there. There it is. Now it gets the sanctuary. Right, yep, now it's coming in. And you know what? Let's also have these guys here upgrade to patricians. So that close to the forum, you have a bunch of them. But of course, with that we need to upgrade more buildings now. There we have the farmers. We have lots of them right now. So let's use this workforce. Here, here, here. There you go. So that we can now upgrade then a few more to tier 3 again. Now this is really funny. I did not expect that ship can actually fire up this much. And they can actually hit my villa up there. Alright, that's the first time I'm seeing this. But the elevation doesn't seem to be a problem for these mighty archers. Of course, one ship is not really enough to conquer this. The villa does a lot more damage. Thanks for the warning though. We will need some defenses there. Also, what I like right now is that the AI opponents are at war with each other. So Concordia is fighting the pirate right now down here. So that's also slowing her down a bit. But the pirate is really staying away from my area for the moment at least. Alright, the Emperor intervenes. He demands that both of you make peace now. Limited war participant is over. Okay, we actually need to do this because object and prolong the limited war. We have a reputation loss of 30. Oh my goodness. Okay, make peace. Is it just like that? And we are at peace now, right? He wants immediately a defensive pact and she immediately wants a non-aggression pact. I'm not gonna do this though because I cannot promise that we're not trying to conquer this island here. It looks really weak to me. And this is absolutely something we can conquer pretty soon. With all the juices that it offers. A festival we do get for this, the Triumph Festival of Conquest, and ship construction costs and troop recruitment costs are reduced by 50% for 4 hours. Not bad at all. The cost is really high, but we could also give in some armor. 85 tons of armor is a lot. How much armor do we have? I don't want to do this, sorry. Trade treaty with Concordia. This is something we can do. So that's another party that trades with us. The rest, though, I don't care. We can have a defensive pact with Sara. Okay. Includes a non-aggression pact. And we vow to fight side by side, though, should war be. Yeah, that's a problem. I'm not entirely sure how I should go with this because we have Neff. And Neff could declare war on Sara too. He is at this point really powerful in the world. He owns most of the islands. A good moment to finally head back to Albion now as well with, well, first of all, our tiles that we can use now to get my ratings up. So we do have, especially here, the service area and my industry zone. There's still this tiny woodcutter that I would probably like to get rid of now. We don't need that many, right? So let's just make this one and get us the road. And then have a station that kind of like combines... Ooh, that's looking a bit bad, but I'm going to have this one here. So that it still goes a bit into the industry zone over there. And boosting my fire safety by quite a bit. Another thing, we haven't built a villa yet in Lindisfarne, right? And of course, where else should it be than all the way up here? In this majestical mountain site. We do have 8 mountain slots, by the way, available. So I'm never going to use this one, right? Because there's really nothing useful for us on this island. So it's really just, yeah, a lot of mountain slots, unfortunately. But no copper, no tin, no iron ore even. This seems like a strange thing, but okay. And do I have to say it? This is the most gorgeous location I've seen so far in Albion. I mean, come on. With going down in the swamp. Of course, we really need to finish that road here quickly. Because otherwise, the whole town is without road connection. There it is. Now we're back in line. Let's make this one. I'll actually stop it here, then have it here. There you go. Sometimes it's a bit wonky when it comes to that. And of course, what we still need is... We could... No, we can't. Can't have stone walls just yet here. But a normal, nice palisade wall should do the trick. Just here, you know, as a beginning. Right, you can't go a bit over the edge here. I think to block the troops then, right? So, this is important to do. Building a bit over that is great. And then we have... I think we can only afford 1 tower here anyway. That I'm gonna have then right there. As we're moving up. This is really cool looking. I like this a lot as we're moving up. And this is of course only the first wall. Gonna need a bunch of here if I want to properly fortify this. Yeah, that's just really strange that there's no iron ore on this island. So we really cannot do this. What I can do though is starting with the drinking horn. For the drinking horn, first of all, let's upgrade my peeps now in Arbora Mortis. And I'm gonna need around 14. There you go. So that's 2 blocks. Because this gives me now access to the tin. And the tin mine produces, in fact, 2 tons per mine. So building 2 of them is already more than we'll ever probably need. Get me my road connection here and here. And then, well, we need a trade route in Albion. And that is something I don't have yet. I do have a ship though. There it is. With the iron ore that we needed for my smith. Let's also turn in this quest with unknown rewards. That's a bit strange, really. Right, so there's a lot of quests that don't really show you anything. I think it was the optimate that we get out of this. Prestige boost. Alright, and Mercator, you're gonna be my Albion trade route now between Arbora Mortis and Lindisfarne. Getting me the tin over. We might even do something else than with this trade route down the road, right? Because we do have a bit of swampland in Arbora Mortis. In fact, we do have a lot of space on this tiny island. The seashells come in handy at some point. The granite deposit we can use. So yeah, it's overall a very good island for us. I'm glad that we're fortifying it. By the way, we are now at peace. So I don't need to worry about her anymore being in my harbor area. The drinking horn still needs the ox. Now we do have 3 ox farms here, right? But that's about as far as we can go. So I will need another one. Right over here. There you go. And then I could have this road going all the way here. And the production is only 2 minutes. So how much drinking horn do we need? Yeah, we probably need 2 of them and that's it. So an ox farm already supplies 2 of them. The tin is coming in. So now I just need to build them. And they have, once again, a nice area of effect boost. Let's have one in my harbor artisan district. And one probably a bit further up here. There is my warehouse. Get this production finalized.
That's not Oppidum, but I'm not opposed to it.
Now, what is that? There's a quest target here. A festival bonfire? Okay, we need to deliver beer, roast beef, and sausages. So that people can celebrate here. Uh-huh. We got some ember here so far. Now, with the drinking horn then coming in and the population happiness boost, we can then get Lindisfarne to tier 3 on the residences. Finally. So this is also going to be nice. Now, one more thing. I'm going to activate a passive trade route here for the iron. There should be someone at least telling me that. And I think iron... Wait a second. Let's put this one to... Let's make it 30. It's rather cheap. It's only 10 coin, right? So this... You don't even feel that. And we're sitting at 2,000 per minute right now. And getting this iron in allows me to have a bit of a weapon production. And yes, I'm going to have a weapon production because I think this is more feasible than... Or an armor production, now that I think about it. Yeah, you can have the pig farms here. Alright. Would be an option. I definitely want to have, though, my barracks. Yeah, let's have the barracks. No, let's not have them up there. Doesn't make that much sense. Gonna have the barracks somewhere here. Closer to the city.
Shake on it.
And with that, we can finally now train our own troops in Albion. That's pretty important.
Catch you in.
Ceasefire demand, I'm gonna decline again, of course. That means he's probably gonna attack me again shortly. And we can build another warship. That's something I would like to do. And probably a trader. And I would really like to start with my first soldiers here. To have some kind of defense for me. Now, of course, this leads to, yeah, Lindisfarne. Be a bit short of workforce. I will need to get more workforce in. Unfortunately, they take a lot. And I don't think we can really do this right now. Another bath hut down here. These guys, the range is really low on these. And then I will probably need to expand the city now all the way up there. And we're doing this in the next episode. I hope you enjoyed this one. And also how Carpo is coming along. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back. How very good of you to join and stick around as we continue with, yeah, Capua, a glorious city, hopefully at some point. Well, glorious at least is my trading balance. So far the passive trading is bringing in a lot of goods and also generating quite a bit of income there as well. In case this one here, I love that button that we have for all of the goods, right? That whenever we have something above 130, it's being sold. This is just really powerful overall, honestly, right? Because it's a lot of goods that are piling up over time and you can just sell the excess out of that. I would like to, however, raise the bar here now because we have increased the island storage already quite a bit now. So 150 is probably not even what I would like to go for. Let's go with 170 as my minimum for everything included. That's also going for construction materials. Now, construction materials, we don't have that many anyway, but they're climbing, right? So it's the reinforced concrete, the concrete, of course, that we need to do. What we do need to do for that, though, is we need to repair the buildings because right now we're not producing that much. Because of my high island risk, high fire risk that we have, yeah, buildings just crumble a lot these days. Also, do we have a medic here? I don't think so. Let's get me also a medic going because we do have the plague roaming around in these areas here. And there is then the thing with the ruins here, right? So this one's also going down now. Thank you. And the problem here is that you need to wait a certain amount of time before you can repair them. They're also being automatically repaired after a certain amount of time. I think when there's no incident close by anymore. So this is just very annoying, right? And that's of course because of my bad, yeah, parameters here that we have. Speaking about construction materials, I would like to go ahead and continue with adding a new one, and that's the mosaic. Gonna need this for some high quality buildings along the line. And for the mosaic, we are gonna need one more mountain slot. We have 6 available in Capua. I'm using one over here now for the aqueduct. This one here for the second aqueduct. This one here we can still push a bit further over, right? So I'm not gonna use this one for an aqueduct as well. It would be a waste, honestly. And for that reason, we're gonna get a mineral quarry in here. Just like so. And let's make a nice connection here. This one's producing now every 45 seconds. And then we need a mineral crusher. In fact, this is also very strange here. The ratio doesn't really fit that you can have 2 of them, right? 1 is not enough, but 2 is too much. So in this case here, you actually need a second quarry to make this work efficiently. Let's go ahead with 1 for now, mineral crusher, because you don't need that much mosaic, honestly. So 1 should be fine. The clay we have, and then we just need the tessera works. And of these, I need 2, and they're huge. Let's just check this out, because I would like to... Alright, mineral crusher, I'm sorry. I'm gonna add this one here, so that way I should be able to, yeah, use 2 of them just here. Right, and there's then my warehouse. And there's a warehouse. So this way we can make it work. Let's build both of them. And let's also finish this road over here as we go. Okay, everything has been repaired again. Also my warehouse. And we should be getting in that new building material now shortly. What I would also like to get in shortly is this island here. Concordia. And she's still not really ramping it up on her defenses. She's got a lot of these towers now. That's a problem because they're doing a lot of damage to troops. Not so much against catapults. She's got 2 shipyards over here. And I think that's it, right? So we need to take care of the trading post and of the villa here if we want to take this one over. Now, what do we have to counter all of that? We have 2 catapults roaming right now. I would like to add a 3rd one now, even though they're just super expensive. And we could check out in the research tree all the way over here the ship catapults that I would like to queue in now. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a lot. That's the reduction in construction materials for the walls. Then we have the armor protection against cavalry. The garrison auxiliary. Okay, wait a second. The armor protection is fine, but I would like to go for Praetorians. Yeah, let's go for the Praetorians. We're getting another maintenance cost reduction from troops here as well. That is handy. The hit point villa increase for the villa is nice. And then this is also really great. The legionary boost, right? So that's another one I would like to queue in. And then we could go for the ship. But as you can see, we're full on the queue now for all of that. And have 9 discoveries in the research queue. That's even an achievement. Concordia, you want the non-aggression pact and you want a defense pact. No, we're not doing that. We still have the ongoing treaty. There it is. Non-aggression pact is running out now in 20 seconds. And then we can declare war again on her, right? And the trade treaty is still running, but that doesn't interfere. We could try to get a non-aggression pact. We can, and it's working with Asara. I would like to do this because I want to, keep my back safe. I'm not going to go into any alliance with her though, so I do not want to go at war with Neff too soon. And he unfortunately doesn't want to have anything to do with us, right? So we cannot even make a treaty with him for now. And I'm certainly not going to give him tremendous amounts of money or so. Now the next building on my list, of course, is the bathhouse. It's super important because of its bonuses that it provides. However, it needs a lot of space. It also needs access to the aqueduct. And we do have the cistern over here for this area. And we do have one for this area. So this is probably a very good location for it. Because with that, we can get in the whole area here. Also the other side. And for later on, a second bathhouse is then entirely possible for this area here, right? So that's the maximum I would like this to reach. So now we just need to make sure that we get rid of a couple of buildings here. Problem is, of course, the warehouse, because it's the only warehouse in this whole region. So I need to make sure that we can have it close by. So I will need to delete those buildings here to add me the warehouse and make room. That's just unfortunate. The marketplace... As far as I can see, we should have another one close by. There it is. And there's another one. We should be able to get rid of it without too many penalties. There's the penalty though. There you go. With all of that, we now have the ability to build the bathhouse just here. And of course, let's do it. Just make sure that it's actually looking right, because once I build it, I cannot replace it, and it's very expensive with the 40,000 denarii. And let's just see what happens with my parameters, especially my fire and my health thingies, right? And it's basically halving those penalties by quite a bit. for, yeah, all of this. Also, of course, we're getting another population boost. And this will probably have a bad consequence again on my safety ratings though. But it's 300 that we still need, so I think it's not gonna be enough. Alright, one more thing I would like to do. Upgrading a few things here. And especially also here, so that we can expand it even further. Perfect. Beautiful building, but it's also a very expensive one. And let's hope that I do not have to build another one again so soon. Very good, it evened out somewhere over here. And we're not reaching the next city status just yet. What's of course something that we can do is we can selectively disable goods for a certain population. I think this is more important than ever with Pax Romana. So for example, we could say we have way too many Aquitas right now. And I don't want to upgrade them necessarily just yet. Also, we lack the resources anyway. So I could, for example, just put off the porridge. It's only a 1 bar good, so it will not affect the overall food happiness here at all, right? And it reduces now the number population for the Aquitas tier 3 for the time being. It doesn't affect anything else, right? It's really just for workforce. It doesn't affect my income. It doesn't affect my city status. It doesn't affect the happiness. It's just all about the population here. And with that, we can reduce it a bit to stay well off the next threshold, right? Because I really don't want to reach that. For now, we have good parameters when it comes to especially fire safety. The island happiness is something that, of course, only the Colosseum will be able then to fix for us. Alright, and so it is time for the inevitable. That is the big war declaration against Concordia. Let's muster the army, and in that case, we're gonna get them all into my ships. Of course, it needs to be carefully prepared because this is gonna cost me a lot of money. Putting all of these soldiers now on the move, right? And also on the other side of my island, we're gonna move now the catapults in. And as far as I know, they also just need 1 slot on the ship. So that should be fine. And we're just barely breaking even now while the war rages then. But at least we're breaking even, right? And don't have to pay anything in addition. Alright, the ship should actually move, it's not. What is the ship doing here? There you go. And the last one. All 3 catapults are on 1 ship. Glorious. And the same applies then on the other side. We got now, oops, tiles that we don't need. Would you please do it? Ship is full here now. Very good. This one still has also some timber, but I think this is piratey stuff that we got, right? Looking at my fleet, it doesn't look so massive, does it? No, not really. I mean, we have the same amount of ships in Albion as well, but that's about it. Considering how many ships Neff has on the ocean, it's not that great, right? But it's something. It's all we can afford really at this point, to be honest. Now, let's go ahead and yeah, we're gonna, of course, go into a war again. Limited war is probably the one that I would like to go again. Because we can still take over the island. We cannot attack civilian structures and ships. That is also good. So my trade routes are unaffected by the war. And the Emperor will also not intervene in any of that. And with this, we have war again against Concordia. Oh, wow. There is a bit of a stuttery here now. And of course, the first thing we want to do, we want to disembark all troops at once. Why is this not possible? Get my troops out there, please. Okay, why can I not disembark all of them at once? That is strange, to say the least. Trading post. My units themselves will actually destroy the towers. That's the most important thing here right now. While my ships focus on the trading post. Okay, there's actually the first tower now going down. Already. And we can immediately go for the next tower here. And we lost also the first catapult. The trading post is down. Ships, please help with the tower here. Tower is down. Now we're moving towards the gate. And of course, wait a second, let's pause real quick. Because here we can now see the route that we will need to take. There's the villa. So I'm not going to engage with those towers here. So we're trying to keep a bit of a distance here. I still need to get rid of the gate here, right? Then we're probably going to move down here, though, towards the villa. But we'll also need to take care of all three here. My ships will not be able to help in this case, which is probably the biggest issue that I'll have. Let's get away from the gate. We don't need it. There's also some reinforcements now coming in. So my archers will stay a bit on the back while we fully engage with the enemy. Yeah, through the thick forest here, it's a bit hard to see your troops. And there are the units coming in. He might, or she might want to flank us, so I'm going to keep one of my infantries here in the back as they're engaging now. No one can see them. We can only hope. Okay, the gate is down. Very good. My ships continue now with the destruction of the harbor area here. And also helping me out, of course. So they will attack those units there. Okay, we need to retreat there a bit because we're also under fire here from that side. That is just a lot of damage. Okay, that's my own troops fleeing right now. And it's just incredible how strong her units are. Seriously? Like, they're under attack from my archers, from my ships even. And they can withstand quite a bit of damage there. Okay, they're fleeing now. But Emperor's opinion changed to neutral. He was probably not too happy with the war declaration there. Let's carefully move my troops now out of the... yeah. Leaving the ship's safety. But that can't be helped. So we need to get over there. By the way, we do have the torching boost, right? Yes, we have. Very good. So my troops can help as well. We also got the armor upgrades for the archers and for the legionnaires. So this should all help me out. They're really moving slowly here now. That's because of the catapults, of course. And look at the range of these towers. That's just incredible. But very good. My catapults actually have this range, so I'm gonna keep my troops here in the back and have my catapults do most of the siege work. Doesn't take long for this tower to go down. Now we can focus on the next gate over there. And as you can see, the catapult's range is really nice, though its accuracy goes down. This is a nice detail. So we also hit the residential buildings there accidentally. As we're trying to take down the gate now. And as long as she's not attacking us, we're in a safe position there at the moment. Of course, we should also look out if she's not attacking me anywhere else. That's just her ships, her trade ships. Idle right now because, you know, there's no trading post right now. Okay, next tower. And then we could probably move towards the villa. That's gonna take some more time. We're still outside of the reach of the villa, so let's destroy the villa real quick, because the villa can shoot back quite a bit. But it will not be over, right? Because you need to claim this area, and that's everything here. So with the catapults, we're really playing the safe here. Right, and my troops only help when there is an attack coming, but it doesn't look like it for the moment. And there the villa goes down. Crumbling. And now we could conquer it, but of course there's a few things on the way here. And got the achievement there too for destroying an enemy's villa. Alright, Concordia is actually fighting back. Over here, she's invading. She's much stronger in Albion, right? Because here she's got her main capital. So that's her main area, really. She's coming in over there, but I'm feeling a bit safe still because we have the archers here and the towers close to my trading post. We got my ships that also help me protect this area. And, by the way, we haven't built any soldiers yet. I cannot afford it, really. How's it looking there? This is looking good. You know, she will not be able to take it down. I don't think so. And it's a limited war, so she cannot attack my civilian buildings here. Only the trading post was damaged, and this one is under attack right now, but that's okay. Now she's getting in. Oh, look at that. Okay. There is her warship. So we'll need to fight the battle on two fronts now. Let's take down the warship there ASAP, so we can focus on the troops. Oh, this is just really, you know, we need to also go back again to the Latium. This is really a bit complicated, fighting two battles here at the same time. Luckily, we can now pause. Yeah, let's destroy the... Let's go in, right? We still need to take care of the gate over there. And I think my troops could already start now with the capturing of the villa. I think that is something I can afford at this point. Oh, wait, nah, I'm gonna wait a bit longer. Okay, let's head back to Albion immediately. Because here, things are not looking so great. It's that warship here too, damaging me a bit. We need to retreat with this one. Takes heavy damage. This one's down for sure. Come on, take it down, please. There you go. And let's help here with the troops. Okay, so they're still trying to take down on my tower here. Which is good. Takes them way longer than expected. They don't have any catapults. Catapults would be devastating in this case. Now we can just help out with the ships there. Okay, the tower's going down now. There it is. And she's now moving forward towards the trading post. So constant under attack. And don't forget, the hardest part would still be here, right? Up here in the mountains. So she's not gonna be able to do this. Let's head back to Latium there real quick. Because here we gotta be really careful of not getting my troops too much engaged there. I really just want to take down the gate here now. But I think that's already something we can now do. Let's take it over. Can we? Yes, we can. Initiate the takeover. There it is. And this island will belong to us shortly. Very good. I love catapults. They're absolutely required for something like this. Oh. Yeah, that's an upgraded trade post. It can withstand quite a bit of damage. So this is really not looking so great for her right now. She's losing now 2 troops here. This one's going down as well for sure. Very good. Only halfway through destruction of the trading post. What did we sell there, by the way, just now? Or did we get loot? Was that loot? Looked like furniture or something like that. No idea what it was. As we do not have anything, really. It looked like there were some furnitures coming in or so. Okay, so this invasion is definitely lost for her. Right? Gone. No chance. And here also her last watchtower is down. So let's move all the troops in. The more troops you have in here, the faster they take over. At least that is my theory. And there it is. We can now destroy it. We could also take it over, but we lack the balance. So I probably could take it over with reputation points. Right? And I think that is something I can do. Keep the island. Okay, I mean there would be lots of buildings here already, but in a very inefficient manner. No, let's actually, you know, let's keep it. Why not? And with that, we are getting now, yeah, we can make now peace. And let's just check it out where we are now. Troublemaker! And island settlement cost is increased by 15% now. We cannot host the, I think, the sea battles in the amphitheater. And the trade embargo with all emperor representatives takes place now. This is actually something that could hurt me a bit, honestly. We cannot trade with them now? Nope. We cannot trade with the NPCs now. I wonder if this is affecting passive trade. Righto. So there we have it. Nah, that was a bad idea. It was a bad idea taking this over like so, because now we have a lot of service buildings that we need to pay for. And we need to pay money for destroying them. So I don't need that many shipyards. I don't need any shipyards here at all. I think also we need to quickly rebuild the villa. To get that city back to working status. We'll just see. You know, we also have these military buildings up here. I don't need them. On the other hand, we keep the fortifications. That's nice. I will still, however, need to add more houses, right? Because we do lack workforce. I really wonder how she planned this out. Because it's a huge discrepancy there in the workforce. The cool thing is we also take over the construction materials. So we get 200 tons of tiles and wood right away. Let's have a look at the consumer goods. Porridge is there, garum is there, fish is here. And how's my production chains looking? Do they plan? Yeah, it looks equal. It looks like it's balanced out a bit there. Fish is problematic for sure. Why is that? Because we have no workforce for the fish. So we need to quickly build a lot of these houses, honestly. Let's make it here. And then I could make a bunch more houses here. For this district, right? Because we already have a warehouse, a market here. So that's something. And yeah, just overall, we should also celebrate a bit, of course, right? We do have this, the Triumph Conquest Festival. Costs me quite a bit. Let's use money for that. Right? Just really to do it. Not that we really need a festival like that.
You should take your scholars more seriously.
But it's just something I want to do. Because we have destroyed Concordia in Latium at least. And we also have peace again. There's another marketplace. So once again, we need to add quite a few thingies here to get that workforce up. Honestly, this is actually a bit of fun, right? We get this desolate island, really, and we need to fix it. It's a fun challenge, really. What I would like to do, I mean, I should get the troops back to my capital, but let's actually have them embarked here for now. Because I really, really want my money. And they're so costly. I mean, Latium, it's called, could also be my main armor camp, right? Would save me some space again in Capua. With that, we have a positive balance again. Which is, of course, goody good. And let's just keep expanding now my districts. The inner district we will develop. He's not happy that we have less prestige than him. I wonder why. Come on. Oh. Sarah is still trading with us, so there's something. I need so many buildings. By the way, do we have a tavern? No, we don't have taverns. We didn't build any taverns. Also, there is no tavern here. I need my tavern. This will give me a massive boost in population. She also has a lot of production buildings that are useless to me right now. Like, she had 4 rope makers. And also the olive presses. We don't even have olive on this island. Get rid of them. There you go. And there's lots of plebs we can save again. This is going to be a very nice island, by the way, for iron production. Also bread production. And we have flax here. That's really good. Because right now we're importing flax. And now we can actually start trading it. She's got the sawmills here, but there's no lumber camp close by. The strangest setups. And what is that? That's my spinners. We could actually keep a bunch of them. 7 river slots. I'm gonna love this. That's a lot of clay pits. Some of them are already working. We don't need that many though for now. And then of course she's got the iron mines. We also don't need that many right now. So get rid of it. And this is interesting. She's got some ground pattern here. I think she's got the hard earth pattern. Yep. That she added in this area. Okay, Concordia would like to go with a non-aggression pact again. Sanctum also has a festival. That's too expensive. Trade treaty. I will go ahead with this. By the way, Blastium still needs a god. And of course, it's gonna be Ceres here for sure. Because that's the population that we're gonna need for it. And then we have like the sail maker here we don't need. We have soap makers but no lavender. So they will also stop working soon. Meaning we can get rid of them. More fire stations are required to get that fire risk down. It's a bit high right now. And I might just use the tavern here. Alright, make this one into a proper block. And get me a firefighter in here. This drops us below 1,000 on the fire risk. It's a great thing that we have so many building materials. So we can quickly fix all these issues that Blastium has right now. There's a depot here. Costs me workforce, but increases island storage. So I'm going to keep it for now. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna need to do something about the fish production soon. Otherwise we're gonna run out of it. Porridge? Do we have a porridge production on this island? I actually do. Not enough, of course. That's because of the population though. One thing this island is also very powerful is garum. So we have the mackerel fertility here. These are two rare fertilities, flax and mackerel, that we both don't have in Capua. So this island will be a farmer plebs city, right? Providing all these tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 goods for us. That's a really powerful thing to have. And we also have the defenses already. So it was a good thing to not raise it actually, but take it over like this. Because the problems are fixing themselves right now as more workforce comes in. And also my balance goes up again. This was very enjoyable, taking over the island and fixing its economy then. And with that, yeah. 1 player less in Latium to worry about. And we continue onwards in the next episode. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone. Hello and welcome back to Anno Extreme. Well, extremely fun it is, I should say. Extremely addictive. Because I just love this island the more I'm looking at it. Well, of course, it's Blastium, the island that we took over from Concordia in the last episode, and it's just getting better and better. You know why? But because, of course, we do have Aquasarius over there, and Aquasarius has a problem, and that is space. It has a very positive thing for us, though, and that is grapes. We don't need grapes, because I want to boost my income a few more, well, inches up. And I do want wine for this. And as we can see, wine provides a really nice income boost to all of my tier 3 and tier 4 population of +3 coin. Also happiness, which is something that we probably should provide. Right now, Capua is celebrating the great victory over Concordia. With my troops coming back home, celebrating, well, the power of the Roman Empire, that is. And yeah, to celebrate this further, I would like to provide some more alcohol. And that is where Aquasarius comes in. Right now, we're producing a lot of porridge on the island. And also, we have the Sanderax over there. And you know what? Sanderax is also something that we have in Blastium. So this island is just really nice in this. We already have the porridge production here. that of course we're gonna continue boosting now. Let's just check it out. In Aquas Aries, we have the 10 production right now that I wanna get in. And in Blastium, we have already 6 tons. So getting another 10 tons in here shouldn't be a major problem. Especially when we consider the mountainsides we have. Because we could use an aqueduct here to boost my farming area even further. And I think out of all the places, yeah, this is probably gonna be my farming area. There's also hemp here already. Nice. Let's have a look at Capua. Because we do have some concrete in. And let's get me some 100 tons of concrete over. Also the tiles. We have plenty of that available. Let's get them down here. Boy, we have a bit of work to do. First of all, the villa here is really centrally situated. This is also nice, of course, because we can use a specialist here, for example, telling the markets in range, producing a bit more money. How many markets do we have in range? Yeah, 1. That's probably not gonna be that much, right? It's a bit of more money coming in out of this one. The Sanctuary and Phenoms believe in range. 1. Nice. Okay. And then we have a Rusa of Knossos. Belief from oysters with caviar if supplied. Oh god, that's completely useless. Let's not have a look at the Citybuilder any further. Let's rather repair the buildings that we have and also delete some of them. So I just realized we also have a weapon production here. Yeah, let's rebuild the iron mine, by the way. Let's have the iron here, right? Because this is not the best location for the aqueduct. This is a much better location for the aqueduct. So I would like to use this here then right away. And yeah, let's continue with more fields. And of course, the cool thing here is that we can use the aqueduct over the fields, right? So the fields do not block this area at all. So this is something I'm gonna enjoy quite a bit. That's 80, 80, 80, and this one here has 60. So this is fine. And then we can have another one here, right? By the way, yeah, the ground texture is blocking my fields. That's also something I just learned. And let's have this one here and here. And now we could make the aqueduct source then working there. It's probably, I mean, there's another mountainside here for the city itself then. I will definitely provide that. But for the farms, I'm probably going to use this one up there. It's just needing the concrete that is coming in at this point. And we should really use the aqueduct, honestly, because it's a lot of fields that we're going to need, right? And now we can place them. We look at that. That's, it's going to be expensive. Let's have them down here. And I think here I could already work with my first cistern, right? Somewhere here. Yeah, that's gonna be okay, I guess. That's cistern number 1. And cistern number 2 we could provide then over there, right? But this is already now boosting all the fields. There it is. Water is coming in. Upgrading the road here just a tiny bit. And let's just have it upgraded over up to this point. There you go. Expands its reach. And we can do the same thing for this road to further get the range over there. Very good. So this was powerful. And around that cistern, we can now have a bunch more fields that are just producing more goods. So this one. And then another one here. Together with its fields, please. Going all the way over there. So both of them are boosted. And then, wait a second. Yes, this one here can be boosted as well. With all of the fields that we have in this area. Isn't that cute looking? I love the scenery here. And with this out of the way, we're producing now some additional porridge. By the way, we don't need that ground clutter. Who needs that ground clutter anyway? And I should be able to use another field here. Defensive pact, I'm gonna decline. And non-aggression pact, I'm also gonna decline. Because you never know when you need it. We're also doing some contracts in the background to get some additional money in. Because money really is my issue currently. We don't have enough of that. Alright, with the boosting, we're producing 22 tons of oats. That's crazy. That's way too much. Alright. What kind of boost do we get out of that? Oh, it's different. The Boon of Ceres is also coming in, of course. Yeah, we get 40% out of the Goddess and 50% out of the Aqueduct. And for the hams, how's it looking here? It's also 12 tons. I love this. That's great stuff. That's a lot of porridge coming in now that we can pour into Kapur then. And yeah, up here, I think would be a nice smaller location for the first productions that we have then. There you go. And let's also upgrade that warehouse here to make sure that we have the capacity for all of this. Another bridge over there would help us out greatly then as well. Probably gonna need a few more porridges though. We have them over here, so let's just continue. That's my tannery, that's the sheep farm, that's out of place here. We don't need it. And then I could have another block of porridge just here. Perfect. There's the ground clutter again that she's adding everywhere. She added everywhere. And another warehouse here. And the ground clutter, let's get rid of that again. Because it's actually blocking space for whatever we have. People request my decision. Okay, there's a woman. The matron complains that her willful daughter has refused her betrothal to an elderly, wealthy senator. Okay, the father has deceased now. Therefore, the young woman is free from the authority of patria potestas. Legally, you may assume that role now. Or we give the woman her will, marrying her off to the senator. This gives me on all islands in Blastium. Okay, prestige and happiness reduction. Or the happiness boost. Allow her to marry her lover. Gives me a nice happiness boost on this island that I want. Prestige is not that important to me right now. At least on this island. This is going to be a great artisan district here, by the way. So we can add more buildings then. Now. The porridge will not be an issue anymore. Right, so that's the important thing. By the way, this one does not have... I don't want to push more buildings though, for now. With that, we have now a porridge production of 17. In Aqua Series, it was only 10, right? So we basically boosted it up quite a bit. However, we consume 6 here. In Kapur, we do need 8 in total. So, of course, if we select all of them, we have a nice surplus now of porridge, right? That's the important thing. So I can go ahead now and redirect the trade route that we have rolling right now. Aqua Series has the trade route here now with the porridge. We are full on porridge in Kapur, by the way. So I'm gonna get rid of this one. We still continue with the Murik snail, of course. And here we also get rid of the porridge now, right? Of course, we will still need to manually unload the porridge that we have left over. Otherwise, it's gonna clog it up. And since we're so full on porridge, I just throw it overboard. The savage that I am. It also means that we can now get rid of all of the porridge production here, save for one, right? Because I still want to provide, of course, that to the population here. So let's get rid of all of this. And then I'm also going to get rid of all of the porridge production over there. I'm going to have the porridge kitchen over here. That's just for the population now. And now we have all of a sudden a lot of workforce over again. And by the way here, let's also get rid of the wood production. I don't need that anymore. If I need wood, I'm just going to transport it over. Space is much more important. And of course, it's the space that we can have here now for the grapes. The vineyards. This is something I really want to have. How much wine do we need right now in Kapur? It's 3 tons. So those 3 tons are adding up to 5 vineyards. We have 6, so let's just build all of them. We have a mountain slot, so it could boost them. Of course we're gonna do this. I do, however, need more trade ships. Let's get the next civilian going. Of course, we can also get rid of this trade route here now, right? That's the trade route with just the Murik snail. So let's delete this one, because we have, of course, here now the honey, the sandrak, and now also the Muriks that we can transport on this single trade route. This saves me a ship. So let's take this one. And now, oops, sorry. Now I can say take a new trade route that goes now from Blastium to Kapur. And here we're gonna say now the ship that we just redirected. And this one's gonna take the porridge now over. It's a very short trade route, so 1 slot should be fine. And bear in mind, of course, we're gonna add more goods here then. We still have this one here now with the Murixinol, the Sandrax, and the honeycombs. The honeycombs is another thing that we could get over to Blastium, because here we have just a lot of space. There's already my next ship. This one's gonna be for the grapes then, because we are gonna need, of course, our own trade route for this. So, of course, if I'm building a bigger ship, which is still taking some time, we could actually have everything included in one trade route. Let's wait for that 2 tons of sales, and then we can make this one into one trade route only. I'm gonna need some reinforced concrete now for the aqueduct that I also want to finish then over here for the boosting that we get out of that. Finally, the contract can be finished. That's a bit of money coming in. We want all the money in the world right now. And let's get my ships back home. By the way, with such a massive army that we have, look at that, by the way. Neff, you should really build a pier. Trading pier. There is a traffic jam in your harbor. Hito has the 5 tons of crates as well. Or 41 tons of weapons. How many weapons do we have? We have a lot of weapons. I'm inclined to give him the weapons. I don't think it has any influence on his power, right? That's 13,000 denarii coming in. I love this. Let's deliver the weapons. Don't forget, we also have a second weapon production now in Blastium with 180 tons of weapons already sitting around here. So this is really great. And by the way, while we're in Blastium as well, let's get me my harbor defenses rolling. That's the wooden archer towers. And yeah, this is gonna cost me workforce again, but I'm fine with that. And do we not have a bit too much fish production here? No, it's the mackerel production, right? No, it's the sardines. There's the mackerel. How many mackerels do we have? How many mackerels do we need? Oh, we have... Oh, only 2 tons, but we only need 1 for the garum production. That is in surplus. Now onwards to my wine production that we have here with the vineyards. By the way, we probably should also upgrade that warehouse here. And then I'm gonna go ahead. And don't forget, this is a low volume good production that we need. Let's have the aqueduct going down here a bit. Towards my... Yeah, let's have this one. What's the range? Nah, it's not enough for getting the farming and the city in. I'm just gonna have this aqueduct here. And we're just gonna have then my aqueduct rolling around through that. And around that we're having then the farms. Yeah, that's 150 fields. That's a lot. So the boosting here is absolutely required. Otherwise, you're probably going to run out of space. They're not getting boosted by water, unfortunately. That is a miscalculation on my part. I thought every farm would be available. Do we have a tech that can do this? Okay, the apiaries can be boosted. There is a boost down here. We do have another aqueduct plantation boost here. But this is for Albion as far as I can see. But it doesn't say that. And the vineyard is a plantation. So theoretically this probably will still work in the future. So let's just keep it rolling as is. And we might actually get attacked there soon. Okay, so that's the 4. With a 4 production now, right? This is enough theoretically. So I'm gonna wait now for my ship to be finished and then we can add this one to the trade route. You know what? Let's have a bit of a surplus there because I don't want to have it too tight. And let's have one more here. There. And then we have more space here for even more plantations. And there's my new tier 2 trade ship in all its glory. A nice trireme there as well. And this one we can now use on this bigger trade route, right? So the ship is right in the harbor, so I'm gonna manually do this. Add now my trader's owl, as it's called. And here I'm just gonna add now the grapes as well. So this is finished. Off it goes. This one we're gonna manually unload. Alright, so that leads me to one more thing, and that's the honeycomb. We just will boost the production of the honeycombs right over here. And I'm also able now to turn in that quest for a lot of money. Thank you very much. Neff. The other very important thing that I would like to do in Blastium is my flax production. So I'm gonna use the farm area over here again, where we already have this, right? And we do have in Kapur the total demand of the Togar only 2 tons right now. So the flax we're importing completely right now. The demand for this is sitting at 1 ton. So we could say 3 to 4 tons would be fine for a long time. The flax farm itself produces every 90 seconds. This is getting boosted by the aqueduct to 1 minute. So I think, yeah, 4 farms should be fine. Let's just check it out how many we need. Where do we have the next warehouse? There it is. And this warehouse is a bit further up the grid.
Is at risk of a great
So I might need another warehouse then somewhere here to supply them. And I have no idea though. 140 fields. Really? Beautiful color they have. But holy cow, that's a space requirement. Okay. The cistern has a nice range, so I can afford me another one. Here, or even here, yes.
his structure is under attack.
Oh, really? Sorry, I need to check this out. Pirate, though.
Is under attack.
Just saying hello. To Blastium. Lucky us, we just built some harbor defenses. Nasty. Yeah. Can still have something tiny in here. And then I can have another one over here. Theoretically, this would lead now. Can we see the total production already? It's 3 tons, but I'm not entirely sure that it's the right amount. Because as you can see, we're lacking the farmers right now to make this work. Okay, but we have all the goods supplied, so it's really just a matter of buildings. There's my market. Yeah. Not entirely sure. I mean, it makes sense to expand into this area too. And then going down into the harbor area. And don't forget, you can use residential buildings as defense too. That was also used in real life in medieval times. Using residential buildings close to walls gives you extra protection. Let's just use this one here. I think we are gonna need another tavern over this area. Yeah. Up there. Solves the workforce problem again. Not my money problem though right now. The beautiful fields of flax are now fully staffed. This leads now to 4, as expected. I might even use still 1 more. You know what? This road we probably don't even need, like so. And I can have another field here. Fantastic. And with that, we have a nice surplus. And with that, I can also have a new good added to my trade route here, which is the flax. Also, what we don't need with that anymore is the flax import in Kapur. And that makes me very happy. That's a lot of money we can save now. By the way, the workforce we also save in Aqua. We could use to build me another Murex snailery over here. To get my surplus up a bit, right? The trade road is already in place. And I would also like to use this to get me a bit more honey out. 86% is fine. And then another 100% here. This affects it quite a bit actually. And I would like to have another one up here. There you go. Having a bit more honey coming in also reinforces that production. With the grapes and the honey coming in now, the only thing that's left is of course adding vintners. And vintners are really nice because they have no downside. So you can just place them and they give you a flat income and prestige boost. First of all, this area here, we get rid of the lumberjacks now and of the warehouse to really clean this area. This gives me now the ability to add me then one of those vintners. They take a lot of space though. That's their downside. Then again, that one here. And here we can connect then right away with that industry zone. And these of course are very beautiful buildings. I really like them. in that district over here. And next, of course, one is not enough. One is only producing every 45 seconds, so we need at least a second one. I'm thinking about actually deleting something here, like some houses. We have a lot of Equitas workforce. Could very well be placed here. Let's do this. That income boost is no joke. And I would also like to have one here. We can just safely squeeze it in like that in the middle. There you go. This leads to a pretty nice potential production, right? It's too much, of course, but as long as they work a bit, I'm happy because they give me that boost. And of course, we also get the wine now in, and people are paying a nice price on wine. There it is rolling in now. Regarding the garum, we already have a garum production Capua, but it's barely enough. And now Latium comes in with its nice juices. That is the mackerel and the salt. And that means we can now add another production here. This reduces happiness, but the income boost, once again, is just too nice. So I'm not gonna neglect on that. Let's have a garum in here. And let's have another one over here.
Construction of a ship has finished.
And with that, the mackerel and salt should be fine on this. There it is. And the mackerel is... the mackerel actually needs to be reinforced a bit. Just see, can we have it on the ocean? No, we can't. There's a huge beach on their side. There is a beach with more space. Do it here. I've seen some ruins over there. Holy cow. This warrants a medic. And I think we also don't have a police station here. We do. Fine. Now we have two. Oh, it was just farms usually here being destroyed. With all of that, we're closing in on the 1,000 again. Of course, we have a few more ships now than before. Also, a few more trade ships now. I think another one is still coming out. Yep. That we're gonna need for all of the new trade routes that we're gonna implement here. And with that, let's check it out again. We got the flax and the porridge trade, and we're gonna add now, of course, garum to this selection. So that Capua has even more garum available. I'm just gonna make it so that, of course, garum has a bit of a minimum stock here. Let's say 20 tons. So that the population can support itself. I would really like to save up on a bit more denarii now for the amphitheater, because that breakthrough is mandatory to get a positive balance out of my population. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of contracts. 56 tons of garum. We have that. 14,000. Let's accept this delivery immediately. And yeah, I mean, that's a lot of garum, right? But seriously, we do have a lot of garum, so I'm not worried about that the least. Especially for that amount of money. Looking at my workforce in Capua, I think we could also afford it to upgrade a few more peeps. Especially here, the patricians in the town center. And also here, a few more to patricians. And these guys here, the patricians. Gives me a bit more tax income there. Libertus workforce, we also have quite a bit. I mean, brings me in again with the city parameters. I really don't want to get to the next level there. Let's have these guys here upgraded, right? And that's okay now. Yeah, we still haven't reached it. But with the amount of patricians we have now, we actually unlock the next stage of the amphitheater. And we unlocked us now here the jewelry and the cloaks. Now the jewelry is actually something that I can do spontaneously because, you know, we really just need the gold mines up here in Sanctum. I could use all 3 slots, right? I mean, nah, we're using the marble here too. Do I have marble anywhere else? That's bad. The only island with marble and gold. Let's get us the denarii and just think about this for a bit longer. We got, by the way, an epic captain giving me goods transfer speed and province transfer speed. How much would that be worth it? Can we see this? We cannot see it on the thing itself. Oh, we cannot trade with her. Yeah, we're still embargoed. Might need to get it down here to Valeria. He's not an emperor representative. Unfortunately, the wine bonus is really underwhelming when it comes to happiness. Only 144, right? So none of that really makes a massive difference. And we really also don't have any penalties. So it's all about the city status once again. Oh, non-aggression pact. No thanks. Because you never know when you will need a war again. But now it looks nice and stable in Latium, so let's return again to Lindisfarne, an island we really should not neglect. And in Lindisfarne, we can do something. We can upgrade now to Alderman. And I would like to do this right here in the town center. There you go. Got us tier 3 now, the Alderman in Lindisfarne. Beautiful houses and lots of new demands. They also have a wine demand. That is something we could provide, as the surplus is really high in Latium. They also have the roast beef. I've never done this production chain, so I'm looking forward to it. And they've also got now some pretty big service buildings that will unlock over time that we also haven't built here yet. Let's also have a bunch more low tiers upgraded. Over here. And over here. And I would really like to expand the city as a whole up here now. So we do have that road. So let's just continue with more blocks here. Where's my warehouse?
Give me something to work with.
That's my hearth. There's my market. I'm gonna have another market probably somewhere up here. And then I would like to continue with... yeah, something like that. Going up. You can have lots of decorations in here. Don't worry, we're gonna have decorations, of course. And let's make this one complete. Could have a service building in here. And then we have a bunch more houses here. Oh, this is not working? Take it like so. Now it's working. Mercatos will also be available now, the game tells me. The non-aggression pact we're gonna decline. Alright, and so we move up this beautiful, beautiful mountain with more houses. Of course, all of this demands the eel grabbers to be expanded. That would be here. And we do have the tiles. Can we do some marsh services here already? No, that still hasn't been unlocked yet. Draining the swamp. That would be into this direction, of course, because that is a very logical point to keep the city expansion going. Right here. And then here we do have the main road. That probably goes then like so. Finally, a few more upgrades, especially here in the center. As long as we have some workforce. And then more to aldermen. These guys. These guys. And these guys. Darius is now exalted. And we have unlocked now the Older Council. A pretty nice building. And we haven't even built the Phenom yet for the knowledge boost. There it is, the drainage. Choose the Roman path in Albion though. So we need to do this once. And we could have this, for example, yeah, closer to my barracks here. It makes sense to have a bunch of upgrades for the Romans. So these guys here will be Mercators, just so that we get the inspiration out of that. There it is, now we can do it. And by the way, also we have unlocked now another area for research. And I think, yeah, we can now boost in plantations as well with aqueduct. So let's also queue this in right away. And while we're here, let's also increase now the fuel efficiency. All of that is possible because we now have also the Roman path in Albion. Opening 12 mines could be problematic. No, it's not. We would have that inspiration available as well to us if I want to choose it. Alderman it is. That is one of my main goals for the series. Of course, it doesn't stop here because I'm enjoying this way too much. And yeah, we continue with the expansion of this city here in the next episode. And probably also the first stage of our grand amphitheater. Stay tuned. It's a fine, warm day. There is no attack, no plague, no fire, no volcanic eruptions, nothing. Just good old Roman days. going about some trade, slaving a bit, and also purchasing great wine. The wine that we have, of course, in the storage as of the last episode. Boy, I really should work on my intros. Sometimes they're a bit weird. Now we have the town center. And in the town center, I do need a bunch of more construction materials for big constructions. Because, boy, in tier 4, we have massive things to complete. For this, I need to work a bit on my concrete. Especially also since we, of course, want to pave the roads of Capua to, make it a bit cleaner and faster for everyone. This, however, needs more limestone. Now, where do we get limestone from, you may wonder? Well, of course, some of you may not wonder, because, of course, Latium is perfect for this. It has mountain shots, it has no, specific deposit that we can use. Of course, we're already using the iron deposit over there, and we're using one for the aqueduct. But I still have a bit of room left for more. And more I would like to use. A limestone quarry produces 2 tons of limestone per minute. It's quite a bit if you're thinking about that. It also just needs plaps, and we have a lot of them. Let's get me the first one going right over here. And I would like to have me a second one. By the way, I don't know why my buildings collapsed. This is also nice. We're gonna have a look at this research there in a second. And there's my next one. Now this one is of course destined for it. There is an aqueduct source over there already, so I most likely will not have another one. There is the road connection. It's an okay distance. So let's just keep it like that. And by the way, the scenery in this game, you know my opinion about this. I don't think we have a more beautiful city builder out there right now. Gorgeous. Fantastic scenery. Oh, I did want to get my feet wet. Oh, let's get out of here.
Your people are ailing.
Now, of course, wetting my feet on beaches is not getting me anywhere, so I need to get my next trade route going. We already have another garum trade here. And I would like to switch the ship here now. We should have a new one. There it is, the Tears of Alalia. What a name. And I'm gonna add now the limestone as my next good that we're transporting back and forth between 2 cities. Last but not least, we can of course continue then with my concrete production. Now, we can see that 1 limestone quarry would be fine for 3. So I could have actually now 2 more. And delete one of the other quarries again. Otherwise, I'm certainly not going to need 6 of them. I'm still going to add, 3 in total. So let's add those here again, right? Get us the decent amount of concrete in now that we need for all the things. Silica might be the only other thing that I still would like to add. And this one's also got a nice fast production. By the way, this would work out. And as far as I remember, you can have them built like this. Yeah, it's possible. Which is just really cool, I guess. If I have another warehouse somewhere here, right by the beach area. Could actually use this tiny space here too for another sand refinery. And keep this area here still available. And of course, this key here as well. And that's something that I would like to use. That's the trade ship that we're no longer using. It's falling prey immediately to... Boah! That's quite the ship here. Okay. This one here, I would like to take down. Let's take all 5 of my ships. I thank my inactive trader. And actually left some loot behind. I wonder what it is. Oh, look at that! The pirate can plunder. That's the first time I'm seeing this too. So that's interesting. And he looted one of my captains. Take it down. Get me my captain back. It's crazy how much damage this one here takes. And it's still almost outmaneuvering the other ones. That was interesting. Please. Oh no, the captain transformed into sails. I think the captain is no longer. That's a real shame. Now what's not a real shame is my farming area over here in Latium. And I would like to continue using my hard-earned reinforcement. Someone please slap me every time I say this. And let's get the aqueduct over here now. Alright, we're moving it a bit further. Because I would like to keep expanding my farming area into this one. We do have still the woodcutter and the sawmill here. Let's get rid of them. I have another one running there, so this is that. And then we got the spinners here. I'm also gonna get rid of both of them. And since we cannot move anything, I will just have to rebuild them down here, where we can easily squeeze them in. And then, probably gonna have some overlap, but that's okay. There you go. And then we have a new area that we have now watered, irrigated, moisturized. And I would like to, first of all, certainly not delete my roads, because there's something wonky going on. Okay. And second of all, I would like to get me a nice additional hemp plantation going here. And the reason for that is pretty simple, and some of you might already know it if you experienced with the Anno franchise. Of course, starting with plantations. I can actually squeeze one in here. Why not? Road doesn't need to be that long. As a matter of fact, I don't even know why we have a road here. Absolutely not needed. Do they get water already? Yes, they get water already without having any fields. And oh yeah, you can for sure squeeze in quite a few of them, because hemps really don't need a lot of field size. One thing I noticed is that there's not that many farmers anymore on the fields. There used to be more details. Be someone picking something up. I'm not expecting tractors. The total amount for hemp in Kapur is sitting around 16 tons. We could even say 18 tons. Now, to get this one going, we don't need that much. We already have 7 tons, and they're not even fully working yet. Let's get me my next one going here. Oh, this is also interesting. You can have a brush tool if we just click on the mouse wheel. And another one here. Serves the trick. Get this one down. And then on the other side here too, like this one. There you go. Nice. That's all around the cistern now. By the way, here, let's keep a bit of a space in between. Let me make a road there now. Connect it down here. Alright, and the interesting thing is that with the plantations, we're reaching the limits of the cistern here really quickly. So there's no more water in the aqueduct source, as all of these farms here consume masses of that. However, there is a tack. In 20 minutes, we are going to have it researched, giving me another 50% water supply out of the aqueduct basin. That should be then enough. But now we're having a surplus of 14 tons. That's absolutely fine for me. And nope, the production will keep in Kapur because these spinners provide a nice bonus of income. And we should have, I'm going to use a smaller trade ship for this. Clepeos, there we go. And Clepeos is going to transfer my hemp. Oh boy, we have a lot of hemp. Over. Right? And now comes a really cool thing. First of all, where's Clepeos, please? There it is. Put on board. Now we can get rid of these here, right? And that's the cool thing about it. That's the whole intention. To make room for Kapur to grow. We still have more hemp plantations over there that I'm gonna keep. So they're also being boosted. Right? And more hemp though is now coming in from my other city. And with that, we can, yeah, add my city, continue growing my city, though this is not going to be a city district. This is going to be something far greater. And for this, I'm going to get rid of the main roads here just for now. Because, of course, we want to start building now the amphitheater. This is probably not going to be the best. Wait a second. However, let's get rid of this for just for now.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Need to find a good location for this one. Have it like this or like this. I think this works a bit better, especially here. We have it like so, towards the river. And look at that range. So this will affect all the buildings up to this point, and that's with unpaved roads, by the way. So the Colosseum will for sure take everything in that we have here so far. Okay, I think this would be a nice location for it. Having this one kind of like here and then more city around that, of course. And what we can do here now is we can have the main road going in, alright? And then all around it, like so. There's a main road here. The main road. Why is the construction area blocked? Then we're going around here. And also, once again, double road, of course, that I would like to have around here. And, oops, here, we will need to make sure that we have... Oh, okay, this is interesting. Not gonna work out. And here's the other road from the street coming in. And I think we could make it like so. And then we have another road here going up like. Right here. Probably like so. Or like so. I think this is also okay. With that we have a bit of an area here for decorations. I definitely would like to keep this area available there. And here we're moving then up with a double road. Where we have right now just some basic production buildings. Yeah, there you go. I like how this is coming along for now, of course. And then we have a whole bunch of other buildings that we can place wherever we choose. And let's see how much it costs me. 75,000 denarii. I'm just glad we have that kind of money. But with 1,000 denarii only coming in every minute, I'm a bit hesitant of actually building this right away. So I probably will want to wait a bit longer. For example, a festival like this one here already cost me 8,000 denarii. And all buildings on the island give me an income boost. Actually, that's really neat. That's 500 additional denarii we get out of the festival. For how long? For however long it takes. So let's wait a bit on that. By the way, what is that? Farah, iconic emissary? Alright, that's a nice item. I'm not quite sure where we got this one from, but I'm happy that we have her. One thing we certainly do not have is the Libertus workforce with all the farms that we built. So I might want to keep expanding my town in Latium, as it is called. One more thing for the trade route that we have going. Let's also get more coal over to Capua, as we have a nice coal production running. Workforce wise, we're struggling because several districts are having the plague right now. And I would probably continue along this path here towards the harbor area. There you go. There's my army. So that we may continue with more city blocks. there is no marketplace in this area. Is that right? Do my eyes deceive me? But it looks like it. Oh, there it is. My eyes deceive me. That's the problem. I'm also happy to report that the research we finished earlier actually affected also the vineyards in Latium. So it is in fact affecting all the plantations in the game, not just for the Albion. Despite being locked behind an Albion inspiration, it actually boosts also my Latium industry. This is really great because with that we have a massive surplus production in grapes, and all of this here was worth it after all. Onwards we go with Albion. Speaking about Albion, we go back to Albion. Yeah. Some of you have been contemplating about my level of exploration, as a lot of Albion is still hidden. Yeah, let's start. I'm gonna use my main fleet here that we have. Those 4. And do they have anything on board? Nah, they're empty. Great. And of course, we're gonna systematically try and find us more suitable islands. And of course, I'm gonna move them together because the pirate could be, yeah, strong in this region. You never know. I'm also so happy to see how they improved the ships from the beta, because this is visually very, very pleasing to the eye. And finding the pirate is usually not the biggest challenge. She's unfortunately below the clouds. She's definitely one of the corners, probably in the northern corner. So I'm happily going to scout this area for now. And while that is happening, let's also start with the drainage. We have it researched, the sluice gate. And I would really like to get this endeavor going. As we're moving this one now, to see how far we can go. Looks good. This is too far. Yes, it will destroy the eel grabber, right? There you go.
The ultimate demonstration of uncompromising Romanness.
Then we move over there. I think this is close to the maximum. Yeah. Cannot drain that much more, but that's already quite worth it. And the eel grabber, we definitely will need to do something about this. As without eel, we are running into trouble. It just needs a lot of space. That's it. Okay, there's the connection again. That's just so beautiful. I love this feature. And is it that we need to drain here a bit more? Yes. This area here. Alright, that also means now that we can keep the expansion of the main road going over here now. Right? And this all can become now a new city district.
A city is unhealthy. Ideal conditions for plague.
The ships continue with the exploration. Unfortunately, this one's been taken. Neff is really dominating the game at this point. Where's Sarah, by the way? Doesn't seem to be in Albion. And unfortunately also, none of my islands has silver, so that's gonna hurt us a bit. We can already though start with the next construction material, the granite. This is something we have then here, and there's my deposit for this. I think we don't need the smiths though, so let's hope that we can upgrade a bunch more. Fantastic. This gives me now the granite quarry, producing every 45 seconds. Right over here. And the production of the granite does require the tier 3 residences then. So we are gonna need our trading route for this again. And we do have the tin running right now. And now we can add also granite to the mix. The only thing we now need is, of course, the granite cutters. And they are not having a good time with population. So I'm gonna have them a bit further down here. We could take a few of them in. Honestly, it gives me a prestige boost. So that's better than nothing, I guess. Or we have this one in the mountains up there. I think I like this one. And we, in fact, need 2 of them. Now, there she is. Lara, finally. Snagged her the smallest island possible and had the goal to place a massive statue here. Alright. This is basically an island consisting only of the swamp. Next, we haven't really built the Phantom yet. And this is a really nice building because of the learning boost that we're getting out of this. And yeah, I would like to have this one, of course, as central as possible. Somewhere here. And I think this one, I mean, nah, that's actually pretty nasty because we just built them. This looks better in my service area. Yeah, and then we can have a second one over there. So let's get rid of them here. What is that? Hosier. Let's move the hosier somewhere else.
Better installing half-baked phantoms
Like
than allowing the putrescent
right beside it,
heads of
I guess. We
druidism
can
to
still get a nice
regrow
bonus
in
out of it.
Albion.
Thing about bonuses, my health is not looking particularly nice. For these guys up here. Better. Oh, yeah. Oh, and we are
The
out
shape
of
the gallbladder
wood.
indicates
Would
that
have thought.
we need not
Defensive
rely-
pacts? No, sorry. Don't do that. Now, respect and kudos to Sarah for pulling this off. Look at that. That's an actually really small island, and she managed to build a massive city on this. Using really every square inch here that is possible, right? So the AI building definitely is much improved in this game. And what they can do with the environments. Once again, it's also Concordia that I'm laying my eyes on, because she's got something that I don't. And that is silver. Now, silver is already really rare because it's on basically no island that I'm looking for or looking too closely, right? Silver is super rare in Albion. And yeah, this is one of the few islands that has it. And it's also got 8 mountain slots. So if I wanna go for this, well, Concordia would be a nice target. And I'm probably gonna need to expand my catapult legion for that a bit more. But also, let's check out silver ore, because honestly, it's really cheap. It's only 10 coin for the ton. So let's just have a look and see if we can import 100 of them. I'm also just gonna say an all goods sell off again for a minimum of, let's say, 200, which should be more than enough for everything. That means that, for example, we have now 200 tin ore to sell, right? And yeah, also dye plants. That is something. And processing wise, ropes we can sell. Actually, they're quite valuable. 19 for selling. And the hoses, the trousers are 16. Also very good. So there should be some trade happening here. There's already a trader coming in. Perhaps he's up for the task. There it is. Got 100 tons of silver in. It's that simple. And it barely cost me anything. Let's just wait for him to pass, because then we can see the price usually that this transaction actually brought me. 258 coin it cost. He's of course bought some things as well. But this is absolutely fine. And with that we can get the silver brooch production up and running now. But for this I will need to have a bigger population of mercators. So these guys here. Because I think they're also gonna need it, right? Yeah, there it is. For a nice income boost. Silver brooches, right? It's just the silver ore, then the silver forge. Let's just check it out. In Capua, what's my demand for the silver stuff? Only 1 ton. That's really easy, right? And the silver forge, 2 of them already supply the whole of Linda's farm and the whole of Capua. And everything else then is a bonus. Let's have them over here on the other side of the marshes. So I'm probably gonna go ahead here with 4. And perhaps even a bit more. we have riots close by? Sounds like riots.
Your people are ailing.
But the farmers are just really loud. Sounds like we have some riots over there. And the Fibularium though processes only every 2 minutes. So we're gonna need 2 for Lindisfarne and we're gonna need 2 for Capua. Keep a bit of space here so we have room or access to the speech area up here. Right, so these 2 are already more than enough. And then of course we're gonna add a few more. Just so that I have, but just so that we play it safe. I'm gonna add, of course, my service buildings to this and a well or something along the way because this is a lot of fire risk that we're building up here. And let's start with 2 of them and then 4 of these guys. Now the Grammaticus is another nice building that you get when you upgrade to Mercatus in Albion. And of course I would like to use them because the bonus that you get out of this is just really nice. The 3 learning. There you go. And what's going on here? We got a festival roaming. No festival is being shown though, so this is just the occasional walk through the city when it rains. Bit more city development over here. Just along the marshes then.
Dissatisfied with their lot.
I like this one especially, the road then along the marshes. And I'm just gonna add a bunch more. Because we really need workforce. So this is really just the last tile before we need to build a quay, right? Plank walk, a boardwalk. So just at the marshes really. Let's build another tier 2 trade ship in Lindisfarne this time to use the workforce here. Because of course we will want to start then also trading. So pretty sure that over there must be the pirates somewhere. There's not even a hint. I'm trying to make my way around here. Let's also check out quickly my trade route with Albion. There it is. This is already a trireme working here, right? So the cheese, the weapons and the tiles. And now we can add the silver too. Honestly, this is fine because the brooches or the brushes, they're really low volume, right? So that's already all that we need. And with that, we're getting a new juicy good in Capua. And we are back in Capua once more because, of course, we have a few things to do. First of all, we got now the concrete that I would like to use to finally finish the city center here with paving. That's another 70 tons, right? This is just so nice. Also on your city parameters, it's incredible. And probably a bunch more here. Yeah, that's okay. Make this look into a proper city. By the way, there's the reservoir. So we should have now more water here again flowing. Yeah, it's barely enough, but it is enough to have now all the hemp farms here boosted, right? But that's it. There's really no more water that we can squeeze out of this one. Let's also finish now a bit of a plaza here. So this is only the beginning, of course, in the center. And then we can add, yeah, some trees. Might even work on a statue. Definitely like to have some fire here. Just as these 2 massive buildings are looking at each other. Probably something 2 of them looking at each other. The great gods. Statue celebrating the arts. And perhaps also some fountains.
Construction of a ship has finished.
There you go. as the center is coming along. The forum, I'm going to look at later, and I want to close this episode, of course, with the beginning of the amphitheater. Despite not having more money than at the beginning of this episode, at least we can do it now. 75,000. And this is now, yeah, the beginning of a whole new era for this one. So I have no idea if this is going to be a good era or not. We'll just see, because the cost is really there. However, my opponents applaud this, so that's probably a good thing. Yeah, timber, concrete and ropes. We have all of this available. We can start the construction. Workforce-wise, it's a bit of a problem, but nothing that we can't solve. All of that in the next episode. Hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
Fellow was killed by a bucket full of swamp.
There are signs of public unrest.
Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Anno, and we continue right away with the construction of our monument, that is with focusing on the construction of the monument, and that is, well, workforce to be specific. For workforce we do have a couple of options that we can use to make this easier for us. The first one is that my war fleet over here that has a lot of farmers is currently employed in Capua, and that is 35 farmers per ship, which is a lot. On the other hand, we do have a Latium over there, where we do have some farmer workforce available. So I can now go ahead and say that these ships take their workforce now from Latium, right? The same goes then with Aqua Sirius. We have another workforce that we can use over there. And then I think over here in Sanctum, well, we probably would need also a few more buildings. But before I add buildings in Sanctum, we can add buildings in Capua, because that city still needs to grow. And that would be all the way here, where we have the farming area coming along. We have some, yeah, nice spots available for some proper city development. And that is all blocks that we can use in this area. So I'm probably going to go ahead and have me another block over here, together with more workforce then as well. Here, let's just go, and then probably also along the field here a couple more before we can go into this area here with the aqueduct. Treaty. I mean, we have negative 42 reputation with the Emperor. How much worse can it get? I could accept, but of course we're not doing that, because I rather keep my money, and the pirate is really weak, honestly, so he's not bothering us at all. I think that's because of Nef's fleet also out there. So we never really see that many pirates, and the ones we see, completely damaged, right? So he's got no real chance there of being a threat to us. Some nuisance, perhaps, but that's about it. Alright, over here, I really would like to finish this block, right? So that's, of course, more peeps now. Let's just see. Market doesn't really make sense here. I'd rather upgrade my roads to expand the reach, right? So we could get all the way over there. And with that, they should have now, there you go, all of them actually have now their market range as well. And yeah, then in this area, we also have some. I realized though that we also get very close now to my artisan district. So I probably would like to keep a bit of a distance there. More importantly is this area on the other side of the city. First of all, there's a minerals deposit we're not using. Blasphemous, that is, I'd say. Let's have a warehouse here that goes then all the way down. There you go. And we're getting a lot of coal in right now out of my Blastia, so I can get rid of them. Let's do this. This also saves me some workforce there again. And look where we are already, right? At 30 only, down from 300 to negative 30 only. So this is really great. However, there it kicks in again. We leveled up the city. It had to happen to a minor monstropolis. And with that, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with my happiness there for now. Next, we're gonna plan a temple. I'm not gonna build it yet because the cost is once again pretty insane for this. But I would like to have that temple right here, where we get the main roads together, and then it goes into the Colosseum. So I think this fits. Also, in that case, the temple has a really nice reach from here to all the city districts, and yeah. That's the bonuses we're getting out of that. I don't think I need more than that. Yeah, reinforced concrete for city upgrades is not really there right now because we're consuming it all for the amphitheater. And over here, we are gonna then have another block now. So this is where the charcoal burners were. We still have the tileries here. So I will also now move them a bit further into my heavy industry. Can we actually squeeze into here? No, we can't do that. Probably gonna move them up further even. Into this area somewhere. What is that? That was a woodcutter. I'm also gonna not need this anymore. Gonna repair this. And by the way, the timber production, that was a tip from you guys, is yeah, it's actually really cheap getting timber in just like that, right? I'm just buying this one as much as possible because it's so dirty cheap that you will not even feel buying that much timber all the time, right? So she just sold me 100 tons and yeah, we're still at 53,000 denarii, climbing rapidly. There's the next trader coming in. So I'm totally fine with purchasing this and reducing the demand of workforce for the timber production, that is, at least for now. With all of that out of the way, we have a whole area here again that we can develop into more city space. With more houses and so forth. By the way, I probably will need yeah, a new market area then, right over here. Together with a pub. Then we have this area, so the marketplace expands just nicely over here. So this is also where I would like to have some blocks of houses then. The same applies on the other side of the city. So here we do have, this is probably gonna stay artisan area, right? And then we have the city of Kapur expanding all the way over here. Probably another market in this area. And probably also another tavern. Ah, there's the tavern. Nice. Just need to go ahead now and get us a few more houses going. Towards the harbor area then, down there. Well, we just built the district. Fire safety wasn't priority here, it seems. There's a couple of very interesting researches as well that we can still do, and one of them is the iron deposit. So this allows us now to build iron mines in areas or on islands that have no iron deposit, but at 50% capacity only, right? That's still very neat, honestly. The same goes with the mackerel. So now we can use mackerels wherever we want, but at 50% productivity on islands that don't have the fertility. So it still works with 100% on islands with the fertility, but outside of that it's 50%, which is better than nothing, I guess, especially since mackerel is something that you don't need a huge amount of. The Emperor's request, he wants to get better terms with us again. Oh god, no, I can't do that. 140 tons of togas. Seriously. It's like he hates us on purpose. This will be interesting, really, where it's going with him. Also, I can probably safely say that this is the maximum stretch the city's gonna have, because now we are moving into the industry zone over there. I'm gonna keep that available. Here we are now at the end. Here we are at the end. We could still have a bunch more buildings, honestly, if we really want to make this one complete. Going over here. And then we can have, yeah, one here and probably make this block complete. Can we make the connection there? We can't, so I should get rid of this, otherwise we are reducing the reach of some of my service buildings. Here we need a bit of space to have the siege engines coming out, so that's probably it. Okay, the pirate is active? Yeah, it's okay. Next is the problem with the clay. So we've been using now all the river slots that we have, really, right? I don't want to have a clay pit here, honestly. Just, it wouldn't look good. So I'm gonna move now over here again to Blastium, because Blastium has just a ridiculous amount of river slots available that we can use. And some of them are really close together, like this one here. So, of course, that's just absolutely fantastic for this production. It also just needs a bunch of plebs, and we have a lot of them. Let's get me the next 3 going here right away. So that's another 6 tons of clay that we produce with that. And anything else we could use those rivers for? Of course, yeah, flour mill. Makes sense at some point. And the glass smelter has the problem, though, that it needs tier 3. So this is something I'm not going to have here. One more thing. We have the timber trade route right now. And this will also now take over some clay that we deliver then to Capua. We can process that into proper goods. I'm also really having a problem here with my freaking concrete. So let's go ahead once again to Blastium, because here we do have also 5 mountain slots. And limestone does not require any kind of utility, as some of you know by now. And we have one more available in here that I would absolutely like to use for this. And I'm gonna adjust the trade route here to have now timber, limestone and clay being delivered to Capua. It's a very short trade route, so 1 slot each should be fine. So the captain can see actually both cities here from his ship at the same time. Really, nothing bad should happen here. Now adding a couple more concrete mixers to the area here, together with probably another sand refinery. How can we make this one work? Let's have it here. We will need to increase the range of my harp area. Then we can add more. That would be golden here. Alright, so far so good. In Capua, nothing else I can do for now, because we are running out of concrete all the time. So I'm gonna jump back to Lindisfarne, our beautiful Celtic village. And Lindisfarne gets something new now, and that is the older council. I haven't built this one yet. It needs now also granite as a construction material. It is boosting the city here by +2 population, belief, and +2 learning. That is something I like. And it's a beautiful building once again that we should definitely have in the center here of things. There you go. Giving me a nice boost in everything basically, and probably also in the next city population. Oh, she rejects the older council. I'm gonna have the entrances on both sides. Really a cute little building right here. And do we have space here available? We don't, so I'm gonna get rid of that. I would like to have a bit of a distance there to this building. The oak trees are great in this location. I'm probably also gonna have 1 and 2 here. By the way, this is looking strange. There you go. And for the ground pattern, I'd probably go with the grass for now. It has, though, a very strange color to it, I think. So, we'll just see. You know, this looks actually a bit strange right now, so let's get rid of that again. I actually said get rid of the ground texture. Doesn't want that. I actually got rid of the roads here. Unfortunately, upgrading the roads costs me also once again the concrete. Doesn't really make sense to me. You know, like a granite wall or the wetland daub road would also work. But okay, that's that. We need to get concrete over, which is something I cannot do at this point. One more thing I can, however, add is the grammaticus, and I would like to do this because we want to get more learning in. And I'm just gonna have this one here by the Phenom. They're both looking opposite each other. And then I'm gonna have my dairy over there. There you go. For this whole area. As research takes quite some time at this point. And more city space over here. Let's just see. This road we can definitely continue along the marshes.
There are signs of public unrest.
Next, back to Capua again, because the first stage of my amphitheater has been finished. Ah, nice. as it is coming along. Next phase, we need the plaps now. We need more concrete. We need tiles. We got the marble and we got the ropes again. Concrete and ropes is 2 times even. So 2 consecutive times that you need to get this one. Now, that's a lot of workforce, right? And now what we can do is, of course, upgrading the Liberty that we had before. And, of course, we're starting right away here with the buildings closest to the amphitheater. And these guys here, they lack the market. I'm pretty sure, as always, that we can boost the range here with the upgrade. Good. That was enough. And they have now their services coming in.
Citizens are dissatisfied with their lot and may soon revolt.
They certainly should not revolt. Have these here upgraded. These here. And with that, we already have a positive workforce. And just look at my farmers. We got 700 farmers ready to upgrade. That's a huge army as well that we could build, by the way. And I would like to continue getting me some legionaries out, right? And also some more archers. So the archers is the farmers, the legionaries is the plaps. So we're gonna get me more workforce than here as well now.
Your people are ailing.
This area here, tricky. I don't want to spread it too much. There's a few more, especially here around my bathhouse. That looks better now. And we're still gonna get some major population boost buildings as well, so yeah. Coming along nicely there. And then we will need to upgrade some plaps as well to get me more equitas. And there we have them, for example. Here, another block. This block. For sure. So that at least around the harbor area, once again, we have some nice looking tier 3 residences. Next in line, I really would like to continue upgrading now my trading post. The problem is the upgrades now take quite some time. Trading post upgrade, 1 hour, 16 minutes research. However, we also will need the depot permit. Okay, that I'll gladly take. That's 22 minutes. And then we get the trading post upgrade.
The water flows and you dictate its path.
I just love, by the way, 6,000 negative happiness. That means in 18 minutes, every 18 minutes right now, up to 24 buildings get into unrest. That's pretty much the worst thing that happens. As long as you have enough police stations roaming around and police officers, you know, it's all fine. So there we have them. The Custodia watch, and they're just, you know, they can do this. Continue decorating some of my inner blocks that we have, like also now the forum.
Recruited. She is under attack.
Adding some smaller plazas wherever we have a bit of space, beautifying the town further, and also these little courtyards here in between. More soldiers are coming out, so that we can also start building up a bigger army now in Capo itself. Also, I'm gonna now add the ground textures to the aqueduct, so this looks a bit more in line with a city. And the space around that we could also make into a bigger area, because people of course can walk under the aqueduct.
There is a shortage of
We definitely will need, by the way, a bridge over here to the other side, because we do have the bridge here already going over this island. That doesn't need to be final either. But if I want to maximize the reach of the Colosseum, of course, we will also need a bridge into this area. Yeah, I would still love to upgrade them, but I rather will save the resources for now. Next is this area. Let's delete the houses that we have there. I think this will not be enough space. Because, of course, we want to have a second bathhouse. Somewhere here in the city district. For this whole area. Giving me another health, fire risk, and population boost. Just behind the bathhouse, we do have the Peleos Felters. I'm gonna move them a bit further away from the bathhouse itself. Like over here. And then we should be able... Sorry, procession. The road is gone. And I'm gonna move a bunch more over here.
city.
so that we have a bit more area around the bathhouse that we can develop for houses. So that it's not such a contrast right away, going from bathhouse to industry zone. It's already been upgraded. Now I just need something in between. We could work on some this to go below the aqueduct. It will also need its own ground texture. But of course it really doesn't look good with dirt roads. So at least around the bathhouse I'm gonna upgrade the roads. And then let's build this one too, as I really like the bonuses coming out of that. And yeah, we of course also leveled up to a growing monstropolis with that. Speaking about population, now we can also build the temple right over here. That's another population boost.
Your first temple, and I do hope not your last.
And of course here, this is all then a representative area plaza in front of that. So I'm gonna move my custodia and whatnot a bit further away. I could think about, these guys here really need one.
We have finished one phase of a construction project.
That was really fast.
May our soils reek ripely in your care, that when
And we're now working on the last phase. This will be the hardest phase, so the workforce will be fine. Tiles we have, marble we have now, mosaic we have, concrete we have, gold we don't have. So also, oh, we need to double our patrician workforce per population before we can actually go for this. And this will be probably the hardest part, because we will need to upgrade a lot. Though we have a lot of plebs that we can now upgrade to the next level. Especially these guys here, they lack something, right? And it's probably just solved with a nice road upgrade. But we'll just see. Just upgrade the roads here around these buildings. And yeah, of course, we are gonna need a lot of concrete. And this is a phase that I actually really enjoy, because the Colosseum demands a proper city, right? It's just not like that you can have plebs and tier 3 roaming around everywhere. Nope, you really need to go into some higher tier buildings if you want to make this work. Of course, we are gonna need a whole bunch of modernizations for production area, but that's also coming along. I also, by the way, think this whole area is looking horrible, so I'm just gonna delete all of these buildings here together with the roads. And this is also where you can really feel some progress, you know, when you can just do this without having to think about it too much, because we have the resources to rebuild all of this rather quickly. One thing I definitely would like to have here in this area, of course, will be the library. So I'm just gonna plant this one into the center of this block here. And on the other side, we're gonna make some dense housing. I will probably need to move this one here though, right, a bit further up, so that we can reach the most people in this area here. Because right now, what happened is that we did not achieve that. So I'm gonna have me a market somewhere here, and let's just make sure that we can really add a lot of buildings here. Because don't forget, this is the heart of the city, so I would like to see some good density in this area. There you go. I think I'm gonna like this more. Redefined. Also, we got a Grammaticus in here now, together with the marketplace. Let's build all of that together with police and fire station once more. And then we have a bit of room here for, yeah, some decorations that we can add. I'm a bit hesitant about the library so far. the -2 happiness of fire safety is just really severe, but outside of that, the 50,000 dinar is actually what my real concern is. I'm gonna wait on that a bit longer. Oh, we can already upgrade. That was fast too. Of course, we want to do this ASAP then. I'm also going to enjoy decorating this area here. We do have these beautiful fountains. Together with the statues. Of course, this is going to be this ground texture here. Very good. This is also now coming along just nicely. Also over here, the column, the big one that I haven't used so far. Get it with a nice texture again. Over here. Ah, you can't make it central. It was bound to happen. This looks better, in my opinion. Right, and then we could... No, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna add even more. With dirt road, everything just looks bad. Go ahead and upgrade the roads here as well. In the town center. So this is all in preparation, of course, for the grand opening of our Colosseum. And look at that. Even the whole district here can now be upgraded. Almost the whole to patricians. Something, of course, we want to continue pushing for reaching that requirement.
There's a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
And I think, yep, this is it. With that, we have unlocked the final phase that I can start now. I will need to work though on the gold. Easiest way of doing this actually is just going ahead and say, okay, buy me some 60 tons of gold. It's gonna be expensive, but it's the only option I have right now, since up here the gold ore is not gonna be enough. It's only producing every 2 minutes, so that's basically nothing. And we need the marble more than we need the gold. Because the gold, we just need 60 tons of it. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and buy me that. We have the money for it. Okay, this inner area we have upgraded. Now we can work on getting a few more to tier 3, because this is where we need the real workforce right now. And I might, wait a second. Yeah, I would like to go ahead and get these guys up, but they are lacking a service. Grammaticus or Sanctuary. We get the Grammaticus here. That's too far away. So I would like to add another Sanctuary somewhere here in this area. Probably these guys. There you go. Not that the happiness really makes a difference. I think even with negative 6,000, even the Colosseum will not make a difference. I don't think so. On this difficulty level, I don't think you can get this positive, but the negative 6,000, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's just some basic unrests that we can deal with. Okay, now we can upgrade, and of course we want to do this around my Colosseum. And the Sanctuary also should give me a boost for these guys here, please. There you go, easy as pie.
Your people are ailing.
These guys... So we still have some room. But I'm really afraid to look at my consumption rates now. With all of that. By the way, I'm also increasing the navy. We got 3 more warships ready to fire for us. And I continue also with adding more catapults. just because we need to get a proper army up for a city of that size. And you know what? We can afford it. Why not? Let's build the library. Get me that massive learning boost that you're getting out of this building. And also it's just looking so beautiful. I love it.
Your citizens must be ecstatic.
I wonder though why the ground texture does not finish with the library. This is a bit annoying, you know, like why not? Why do it like this? I cannot get closer to this because that's the building here. Why does the building have grass at the edge of it? It should really be the same texture as this one, otherwise you cannot make the completion here. That is very annoying. Of course, it's always nice to walk around in first person because there you can feel the scale of what you're building here right now. And as we continue with the construction of the Colosseum, we continue in the next episode for the glory of Capua. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Capua. Now, that city has a huge problem. And that problem is, yeah, construction materials. My problem is the Colosseum. It's draining us right now. Look at that, there's 3 carts, well, taking everything that they can get their hands on from the warehouse, getting it to the construction site. And we're totally out of it. Out of tiles, concrete, marble, and even my mosaic is going down pretty hefty right now. The good thing is, we imported gold. So we do have some more 60 tons of gold in the storage. That is enough. And the rest is also coming in, as we can see. But, yeah, we cannot really do that much in Capua as long as the Colosseum runs. Now, let's turn off the gold import again, because I don't care about that anymore. Even though, you know, like, let's check it out. It is not that expensive. Importing all that gold is absolutely viable if we want to get jewelry out of that, because that jewelry would bring in a hefty sum, right? That's 6 additional income coming out of the necklaces. Might be an option for the future. What is definitely an option right now is finally enabling the brushes. So we do have them finally enable or available in my storage somewhere down here. 50 tons are in, and we can now finally unlock them for my population. That's the +4 income and belief for the patricians, and the brushes also work, of course, for the Aquests, so I would like to enable this one as well. It has the same bonus, 4 income and 3 belief. So this is quite a nice amount of income. In addition, we also get now the next level probably of devotion, which is once again boosting my population by +4 for every building we have available. That's just insane. Yeah, what's also insane is then my fire risk coming out of that. I no longer care. What we care about though is the Shrines of Ceres. We can build a lot of them right now. And of course we would like to do this because the Shrine of Ceres also boosts not only population, but also health. And that is something I gladly take. I'm gonna take them one somewhere here in the center of these blocks here. They fit in just nicely. They always look into the wrong direction though. So there you go. Another one here. Probably... Probably somewhere... Yeah, instead of this one. I would like to have another shrine. Concrete is the major problem for this. There you go. Giving me another nice health and population boost out of that. Another problem is, of course, with all the upgrades from the last episode, that we are running out of goods. And one of them is my honey. So I'm gonna get me some more of these apiaries now. Rolling here. And here. Also, let's check it out. We produce 9 tons of grapes here right now. In Capua, the total demand is only 7. So we still have some room to fiddle around here, which is good. For some reasons, though, this is something that's really confusing. It doesn't show all the goods in the trade route, right? There would be easy space here for the 4th good, but it doesn't show that. unfortunately. There is my civilian ship. I think we're gonna add a second one here soon. Otherwise, we will not be able to get all the grapes over by the look of it. There you go. There's now 2 ships on this one, which is necessary. And probably gonna have me another one here. And this also looks good. There you go. Should be enough honey. And with all of that, I would like to, of course, build me more vintners that we have. And they have just really good bonuses. Here, fits in nicely, right? Giving me a boost and health boost and income boost. And I definitely want to have one here then. Once we have it available again. Like so, most likely. I mean, they look better when they have the mountain in the back here. But since it's so tight everything here, I really would like to use the bonuses coming out of that. Holy cow! The theater is burning. That looks just really nice, I guess. The guests are coming out, storming out of the building. And hopefully the firefighters are not too far away. The other 2 problems is sandals and togers once again. We just boosted togers and they're almost out again. It's a bit of a problem because this is actually one of the more expensive and complicated productions. So let's go ahead. Income boost, of course, as always, is very nice. So I'm probably gonna squeeze it in here.
A building's construction.
And building materials. Building anything in Kapur right now is just near impossible. This is 1 ton, so I would like to have at least a second one. Get a proper production out of this. And it's probably then somewhere here. So I guess this can work. It's nice. Alright, so I'm gonna get rid of this and this, this and this. Getting me in one of these like so. Then we have our production chains up here. So there's the Murex snails. They're coming in high quantities. So this is fine. What's not so fine is the space here is actually capped out. I did not expect that we need that many. So I'm going to get rid of the tilery here and the sawmill. We don't need that anymore. I will also not need 2 custodians, right? And the tileries, yeah, let's have one here and one here. So I don't need those 2 anymore, right? And with that, we have a bit of space available again. So here for the next bakery for sure. And the custodian, I'm also going to move a bit further up here so that we can use this space for more of these. So the dye works, I'm going to have 2 more. And then we also will need to process the flax. There's a lot of flax now coming in thanks to Latium, right? Where we can produce all the flax over here. So we can also add another 2 here on that side. Can't build it. Let's actually start purchasing tiles for now. I don't think we're doing it yet. And tiles are really cheap. Are they? No, they're actually not that cheap. 32 coin is a lot. We're also out of marble and now out of minerals. How much more do we need? Okay. Mosaic is finished. Concrete is finished. Tiles, we still need way more, and marble actually also. But there was a trade now. We got the tiles. Let's build all of this here.
There is a shortage of workforce
so that we may live another day. There's also the bakeries here with the flour, so let's get me another one going. We have enough flour. Might want to start importing this one then from Latium as well, since we do not have any river slots left. Finally, some grid is left again from the construction, so we can now finish the paving around the Colosseum.
There are signs of public unrest.
Also, this is not the most efficient location for the theater because we have a lot of space here with the water, but it's a lot of happiness and I would like to get this. So we need to get rid of these houses there, which is no problem, as workforce no longer is an issue really. And with that we can use it here. Also gives me a nice learning boost. This area. Yeah, 400 happiness. I take it. Another production chain that I would like to get going now. So first of all, the porridge is out for the Aquas. Why? Do we not have enough porridge anymore? We're actually full on that, and we're importing it too. So let's activate this one again. And then we have the oysters with caviar. This one provides an income and health boost especially that we can use here. The oysters with caviar do have a problem, and that's the oysters. We don't have oysters anywhere close by. None of them have it. We do have, however, the sturgeon up here in Sanctum. However, we need a bit more beach space for this. So it's this area here that I would like to use in specifically. So for this, we're probably going to need to get rid of that farm here. And let's hope that we can restore this farm somehow. Because it needs a lot of fields, you know. Look at that. But it's possible. And there we have then the oyster bed. This, however, needs more farmers. So we will need to expand a Sanctum there again. And by the way, I don't see a tavern here. There you go. The oysters we can import. So let's check it out. We should have them already. There they are. There's already 56 tons in. I'm gonna buy just until 150 or so. The thing is here, right, the price is rather or relatively low, 30 coin that is, and that's it, right? And that's the only thing we need to consider here. Then we have the fish gutter. That's the one that processes then my sturgeon, and then we got the epicure of water, and this one also has a nice health boost again to the region, so I would like to add this one to my city. By the way, we have also researched the towers, so I would like to go ahead now and upgrade my towers to stone towers. Much more durable, of course. And I would even like to add new towers, like over here, for example. This beach area is not protected right now, and we can easily afford it. And you can also see that we can actually have them together quite tightly, so their exclusion radius is rather low in comparison. So this would be a very hard area here to take over, especially since we can, I think, yeah, also have them up here, and they can shoot down, right? Their radius is going down. So this would be a fun area here to fortify, and a bit of a wall then as well at some point. Research-wise, we are working now on the right to repair. This is a really powerful tag. So all of my vigiles, all of my firefighters can repair ruined buildings. So I don't need to do this myself anymore. And since the parameters will not get any better, this will be very helpful to automatically repair everything that we have here. Everything is in here for my oysters, and how much do we need of that? Oysters with caviar. It's only one, right? So 3 of them should already do it. The sturgeon, sorry. 3 of them. Oh, no, there's the road missing. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's just get all 4 of them going. That is now 3 tons. Should be fine. Do we have any trade route from Sanctum that still has a bit of room left? That would be great. It's this one here right now. It's full. But it's only full because we take olive 2 times. Let's get a new trade route going. I think I should have a smaller ship still somewhere. My military ships, I'm not gonna take them. Let's take a ship. Getting me my sturgeon over. Also, we can finally upgrade the trading post here. Once again, increasing the storage of the island quite a bit. And it's just looking nice. Fish gutter wise, we only need really 2. 1, 2, let's make 3. We have a bit of a surplus. Finally, we have all the materials provided except marble. So this is running right now. But of course, we do not produce that much marble all the time. And I would also like to have a bunch more upgrades since we have the workforce, like these guys here on the other side of the river, close to the aqueduct. Finally, the sturgeon is in, and so is a bit of marble. So let's have the 2 fish gutters being finished here. Oh, that warehouse is a bit further away than I thought. Gonna have another one over here. And we can now have the Epicurus, and there's one of them, and they boost population and health of the surrounding area, of course, once they start working. Let's have those 2 here right now. as that should be enough now for my demand, right? So that's 2 tons. We have 0 tons right now. That's because I stopped it until we have a bit of a storage, and then we can enable it. Back in Lindisfarne, I would like to continue also developing this town here. Of course, we do have a bunch of problems. First of all, we are not... Actually, we have everything fulfilled here, but it seems a building is disabled. What is going on? The Bardic Hearth is there. Like, everything here is fulfilled, so it should theoretically work. But I think, the reach is only at 99%. That's funny. So, in this case here, we don't need a bunch more. And, of course, we also have the occasional ruins in Lindisfarne. Yeah, despite having so much swampland, at some point you're just running out of it. Let's check out the consumption statistics there real quick. So, the cheese is fine, the eel is fine, the cockle is kind of like fine. It's not. I need 1 more. And the reed also, we need a bit more. Reed-wise, we have more... No, we need 2 more reed farms. I might also be thinking starting to import reed. I think this is way cheaper. Let's have a look at that. It's only 4 coin on the purchasing. So let's just go crazy on reed. Buy me that. And use it for my reed shoes. Because that saves me a lot of space. And space at some point just is more important than the cost of goods. Together with the cockle pickers, I might also just import them, right? The price for the cockle pickers is also 10. So we buy whenever we are below 200, right? That should be absolutely fine. Now, I would like to work then towards upgrading a bunch more so we can unlock the cloak production. Okay, and now we can upgrade again. And of course, we would like to do this, especially for the older men here in my town center. With that, we have the cloaks unlocked. Because the cloaks bring in a lot of additional money and health to the population. Not only here in Lindisfarne, but also back in Capua. And I've never built this production chain yet. So let's just have a look at that. We need copper. That is something that we are producing right now down here. With, yeah, the few mining sites that we have. We could get them going here. Copper is being produced every 2... per minute, so 2 per minute, and up here we have this one. Probably just a matter of workforce again. That's the smiths. Or let's have a look how much copper is actually just worth. Yeah, it's also just 4, you know, like you can just go crazy on buying copper. There it is, got 150 tons in. No big deal really. Right, so my overall trading right now is affecting me by negative 900 per minute on average, which is fine to me at this point, considering all the bonuses you get out of that. Then we just need the dye. That is something we have on this island. Then you just need the ships, and voila, we have everything that we need. We can now go ahead with the green hands, they're called, as the production chain. And yeah, let's have this here in my industry zone. And they're producing every 90 seconds, and the cloak maker every minute then has a really good boost to the surrounding area. So let's have one over here. I definitely, yeah, we'll have another one here. Despite being, they're actually not that slow. We can here by the Bardic Hearth. So that's 3 tons, and I might go for 4 tons up here. There you go. Could be a warehouse close by. There it is. And we just place them. Lindisfarne is going to profit from these quite a bit. We have over 200 tons of sheep in, and we have the Celtic green that is now coming in. And with that we have then the cloaks. Now the total consumption of cloaks here in Lindisfarne is 1 ton. So we have 3 tons, that means we have 2 tons left. And for Capua the total demand is 1 ton. So we are delivering twice as what we need to Capua right now. That is absolutely fine for me. The problem will be, once again, trading routes. So I'm gonna need a new one. Do we still have a ship available? We have. It's my last trader, so we will need to build a couple more of them. And Lindisfarne to Capua has a new trade route. I'm missing the white flag. If we ever go to war with Neff, we might be running into huge troubles, honestly. Because the AI is just much better at micromanaging their fleets. There you go. Okay. The ship was destroyed. That can only be the pirates' work. Oh, wow. It's here too. And it was one of my traders. And he's got a catapult. It's a Queen Kareem pirate ship again. They're just really powerful. Thank you, Sarah, for helping me out here. And let's check out. That was just a small trader. Getting the hemp and some timber. Nothing of that we need. But a bit annoying because we need to build more ships. We need to build more trade ships anyway. So let's push another 3. And since we're in Capua, there it is. Oysters with caviar got 32 tons in. So we can now enable this one for my patricians, getting me the population, income and health boost. Next, we continue with the road upgrades that we've now finished over here and also over here. And as you notice, this brought in a lot of health and fire reduction again. So that's all that I'm gonna need here, right, when it comes to my concrete. And also over here, we can now upgrade the walls of my villa. Make this more powerful. There you go. For some reasons, I cannot upgrade this tiny piece here. I think it's outside of my range. Can I delete it like that? We could do this. Ah, there you go. Okay, now we can actually move it in. And of course also these towers here to proper stone towers. Same goes with this one here once we have more concrete again. We do have a few specialists here, like this one, residence is in range, generate a bit more knowledge. Okay, especially since of course this one here is not really in the center of anything, so that's that. Let's also upgrade warehouse there. And then also that tower here again. This should be way harder now for the enemy to conquer. Also, a few decorations here close to the Colosseum would be fine. So I'm thinking about some fountains here. Of course, we're gonna need some proper paving for that. And I'm trying to not fill the whole thing here. But it's just... Ah! Yeah. Because the game sometimes wants to do this. There you go. Let's make it like so. We could make this row here completed. But I would probably like to keep this one open.
In your city.
That's, by the way, a really cool animation. When they delete one of those trees, that looks very dramatic. Oh, look at that. The Emperor's request 400 tons of tiles. That might be something we can do in 90 minutes. I'm gonna think about this. Yep. Then some bushes to clean it off. God, I miss my enclosed greeneries, honestly. Alrighty, next finally we can finalize or finish the Colosseum, and there it is in all its glory. Oh boy. And this is a lot of prestige. So of course, once again, this is happening whenever we reach new prestige levels. He's also impressed by this. Very good. Of course, we're still not going to accept. There is a trade treaty with Neff. Okay, gonna accept this one. And of course we continue declining any kind of defensive pact. And yeah, this is now bringing in the happiness, the +7 prestige, which is really massive, and also +3 population. And we can see this here in my workforce. We've also leveled up Major Monstropolis right away, on our way to 20,000 local population with that. And yeah, basically the whole city is engulfed with that. Even these houses here at the far end of it. That's how massive the reach of the Colosseum is. And here we can now hold the Colosseum games, which you absolutely have to do because they give you further bonuses. Like right now we got the local gladiator games with porridge and weapons. We have that. Oops, no, not cancel. And once this runs, this gives me an additional bonus out of that, plus 500 prestige from the games itself. And yeah, we've seen them already in the first Let's Play that I've had. A really nice building, very detailed, and a fitting landmark building for Capua. showing its might. Also, I really love when you walk around in the city. You can then see how massive this one is.
I intend to forget all
She is under attack.
The most important thing outside of that, of course, is that we finally have some construction materials available again, as it's not depleting everything that we have. Now, Nav even would like to go with a defensive pact. I'm actually going to accept this with him, because I don't think we're going to go to war with him, at least not in the foreseeable future.
Others want me ostracized.
And with this, it's the end of the Extreme series, at least for now. I need to watch the click rating and then decide on that. We have reached all the major goals that we wanted. We survived, we built Alderman in the Celtic region, and we built the Grand Monument in Capua. From now, we could, of course, expand the city further, upgrading more buildings, adding more productions, and ultimately also perhaps taking over the world. But what good would that bring? I have no idea. Let's find out in another video or in another Let's Play. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.